Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Revealing the Dead by Sheila Connolly, narrated by Emily Durante. Chapter 1. Thursday. Abigail Kimball sat in her idling car, waiting for Ellie Walker to emerge from her Littleton Elementary School building. Halloween was a week past, and November had brought unusual cold and damp. Abby reached over and dialed up the heat. Hot chocolate sounded tempting. Maybe Ellie could help her make some when they got back to Abby's house, if Ellie didn't have too much homework to do. Despite the fact that this once-a-week arrangement with Ellie's mother, Leslie, had been operating fairly smoothly since September, Abby was still walking on eggshells with her. She had worked for Leslie at a local museum until an unexpected series of events had made that impossible and she'd lost her job. Mostly it was because Abby had discovered that Ellie could see dead people, just as Abby could. But that was only part of the problem. Abby had known for some time that Ned, what the heck was he now, fiancé, lover, live-in partner, shared that ability. But nobody had mentioned it to Leslie until it became unavoidable. But Ellie's ability made perfect sense because she was Ned's biological daughter. In any event, the series of challenging discoveries had torn Abby and Leslie's relationship to shreds, and Abby was working hard to put the pieces back together, mainly for Ellie's sake. Seeing dead people was not something the average 8-year-old had to deal with, although Ellie seemed to be handling it well, and Abby wanted to keep the lines of communication with Leslie open so that Abby could guide Ellie as she learned to live with the unusual ability. The need to find someone to pick Ellie up at school while both her parents were at work had been an unexpected gift, and Abby enjoyed just chatting with a smart kid, which reminded her of the short time she'd spent as an elementary school teacher, her first choice of career before a lot of other things had gotten in the way. The doors of the school opened and kids poured out, moving quickly to ward off the cold. Ellie spotted Abby's car and dashed over to it. Abby pushed open the door and Ellie jumped in, dumping her loaded backpack on the floor.
"It's cold out there," Ellie said. "And then the furnace at school was acting funny. We all had to get our coats just to keep warm." "Will it be fixed by tomorrow?" Abby asked as she pulled out carefully into the slow-moving line of pickup parents.
"I don't know," Ellie said. "Nobody's said.
Think we won't have to go to school?"
"I can't guess, but they'll have to notify parents if it's closed. So, other than freezing your buns off, how was your day?"
"Boring, like always. I hate math."
"I'm not too fond of it myself, but you'll need it for some things."
"Yeah, I know. But isn't that why they invented calculators? Heck, I can do most math stuff on my cell phone."
"Not in school, I hope," Abby said firmly. "You're supposed to be learning from teachers, not machines."
"Machines are faster. Or maybe I'm faster than most people. I hate waiting for the teacher to explain something over and over for the slower kids."
That was something Abby could understand, since she'd wrestled with the same problem when she was Ellie's age. "Hang in there a little longer, and you'll have a chance at some advanced classes." It took them only a few minutes to reach the Victorian home in Concord that Abby shared with Ned. Ned had bought it several years earlier, before he and Abby had even met, but he'd done little with it. Out of a job, Abby had volunteered to take on the restoration and redecoration of the place, and she was pleased with what she had accomplished in a short time. Not that it was anywhere near finished, but she knew that old houses never were. As she turned into the driveway, she said, "I was thinking hot cocoa sounded good. You up for that?"
"Have you got marshmallows?"
Ellie demanded.
"Of course." "Then let's do it."
Abby had barely turned off the car when Ellie ran up the steps leading to the wraparound porch and stood impatiently by the front door. Abby followed and let them both in, then led the way to the kitchen at the back. As she assembled a pan, milk, and cocoa, she asked Ellie, "You have much homework?"
"Nah, not really.
Might take an hour."
"Need any help?"
"I'm good. You can get the marshmallows out of the cupboard." Ellie bounced out of her chair at the kitchen table and searched for the marshmallows, which she found quickly and brought to the table. "Got 'em. And the cocoa's ready. Which mug do you want to use?" "The big one," Ellie said, grinning. Abby filled 2 mugs and sat down across the table from Ellie. "Anything else happening at school? I know you've got after-school activities on the days I don't pick you up." "We play soccer, sort of, but mostly that's kicking the ball around the field, and it's getting kind of cold now, and getting dark early." Abby wasn't about to ask if Ellie would like to spend another day a week at her house. She'd let Leslie negotiate that. She was startled when Ellie asked, "Can I ask you something?" She sounded serious. "Of course. What is it?" "There's a new kid who was just added to my class today." That didn't sound surprising. "And?" Ellie seemed to be struggling to find the right word, which was unusual for her. "I know this sounds bad, but he's kind of, well, different." "In what way?" Abby asked. "Well, he doesn't talk much, and he won't look at you when he does, and he's, well, kind of twitchy." Based on what little Ellie had given her, Abby thought the child was probably autistic to some degree. She'd studied a bit about that when she was training to be an elementary school teacher, but she'd never had an autistic child in any of her classes, and she couldn't recall meeting one. She did know that how much any individual child was affected varied widely and presented in different ways. "Boy or girl?" "Boy. His name's Danny." "Did the teacher say anything to the class about him?" "You mean like he's kind of odd?" "No. Mostly she said he was new and we should be nice to him. He didn't seem to care." "Did he talk to the class at all?" Ellie shook her head. "Nope. He kind of ignored everybody, even the teacher. What's his problem?" So Ellie had picked up that the kid was more than shy in front of a new class. "Sweetie, I don't know enough to say for sure, but I'm going to guess he's autistic. Do you know what that means?" "Artistic?" "No, autistic, with a U. It means it might be hard for him to communicate with other people. Like you said, he might not look directly at them. Maybe he won't speak to anyone, and he could have trouble getting along with the other people in the class. But this doesn't mean he's dumb. Lots of autistic people are actually very smart, but they can't communicate well." Which made Abby wonder why he'd suddenly been placed in a mainstream class at an unfamiliar public school. It must be hard for him. Abby noticed that Ellie was avoiding her eyes, swirling her spoon aimlessly in what was left of her cocoa. "Was there something else that bothered you?" "Maybe." She didn't look up. "He waited behind in the classroom when the rest of us were leaving. Maybe he was waiting for his mom or something. But I kind of bumped into him on my way out the door, and maybe I touched his arm or something." Abby had a sinking feeling that she knew what was going to come next. "And?" she said gently. "I felt something like, like what we feel, only different. It was quick, and I had to keep moving." "Did Danny react to it?" Now Ellie looked toward her. "Yeah, he actually looked at me, and there was someone home in there. I know that sounds strange, but it was like he'd been hiding, and I just caught a quick look at him." "You think this means he's like us?" Abby wasn't sure what to say, and she wanted to proceed carefully. "It's possible, but then maybe you just startled him, which made him look." Almost before she'd finished the sentence, Ellie was shaking her head. "No, it wasn't like that. I know the difference. It's like he's inside there somewhere, but he can't get out." A surprisingly apt way of looking at it for a girl of Ellie's age. "I believe you, Ellie, but what are we supposed to do about it?" If you want, we could ask his teacher about him." Ellie was shaking her head again.
"Can't you do it?"
"Ellie, I'm not sure your teacher would talk to me, since I'm really just a friend, not a parent. And I wouldn't want the teacher to think I had a problem with having an autistic boy in her class. Autistic people don't usually cause problems, unless they get overwhelmed and lash out." Abby stopped and thought for a minute or two, and Ellie didn't interrupt her. Finally, Abby said, "Look, I know a little bit about autism, and I believe you when you say you felt something when you happened to touch him, but I'm not sure what to do about it."
"But you say you're always looking for more people like us,"
Ellie protested.
"Yes, but we have to do it carefully. I'm going to have to think this over. Maybe the boy has a pair of loving parents who think he's ready to handle this school and it will help him. Or maybe he's got only a single parent who has to work and who's completely overwhelmed by having a difficult child and can't find care for him. And I can't just walk in and ask. Let me sniff around a bit, and you can keep me up to date as you learn more about him. Is that okay?" "I guess. Should I stay away from him or try to get to know him?"
Another question she couldn't really answer.
"Can you take it slowly? If you think he'd like a friend, even if it's just someone to sit with at lunch, then go right ahead. But if it seems like the idea freaks him out, just take a step back for now. And I know this might be a lot to ask, but try to keep the other kids from teasing him just because he's different." "Yeah, I can do that."
Ellie realized that her cocoa mug was empty.
"I guess I'd better get that homework done."
She reached down into her backpack, parked on the floor by her chair, and started pulling papers and notebooks out of it and spreading them across the table. Abby gave a silent sigh of relief. It was interesting that Ellie seemed to have made a connection with this boy, but she really couldn't see how to proceed without blowing the lid off things, and she knew Leslie wasn't going to be any help. She'd have to talk to Ned about it and see how she felt in the morning. As predicted, Ellie finished her homework in short order, just as Abby heard Ned unlocking the front door.
"Ellie?" he called out from the hallway. "Your dad's waiting in the driveway."
Ellie grabbed up her papers and stuffed everything into the backpack again.
"Bye, Abby. Thanks for talking with me about, I'll let you know what happens."
Without waiting for Abby to answer, Ellie darted out into the hallway and greeted Ned. Abby heard the door slamming, and then Ned walked into the kitchen and gave her an enthusiastic kiss.
"Good afternoon with Ellie?"
"Well, yes and no. You want a glass of wine?"
"I'll get it."
He pulled a bottle out of the refrigerator and held it up.
"You want a glass?"
"Please." Once he'd filled 2 glasses and handed one to Abby, he sat down.
"So, what's up?"
"There's a new boy in Ellie's class, as of today, and based on what she told me, I think he's autistic."
"Is that a problem?"
"No, not if he's not disruptive, but there's more to it. You see, she happened to bump into him when she was leaving the room, and she felt it."
"You mean our it?"
"Yes, that one. So now we've got a possible new can of worms."
"Wow, we sure do."
Chapter 2. Friday. Over breakfast in the kitchen the next morning, Abby said to Ned, "I woke up this morning thinking about what Ellie said yesterday." Ned, across the table, had to take a moment to pull his attention away from the newspaper.
"What was that?"
"About the new boy in her class, the one she was telling me about."
"Oh, right. What about him?"
"A lot of things, I guess. Up front, I'm happy that Ellie didn't make fun of him. I bet it's all too common that children her age bully anybody who's strange or different." Ned sat back in his chair and focused on her.
"I thought the schools were into sensitivity training, anti-bullying, and all that."
"I hate to admit it, but I really don't know much about the local school systems. Not that I've had any reason to until I started seeing Ellie regularly and she started talking about what goes on at her school. Does Leslie volunteer at the school, like for the PTA or anything?
I doubt it. She's pretty busy with work, and then dealing with the kids after she gets home.
I'm sure she is. But how much does she know about her daughter's environment? Sorry, I don't mean to criticize her, and I know she works hard and takes good care of the kids. But school districts can vary a lot, and there must be regulations about bullying at the state level as well.
Abby, where are you going with this?
I'm not really sure. I'm just tossing ideas out. The new boy shows up a couple of months after the school year starts, and it's clear he's, well, different. But Ellie seemed to feel some sort of connection to him, and I'm not sure how to react to that.
So you're worried because this new kid seemed to respond to Ellie's touch?
In part, but that's not the whole picture. Listen, do you have time to talk about this now? Are you supposed to be at work or somewhere?
Well, yes, but that doesn't mean I don't have time to listen to what's bothering you, he said, smiling.
I haven't even finished thinking it through yet, Abby told him, returning his smile. I'm guessing he's autistic, but it could be something else. I want to do some research of my own, but I do want to have a serious discussion about it with you.
I'm all for that. But why this sudden interest? Ned asked.
Something that Ellie said about this boy, I think. She told me that when she accidentally touched him, she could tell that he was inside, but it was like he was trapped and couldn't get out.
Abby, don't take this the wrong way, but are you suddenly thinking about this because you're interested in autism or because you miss teaching, being around kids?
Maybe both. You know, it was Brad's idea that I should do something more, well, what he called professional, which translated into something he could brag about and which paid better. But I liked working with kids, and that was before I even knew about this psychic stuff. She made air quotes. Now it's even more relevant. Children are so open to new things, and they haven't stifled their reactions because nobody believes them. At least I hope not. And yes, you and I have been talking about what I can do with myself over the long term, something that uses my brain as well as my, well, psychic abilities.
Are you thinking of going back to teaching?
I haven't thought that far. I have no idea what the qualifications are here, or if my credentials from Pennsylvania would transfer, and I'm not qualified to be a counselor. I'd need more child psychology training, I'm guessing. And if I tried to volunteer at a school, people might wonder why, since I don't have any children in the school system. Look, like I said, I've only just started thinking about this, but it seems like this opportunity has just dropped into my lap.
You mean a special needs kid with some sort of psychic connection? Ned interrupted.
Exactly. I'm not talking about him in particular, although I'd like to learn more about his background, even see if he's related somehow. But the whole idea of communicating with children is appealing to me, and autistic children could benefit from anything I learn. Maybe. Right now, I don't know enough to say, and it could scare them as easily as helping them. Most autistic kids already have a lot to deal with without me poking into their heads. Ned didn't respond immediately, but seemed to be turning the idea over in his head. Finally, he said,
Abby, I agree that it could be worth looking into, and you're more than qualified. But look at the problems we've had finding adults who share our connection thing and approaching them without scaring them off. How on earth do you visualize finding children? It must be hard enough for parents to deal with having an autistic child without trying to tell them that this psychic person they don't even know who has no children thinks maybe she can communicate with them better than their parents can.
Ned, I know that, and I know it's a problem, but I still think it's worth exploring. And now that most of the renovations to the house are done, except for the outside ones that will have to wait until spring, I've got time on my hands. All I want to do now is do some research, see what the current thinking is, maybe find out what support the schools offer to special needs children. I wish I could meet this boy, but I don't know if there's any way to make that happen without setting off all sorts of alarms. I don't suppose you'd recommend talking to Leslie about it?" Ned shook his head quickly. "No, I think she's got enough on her plate, although she might have some information on museum trips for special needs children. But tread lightly."
"Of course I will."
Abby had known Leslie for well over a year now, first as an employer, then as the angry mother who didn't want to be told that her daughter shared an ability with Abby that she couldn't begin to understand. They'd made some tentative progress, as Leslie had come to realize that Ellie deserved to understand for herself what she was feeling or sensing or seeing, but Leslie and Abby's relationship was still fragile, and Abby didn't want to disrupt things, and she truly wanted to keep the lines of communication open with Ellie, for all their sakes. Ned stood up quickly and deposited his breakfast plate and mug in the sink. "I'm sorry to leave all this dangling, and I promise we can talk about it later, but I do have to get to work now." Abby stood up as well.
"I understand, and it's not like I have anything concrete in mind. I'm just kicking around ideas. Sometimes it helps to talk about them out loud. I'm going to poke around online today and see what I can learn."
"Sounds like a good idea. We can talk over dinner tonight." He came around the table and kissed her gingerly. Not for lack of enthusiasm, but because a more serious kiss usually resulted in more than they had time for at the moment. "See you 6-ish, okay?"
"I'll be here. Love you," she called out to his retreating back.
After his car had pulled out of the driveway, Abby devoted 3 minutes to cleaning up what little breakfast mess there was, then wandered aimlessly into the dining room. The room doubled as her workspace, which she preferred to converting one of the bedrooms upstairs into an office. Downstairs, she had the whole dining room table to spread out her computer and her notes and her books, and plenty of space to walk around or admire the view out the windows when she was working through an idea. Not that she fancied herself a writer, but there had been so many changes since she'd discovered she had an ability she had never known existed, and she had to record them just to keep them in order. How many dead people had she seen since she'd met Ned? No, dead people sounded disrespectful. They were, for want of a better word, spirits of departed people, who seemed to be related to her by blood. She had spent a lot of her research time working out her family tree because she kept running into these family spirits in unexpected places. It wasn't precisely seeing them, because it usually required touching something that they had touched, even a long time ago, to trigger her awareness of them. Even that was evolving. But now that she had come to know and accept this unexpected ability, she was more open to it, and she was beginning to see and feel more of them. Ned shared the ability, although he hadn't pursued it in his own life until he had encountered her, and then he'd concealed it from her for a time, just to see what she would find for herself. She was still angry about that, about him treating her like a science experiment rather than a person who in the beginning had been kind of overwhelmed by the whole thing. She had managed to forgive him. Ellie shared the same ability because she was Ned's biological child with Leslie, whose husband had proved to be sterile. Leslie had gotten a bit more than she had bargained for when she had asked Ned to be a donor, but to be fair, he hadn't known what it was, much less that it could be passed on to his offspring. Abby had learned that her mother shared a bit of it, but muted because she'd ignored it for most of her life. Abby had also run into a few other people who possessed it, but it was difficult to come out and ask them, and other people were usually reluctant to talk about what they thought they'd only imagined. She and Ned wanted to do more structured research into what they shared, and Ned had the funds and access to the appropriate equipment to do it, but the problem continued to be finding subjects. Even when she did stumble over someone who she thought would be a good candidate, like Ellie's new classmate, it was difficult to approach them or enlist them. It was a mess. She knew too much now to walk away from it all, but not enough to figure out what to do without being labeled as crazy. Maybe working with kids would be a good entry, but she didn't want to go back to school to build up her resume and then find a job and cherry-pick the psychic kids and ignore the others. That simply wouldn't be fair. She gave herself a mental shake. She had found one more potential candidate the day before. She had guessed that he fell somewhere on the autism spectrum, from what Ellie had told her, but she should try to confirm that. And she definitely needed to find out more about autism, a topic that had gained increasing exposure even in the few years since she left teaching. Maybe she remembered things wrong, so she believed she should start with the current thinking about it. Once she was online, she quickly got sidetracked by looking up Massachusetts laws regarding special education. What she found in a search was mildly reassuring. It seemed likely that the boy, now in 3rd or 4th grade, had to have been officially evaluated sometime earlier, or he wouldn't have been enrolled in Ellie's school. Of course, that could have been in another state, where standards could have been different. No way was she going to check every state. She'd just wait and ask Ellie where he had been in school before. Of course, Abby had no idea how many students with special needs there were in Ellie's school, or school district, or even the state, but there did seem to be jobs available in her area. However, as she had feared, she would need more training to even think about applying for such jobs. She shoved that idea on a mental back shelf to be examined later. Back to her research. Even as she paged through articles, Abby found herself wondering, even if Danny was to some degree autistic, would any kind of psychic ability be seen as a disability or an advantage? Or was that a question that no school district would be willing to touch with a 10-foot pole? One-on-one counseling might be more useful for a child to teach him or her to use that ability to understand other people and to deal with them effectively, which might counterbalance the effects of the autism. Right, Abby, you can hang out a shingle, but what would it say? Learn how to hear other people thinking? After a while, she realized she'd missed lunch, and while she'd collected a lot of information, she hadn't found much that was useful in this case. She really, really needed to talk to Danny, even touch him. Sure, that would thrill his parents and the school. Maybe Ellie had been wrong and misinterpreted what she had felt. Or maybe it was a different kind of energy she felt in him that wasn't the one they had. Maybe she'd just hit her funny bone, and the tingle was purely physical and one-sided. And Ellie was not her child and did not live with her. How could she hope to get together with Danny? She had no standing here. She couldn't begin to explain it to Leslie, and she couldn't go to the school and wander around hoping to bump into the kid, literally, to confirm what Ellie had felt. As far as she knew, nobody was allowed to just wander into the school, even a parent. She scrounged some leftovers from the fridge and contemplated what fixings she had to work with for dinner without finding any inspiration. But she didn't feel like going out to eat either, although no doubt Ned would volunteer that option. After lunch, she pottered around the house, ran some laundry, and looked out the back windows at the cemetery that lay behind the house, hoping a deceased relative would provide inspiration. No such luck, though she'd seen them there before. By late afternoon, she gave up and decided to chop anything edible she could find and make some kind of soup, maybe with some bread or muffins. At least it would keep her busy. Ned came home on time, and after changing into his grubby jeans, he sat at the kitchen table and listened as Abby outlined her tale of woe for the day, even while spooning up soup. Finally, Abby ran out of steam. I didn't expect this to be easy, but I was hoping for some wedge that would get me closer to the boy, maybe even his parents. But there's no way I can see to play any role at this school. If I can interrupt your pity party, I have an idea, Ned said calmly. Fine, I've run out for the day. It's almost the end of the fall term, right? and there may be some year-end awards ceremony or something. I'm no more plugged into the school calendar than you are, but say there is, or if there isn't one, let's create one. I can create a something or other award, a special gift from a local company, that would be mine, to each and every student at the school. Maybe some kind of cool science gadget. The thing is, they'd have to come up and take it directly from me and shake my hand.
Which means you'd have to touch each one. Wow. But wouldn't that cost money?
Abby, I have money. Besides, it would be good advertising for the company. No electronics, though. And no judging, no reward at the end. Just a gift from me to the kids at the school. Think that would work?
Abby nodded enthusiastically. I like it. Of course, you'll have to sell it to the school administration, maybe even the school board. Maybe you'd have to sweeten the pot, like giving some office equipment or something. But I'm sure you can work it out somehow. When would you do this?
If I remember the calendar right, it's less than a month before the holiday break. Maybe in a few weeks? That would give me time to meet with all the relevant people.
Abby sat back, feeling more relaxed than she had since breakfast. Ned, I love the way your mind works. And a lot more, too. Maybe I can be your Vanna White and hand the kids their prizes after you've shaken their hands. That would give us a confirmation if you feel something.
Might help. But it's a good start, isn't it?
That it is. Let's put it in the to-be-considered pile. Want dessert?
Dessert, or something else?
Both. Chapter 3. Saturday.
Abby was up early the next morning, even though it was Saturday. Getting up and starting her day was better than lying in bed and worrying about what she was doing with her life. She had to admit she was being a little obsessive, but she really wanted something to do with herself, something important, something that mattered to her, and maybe to other people. Nobody was pushing her, nobody but herself. Ned was happy to support her, and he wasn't particularly materialistic anyway. She was lucky, she knew, but at the same time she felt kind of embarrassed. She had a brain. She had professional experience. She wanted to use them, not just pick wallpaper patterns and try out new recipes. Ned noticed that she was in a mood, one that she couldn't even quite define. "What's up?" he asked as he settled at the kitchen table with his coffee and the newspaper.
I feel like a parasite. She held up a hand before Ned could protest. I know you're happy with the way things are, and I am too, most of the time. But I feel useless. I want to be doing something, not just dabbling in this psychic stuff.
You want to give that up? He asked, looking surprised.
No, not at all. But the key word was dabble. It's not just a hobby. It could be important to a lot of people in different ways. And it's challenging since there are so many people who think it's fake or nonsense, or who believe that people who claim to be psychic are simply crazy. And I can understand that. We both know there are fakes, and there are people whose brains aren't quite wired right, and maybe they hallucinate or hear voices. And historically, there have been lots of supposedly intelligent people who believed in spiritualism and the like.
I hear what you're saying, Abby, but what do you want to do about it?
That's what I don't know, she said, frustrated. Look, you and I, have an extraordinary opportunity to look into all this rationally, scientifically. But I feel like I'm dashing around following up one interesting path after another, and I want to pick one and stick to it. We've already kind of divided our research into science, your territory, and the historic and intuitive and less easily defined areas, my turf. But that still leaves a lot of questions to be answered. And I guess that's why I'm excited about looking at autism, to see if there's some way to forge a connection with people who have trouble communicating with most people, if I decide to focus on autistic people.
I agree. It's worth taking a serious look at. and you're uniquely qualified.
Thank you. I didn't doubt that you'd be supportive. I need to interact with them, and I don't see how to do that. It's hard enough to find people who'll admit to any kind of possible psychic ability. How do I find people, adults or children, who have what is usually considered at best an abnormality and at worst a sickness, and then try to find that invisible connection?
You want my opinion?
Of course I do.
I'd say approach it systematically. Learn as much as you can about different aspects, online or in libraries, then find some people, scientists, researchers, counselors, whatever, whose opinions seem trustworthy, and talk to them. You don't have to tell them about the psychic side right away. Say you're thinking of going back to school and looking at different fields of study, and you'd be interested in autism. Bottom line, find out as much as you can up front, and then sit back and review what you've learned. Then you can make a plan.
You know, you're right. Obviously, you're a scientist. I'm not. Maybe I could volunteer in a classroom as an observer or something. But say I connect. Then what do I do? It's still a big leap to trying to forge a psychic link with autistic people and finding a way to make it work consistently with a broad spectrum of people.
True. How about this? Think big, but start small. Maybe we could start our own school.
Well, that's certainly a big leap, Abby thought. That isn't easy, is it? I mean, the state had guidelines and requirements, and I'm sure the medical profession would stick their nose in if we focus on one particular, ability. Apart from the fact that it would cost money and we'd need staff to manage it.
Hey, just fantasize, will you? What would you like to see? How big? Age limitations? What kind of staff? Live-in or day students? Medical faculty? Affiliations with any of the health or professional organizations in the greater Boston area? What range of students? From near normal, I know that's a poor word to use, to severely impaired?
Abby held up her hand again. Stop, please. These are all good points, and I love your enthusiasm. Maybe it's a good idea, but that would mean research into the practical side of setting up an institution. For-profit, non-profit, certifications, hiring staff, and that's just the start. To be honest, I'm not sure I want to be an administrator.
Ned answered quickly. So hire a business manager who knows this kind of stuff. The position could be short-term, like an educational consultant, but we could pay enough to make it appealing. Or 2 people to cover the medical and the business sides. Term appointment, no promises, flat fee.
Abby found herself grinning, even though her head was spinning. Ned, the way your mind works continues to amaze me. You've just created a business plan out of thin air. But this is a lot to digest. You're right. I need to think bigger. I can't go creeping around looking for people who might have this psychic ability one by one. It's not efficient. But I'll have to readjust my perspective just a bit. Are you going to be part of this?
It depends. You said you wanted something important to do, something that mattered to you. This can be your project. I'll help if you want me to, but I'm the science guy, remember? You're the teacher/fundraiser. You can make a credible presentation. Of course, I can provide whatever funds you need for the startup, but at some point, this hypothetical organization will have to be self-supporting, or no one will take it seriously.
Got it. So I'll go back to doing research. What else is on the calendar?
Ours or the rest of the world's?
Let's start with ours. Do we have a plan for Thanksgiving?
Not officially. My family doesn't make a big thing about it. Whoever wants to come to dinner is welcome. Or we could host it here, if you're up for that.
Abby looked around the kitchen and sighed inwardly. Well, at least everything in the kitchen works. The dining room is pretty shabby, and I don't know if we have enough chairs.
That sounds kind of like a no.
I guess so. Maybe we can host it next year? Things should look better by then.
What about your parents? Will they expect to see us, here or at their place?
Abby felt a stab of guilt. I haven't even thought that far. We've both been so busy that I kind of lost sight of Thanksgiving.
Didn't you have any ancestors in Plymouth?
I think so, but I haven't had time to look at the family tree lately, at least not past the ancestors in this neighborhood. And Salem, of course. Plymouth is on my to-do list.
Ned smiled. In case you haven't noticed, that kind of research is never finished. Don't worry, those ancestors will wait.
I should talk to your mother about this, big idea. She's pretty much in touch with the local community and she knows a lot of people. I don't want to go charging off in any one direction and then find out that it's been done or it's failed in the past.
There's no rush, Abby.
I know, it's just that I feel impatient. Are you still thinking about that year-end award thing at the school?
Yes, I guess. It would give confirmation about Ellie's new friend and might turn up a few other kids. I've never spent a lot of time with a group of children, so maybe I've missed something obvious, but this is highly unscientific, more like taking a pool of 30 or so kids and saying yes, no, maybe about each one. Still, it's a start.
Makes sense to me. So, it's Saturday. What do we need to do? How far did you get with clearing out the basement?
Not as far as I'd hoped. I kept getting sidetracked by the things I found. Old bottles stashed in corners, metal tools that I think were used to poke coal around in the furnace when it still burned coal. What looks like the remains of a storage pantry for preserves or something, and a lot of dirt.
I'm happy to help, unless that means there'll be two of us poking in dark corners and pulling out rusty junk, and then trying to figure out what the heck it was. How come you never did this before?
I was busy, I guess. I bought the house and did what was necessary to make it livable, but that was as far as I got. Clearly, I was waiting for a woman's touch to make aesthetic improvements.
I don't know whether I should be flattered or insulted. I'm happy to pull my weight, but I'm not going to play the helpless lady of the house and spend my days choosing wallpaper and tile. But I do think we need to step up the renovations if we're going to jump into a new project.
Good point. How about this? We do a detailed walkthrough of the house and make a list of things we think should be done, and then we prioritize those and make some plans.
Sounds good in theory. Can I hold you to it? Because I don't want to be living in a construction zone forever.
I'm not arguing. Today or tomorrow?
Let's start fresh tomorrow. We've got to get some groceries and stuff like that today. Unless you want to keep working on the cellar?
We dig around the cellar as long as there's light, and then we can get cleaned up and do the food shopping?
That'll work. Abby and Ned spent a happy few hours rooting around in the basement. It was amazing to her what past occupants of the house had kept, or more likely, simply not bothered to throw away. Abby reminded herself to put together the ownership history of the place, which she was pretty sure she could do online. Had the earlier owners been sentimental, thrifty, or just lazy? Hard to say now. She'd never thought about it before, but having so much space meant you could just pitch your junk into the basement and forget about it. In a smaller place, you didn't have that luxury. What's this?" Abby asked, pulling out a rusty box-shaped object and holding it up for Ned's inspection.
"Looks like an old floor grate for the heating system. You can put that in the toss pile."
A few minutes later, Abby said, "How about this? What is it?" She handed Ned a curved, narrow metal object about 6 inches long. He turned it over in his hands.
"There's a bit of wood sticking out of the end. I'm going to guess it was either a shepherd's crook for very small sheep or an umbrella handle."
"I'll go with the umbrella idea. Wonder what the rest of it would have looked like."
"Probably silk," Ned suggested. "It looks like it predates the invention of synthetic materials."
"Nice. Ooh, look, a fork,"
Abby exclaimed. "Wonder how that got lost. But it's not silver." "I don't care," Abby protested. "It's something the prior residents ate with. That makes it kind of personal. Ned, apart from the people in the cemetery out back, you never sensed any connection to the people who lived here, did you?" He shook his head. "No, but it's impossible to be related to everybody in Massachusetts." "So you bought the place because you liked it?" "Yes, plus it was in a convenient location, and the price was right. But I did like it on first sight. What about you? No family here?" "Not that I've noticed in the house. It's just as well. I'd hate to feel my relatives were here watching us all the time." "What about Halloween? It seems that either we have a lot of relatives hanging around, or maybe when spirits gather, they kind of amplify each other." "I haven't really decided what I believe. Ellie saw them, you saw them, I saw them, so there must be some kind of connection to us. If this thing is random, we'd be swamped with spirits all the time. Unless, of course, they all get a free pass for Halloween. Have you seen anybody since?" "I don't think so," Ned told her, "and I'm not getting any vibes from all the junk I've been handling." "Good to know. But I find it hard to believe that anyone would leave a strong imprint on broken furnace parts. By the way, how are we getting rid of all this stuff? So far, all we've done is make a big pile," Abby pointed out. "I'll check the trash and recycling guidelines. Worst case, we can rent a dumpster and pay someone to haul it away." "Just as long as I don't have to trek it all to the dump. Is there a dump?" I don't know. I've never looked for one." "How many years have you lived here, Ned Newhall?" "A few, but I've never cleaned out all this stuff, obviously." "Well, let's get this over with," Abby said firmly. By late afternoon, the corners were clear, and all the useless, broken junk was in a large pile near the cellar hatch that led to the outside. "Do you feel any better now that this is done?" Abby asked. "I guess," Ned replied. "I also feel grimy, greasy, and sweaty. Time for a shower. Want to join me?" "Definitely." Chapter 4. Sunday. The next morning, Abby was in the kitchen trying to find enough ingredients to make anything resembling breakfast. The grocery shopping hadn't quite happened the day before because other things had intervened when the landline rang. Ned was still sleeping thanks to his heroic efforts at clearing out the basement, so Abby picked up quickly. She was pleased to hear Ned's mother's voice. "Abby, it's Sarah. I won't keep you long, but I wondered if you and Ned would like to join us for Thanksgiving dinner." Abby laughed. "We'd love to. We were talking about it yesterday, and I felt bad that our place is such a mess and not anywhere near ready for entertaining. Maybe by next year." "Don't worry about it. We love to fill our house with lots of people, but only once or twice a year. Oh, and if your parents would like to come, they'd be welcome too." "Thank you. I haven't even talked to my parents yet about the holiday. How've you been?" "Good. It always surprises me how easy it is to fill the time I have. I thought being retired would be more leisurely. Word of wisdom for you. Don't start volunteering for things. Once people know you're available, they'll descend on you like a flock of vultures." Abby laughed. "Good to know. Maybe next year, once this place is more or less finished." She hesitated a moment. "Sarah, can we have lunch this week, maybe? I've got an idea I'd like to discuss with you, and right now I could use all the input I can get." "Is this something Ned knows about?" "Of course. It's not hush-hush, but he has a different perspective, as a man, and as a professional scientist. I'd like your perspective, as a longtime resident of the area. Oh, and as an intelligent, educated woman." "Sounds intriguing. Tomorrow?" "That works for me. Here or Concord?" "Let's do Concord, and maybe after lunch we can stop by the bookstore." "I can't remember the last time I actually finished reading a book. Sounds like heaven." Sarah agreed to pick her up the next morning. Ned stumbled into the kitchen just as Abby was hanging up. "Who was that?" he asked, reaching for the coffee carafe.
"Your mother. She just invited us to Thanksgiving dinner. And she and I are having lunch tomorrow."
Ned dropped into a chair. "Problem solved. After clearing out the basement, I realize I haven't been getting nearly enough physical exercise. I can feel every muscle complaining."
"Wimp. Wait until snow season starts and you have to shovel."
"I thought we were partners. Aren't you doing half of it?"
"Is there a snowblower?"
"Yes, if it still runs. In the past, I've shoveled a path from the back door to the car and a path from the car to the street, period. Poor machine hasn't had much of a workout."
"Let's make sure it's working before it snows. Breakfast pickings are pretty pathetic."
"Right, we never shopped. How about we go hit up Dunkin' Donuts and then head for the market after?"
"Brilliant idea. Don't forget we're doing a serious walkthrough of the house and putting together our project list today."
"I was hoping you'd forgotten. Is there a time frame for completing the tasks on the list?"
"Let's aim for a year. Some are weather sensitive, so they'll have to wait. Some we can hire people to do, like painting the outside. But we should put everything on the list."
"You're an ambitious woman, Abigail."
"No, just well organized. I like to plan. I thought scientists did that too."
"Only for experiments. We let the rest of our lives just stumble along."
"That explains a lot. So let's go."
2 hours later, they were fed and the refrigerator and pantry were restocked. Abby was seated at the dining room table with a fresh lined pad and a pen and was itching to begin the inventory of tasks that awaited them. Ned appeared somewhat less enthusiastic, and he pulled out a chair for himself. "Is this another one of your distractions?" he asked.
"From my big idea? Yes and no. I've been thinking about what needs doing here and what parts I can do on my own ever since I moved in, but not in any organized way. Mostly I wake up in the middle of the night and stew about it. I just want to set down all the parts. It will probably look less daunting when we see it in black and white, on paper, and I'll be able to focus my energies better. Where do you want to start?"
"This floor, I guess. That's what most people see. Upstairs is less urgent, and you've already taken care of Ellie's room."
"True. Let's do this."
They ambled around the ground floor, noting both structural and cosmetic concerns. Abby didn't pretend she could handle carpentry or wiring. They'd probably need professionals for anything involving those. But she was comfortable with painting, papering, making curtains, and also with choosing rugs or carpets, furniture and pictures. Oh, and lamps. She hated sitting in the dark. Unfortunately, electrical outlets in most of the rooms were rather sparse, so somebody professional would have to address that problem and check the wiring for the chandeliers while they were in the house. The whole walkthrough took less than an hour, and Abby emerged with 3 pages of notes. "Are we done yet?" Ned asked.
"For now. We can prioritize later. Do you need a nap after your exertions?"
"You're making fun of me," he grumbled.
"Just a little."
Abby grinned at him.
"You don't have to do it all yourself. We can afford to hire people for some of these things, right?"
"I guess."
He didn't sound happy. "Well, why don't you go do something fun, and I'll do a bit more online research."
He brightened up quickly. "You sure you don't mind?"
"Of course I don't. You go right ahead."
"I think I need some stuff from the hardware store," he said.
A man's favorite escape, Abby thought fondly. "Go." She gave him a small shove, and he disappeared quickly. Abby shook her head, more amused than dismayed. The man had bought a handsome historic house that was begging for a little TLC and then ignored it. The house deserved better, and she wanted to see that what needed doing did get done, and done right. In the spare time left over from this theoretical project she was planning. Reluctantly, she thought about her ex, Brad. Brad had been anything but handy with household repairs.
but he'd had very definite ideas about what he wanted, and most of them cost a lot of money. Okay, he was earning the money, but he had never asked her what she wanted. Was Ned's attitude better? He really didn't give much thought to his surroundings. Whether he would agree to what she decided she wanted remained to be seen. Okay, she'd told Ned that she was going to do more research, so she should do just that, with the hours of daylight that remained. The dining room where her computer was got dark and gloomy pretty quickly in the late afternoons at this time of year. She settled herself at the table, turned on the computer, and thought. What did she want to know? She and Ned had talked about creating a school for autistic students, but that idea kind of scared her. First, it would be large, relatively. Most likely there would have to be a critical mass of students to make a place work well, and that would require multiple staff members. Second, there must be a lot of regulatory hoops to jump through, and going through those would take time and work, and still might not be successful, and she had to admit she was impatient. Third, she wasn't sure she had the necessary skills to be involved in a meaningful way in setting this up. The idea was nice, but the execution would be difficult. No, she decided, the idea was not going to work. Maybe she should start smaller? Her thoughts drifted to Ellie and what they could do together on their Thursday this week. That was when the light bulb in her head went on. What about an after-school center? Smaller, simpler to operate. It might be a little odd to specialize in autistic kids, or at least include a number of them, but at least they would already have been tested and were used to being around other people. What were the requirements for daycare? She clicked on a link to the state regulations and breathed a sigh of relief. The criteria were simple and could be implemented quickly. Her previous experience working with small children would be a plus and would be recognized as long as she could provide documentation. The site didn't have to be large, and if Ned was contributing the startup funding, it would be smaller and less expensive than a school and quicker to set up. She'd call that a maybe. Would it serve the needs she had already identified? She wanted to understand how the mind of an autistic child worked, and how it was different from other children's. And more important, she wanted to know if she could reach them with her unusual gift, and if she learned anything, whether that could be applied to help them. For that, she needed contact with autistic children, maybe with a range of difficulties, on an ongoing basis. She needed to spend time with them, to get to know them, and to be able to touch them casually. A daycare setting would work. Abby started printing out the state regulations, including the section on differently abled children. It seemed only a short time later when she looked up and realized darkness had fallen outside. She heard Ned clomping down the stairs, and then he poked his head in. "What are we planning for dinner?" he asked. "I hadn't thought that far. I got caught up in something here. You feel like cooking, or you want me to do it?" "I'll give it a shot. I've been fantasizing about a seafood pizza recipe, and I think we have all the ingredients." "Sounds wonderful. I'll come cheer you on after I wrap up what I'm doing." "You know where to find me." Ned disappeared into the kitchen and began banging pans around. By 6 o'clock, they were sitting at the kitchen table admiring Ned's efforts. "Did we have puff pastry?" Abby asked. "Frozen. I think it got lost in the freezer." "And those are shrimp?" "Also from the freezer. I did add some fresh herbs and sliced veggies." "Are we just going to stare at it, or are we going to eat it?" "Dig in," Ned told her. Abby grabbed a slice and slid it onto a plate. After giving it a moment to cool, she picked it up and took a good-sized bite. Then another. She shut her eyes and chewed blissfully. After she swallowed, she said, "This is incredible. You are a genius. Did you write down the recipe?" "Not yet, but I will if you want it." "I want it. How come you know how to throw something like this together?" Ned smiled. Part of it is science, actually. If you know your ingredients and the flavors you're looking for, you can create a protocol. You know, what has to go in first, what should be cooked before adding it to the mix, what simply won't work. Plus, my mother taught me the basics.
Interesting. I'd never thought about applying scientific principles to cooking, but it makes sense. And I'll be sure to thank your mother when I see her.
They'd each finished 2 sizable slices when Abby sat back and said,
"Can I run something by you?"
"Is this about the Abby project?"
"Yes, kind of, and it's just preliminary. You know, we were talking earlier about creating a school. The more I looked into that, the more overwhelmed I felt. But what about an after-school program? One for what the state labels children with special needs."
"Specifically autistic children? Tell me more."
Abby outlined what she had learned in a few hours of research. Ned listened attentively without interrupting. When Abby finished, she said, "What do you think? Is it worth following up?"
"I see your point about trying to start a school. Lots more time and work and expense. But from what you've told me, the regulations for aftercare are much less restrictive, and your center can be smaller. How would you define the place and find students?"
"I haven't gotten that far, but surely there's a need. And if I stuck with school-age children who have already shown they can get along with others reasonably well, I think with an 8 or 2 I could handle maybe 10 children. Look, this is all very new to me, but I wanted to get some feedback before I get too invested in it."
"I like it, and I would recommend you dig into the research some more. Maybe talk to people who have done things like this. You don't want to butt heads with any person or group who's already established. Find out what the competition would be, and if they're already operating at capacity. And check what full-time schools around here deal with autism, what they offer and what they don't. Are you going to run this by my mother?"
"I plan to, not because she has any specific knowledge or expertise in this area, but because she's been part of the local community for a long time, and she knows the people and the resources around here."
"One last question. How would you handle the psychic component with the students?"
Abby looked at him squarely. "Ned, I have no idea, yet. But they're more than just test subjects, and if I can reach them through whatever this is, maybe I can help. Maybe I won't find any kids who connect, but even one could make a difference to my understanding of the problems they face."
"Fair enough. Let me know what I can do to help."
"Don't worry, I will." Chapter 5. Monday. Abby and Sarah had agreed to treat themselves to lunch at the Concord Inn, which pleased Abby because it was right down the street from the cemetery where she'd visited with more than one of her ancestors. Maybe she should pay them a call before she left town, and after she and Sarah had checked out what was new at the bookstore. Once they were settled at a quiet table and had ordered their meals, Sarah said, "So you said you had some big idea you wanted me to hear?" "Yes, but I have to back up a bit to explain. I've been working professionally ever since college, you know, and right now, with no job, I feel kind of useless. I don't want Ned to support me forever, and I want to do something that matters, whether or not I get paid." "I can understand that," Sarah said. "So what are you thinking?" "Well, 2 different things. I love the house, but it needs work. No, I don't plan to renovate the whole place myself, but I'd like Ned and I to agree on what should be done and in what order. Some parts we can handle, but others will take hiring people. I'm trying to keep the plans reasonable in terms of cost and time, but I'd like to know where we're going and what we can do ourselves if we ever find any free time." "Well, that sounds like a challenge. Ned's father and I had the same idea when we first moved into our house, but a colonial is much simpler than a Victorian, although we did have to wrestle with a few issues with plumbing and wiring, which of course were added after the house was built. But I will say that we enjoyed working together." "You said there was something else? You didn't invite me to lunch to talk about plumbing, I assume." Yes, you're right. I have the beginnings of an idea. It's not really fleshed out yet. I've been looking at a variety of things, but something that happened last week pushed me in a new direction. Abby outlined what Ellie had told her about the new boy in school. Wow, Sarah said. You think Ellie was right? That she actually made a connection with this boy? I feel like some character in Star Wars. The power is strong in this young one. I haven't pushed her too hard. Leslie would probably skin me alive if I did. But now that Ellie knows about it and is paying attention, I'd say she's probably right about Danny. But there are problems. Like? Oh, wait, I see. You can't just wander around the school grounds touching children because you'd probably get arrested. And what would you do if you did find a connection? That's what I'm trying to work out. I've only just begun the research into what services exist and how they're offered. Ned and I kicked around the idea of starting a school, but that seems too complicated and too big to handle as a startup, and I don't have the qualifications. So I started thinking about after-school programs for children with special needs. Limited time each day, but ongoing. I could get to know the kids and, yes, touch them now and then. Before you jump all over me, I know there's a full spectrum of autism, and all cases are not necessarily alike. But it's a starting point and a manageable size, and I have relevant experience. Am I making sense? It's an interesting idea, Sarah said slowly. What does Ned think? I've told him more or less what I've just told you. He wouldn't be directly involved day to day, but he'd subsidize the costs, maybe help out with financial aid. This does need to be a business, run professionally, to be credible and attract parents, and they would expect to pay, I assume, but I'd want it to be affordable to a range of people. And what do you hope to learn? Sarah said carefully. I mean, say you attract a core group of students. I assume you're looking mainly for school-age children, but you don't connect with any of them, or only one or two in varying degrees. You can't boot the rest out and find replacements just to suit yourself, and they're most likely going to be troubled kids in one way or another. Are you prepared to handle that? Those are good points, Sarah, but I think I can. I do miss teaching. I left it to please Brad, but I was never happy with what I was doing. I was kind of shifting sideways into dealing with children when I went to work for the museum and the kids program there, and I still like it. Starting my own program presents a unique opportunity. Sarah nodded once. Say you do make a connection with a child or two. What do you tell their parents? They're probably having a hard time already dealing with a child with challenges. You can't just say, oh, by the way, in addition to whatever psychological or behavioral issues your child faces, I think he or she may be psychic, too. They'd probably head straight for the door and call the authorities. You'd have to be very careful. I know, Sarah, Abby said quickly, and I know I haven't done enough research yet, but my main goal is to find a way to reach these children and see if there's something I can do to help them. The scientific community would laugh at you or label you a flake. It's not like I plan to publish scholarly papers, you know. How else are you going to get the word out? I don't know. I haven't gotten that far, but I've only just started thinking about this. Tell me honestly, is it worth investigating further? Sarah didn't answer immediately. Finally, she said, If it weren't for Ellie, I'd say you might be biting off more than you can handle. But this is personal in a way, and I know you're sincere. I'd say learn as much as you can and tread carefully. Talk to people who teach differently abled children and find out what they've observed. Talk to parents of those children, if you can find any, and see what they want and need. If you do go forward, find some sympathetic assistants and tell them what you're doing, if you trust them. And, by the way,
If you start this up, people, parents, will come to depend on you, so you can't just walk away once you've found out what you want. That's not fair, and it would discredit you." Finally, Abby smiled. "I knew I'd come to the right person. You're raising all the right points, asking the right questions. Some I've thought about, but not all. And this is still all new, but at least you've pointed me in the right direction. Thank you." Sarah smiled back. "That's what family is for. Are you going to tell your parents?" "Not until I've got a real plan," Abby said quickly. "I love them dearly, but I don't know if they can handle something like this, even if my mother does seem to share this ability." "Well, I'm flattered that you came to me. Are you up for dessert?" "Always." And by mutual consent, they talked of lighter things. "By the way," Abby said when their plates were clean, "can you recommend a local plumber? I could start Googling them, but there's no guarantee they're telling the truth if they made up the online ads. If you've worked with someone, it would help." "Why are you starting with plumbing?" "Because I understand it better than wiring, I guess. And I'd like to see how the house works behind the walls, if you know what I mean. You know, what's attached to what and where it all goes." Sarah nodded. "We worked with a local company, a small family business actually, and I think some of those guys are still running the show. I don't recall the name offhand, but I can call or leave you a message when I get back to the house." "Thanks, Sarah." Abby paid the check, and they made their way to the entrance, where they stood for a moment. "Do you mind if we go visit the family?" Abby asked. "I don't get to Concord all that often, but I like to touch base with them." "I'm game. You know they're my family, too. Are you trying to keep them all to yourself?" Abby laughed. "No, of course not. But I guess I do feel kind of proprietary, especially since I've gotten to know them much better over the past year." Sarah's mouth twitched. "You do know they're dead, right?" "Of course I do, but those of us who visit cemeteries, whether or not we have any family there, are honoring their lives, in a way, not their deaths. I think they appreciate it. Does that sound silly?" "Not at all. I've always been drawn to cemeteries, even before I knew about our, well, gift. But let's get moving, because it's getting colder." Side by side, they walked the short blocks to Sleepy Hollow Cemetery, and Abby led the way to the Reed family plot. They stood in front of the central stone for a moment, silent. There were no living humans in sight, even though the well-known Author's Ridge was right up the hill. "You know," Sarah said softly, "we probably have plenty of other links right here. Do you ever feel anything more general? I know the Reeds would be the strongest, but maybe the connection varies according to how close the link is. Do you feel anything else here?" "I've found a couple of collateral members, but it's always the lineal members who come through most strongly. And before you ask, no, I don't have conversations with them. I may talk to them when I'm alone, but I don't expect anyone to answer." "How different is it for you, seeing the dead from the past versus talking to someone, like me or Ellie or Ned, who's alive and standing right in front of you?" Sarah asked. "I get more details and a stronger signal, sort of, from the live ones. One thing I haven't figured out is whether there's a single charge when a person dies, but it fades over time, or it's drained just a bit each time someone makes contact, like with the Reed tombstones. I'm afraid to test that because I don't want to wear out the connection with any one of them." "I can understand that. Would you like to see more scientific research into this whole phenomenon?" "Yes and no. You know, there are a lot of people who resist new ideas, sometimes to the point of violence. Spiritualists and psychics have been around for a long time, but a lot of them are still regarded as fakes. Maybe I have the best possible situation. Ned can do as much research as there is these days, and he'll share it with me, but he doesn't need anyone else's approval or recognition." "That certainly is handy," Sarah agreed. She rubbed her arms briskly. "Are you ready for the bookstore yet? Because there are a couple of books I've been eager to find, and I feel guilty every time I use Amazon. I'd rather support a real store if I can." "But it's not always possible," Abby said regretfully. "Lead on." Abby arrived back at the Lexington house before Ned got home, and after she'd left her stack of new books on the dining room table, she prowled around the house, sizing up individual projects on her list. She'd done enough DIY projects to know that something that looked like a simple weekend project could blossom into something much more complicated when she started stripping off the wallpaper that apparently had been holding the plaster together for the last century. Or you ripped up the 1950s linoleum and found that all the nice wooden boards you were hoping for beneath were riddled with rot and termites. Nothing about home repair was ever simple, it seemed. But the fact that any house had survived more than a century of New England weather was a testimony to its architectural soundness. Besides, she wasn't afraid of hard work. Sarah had left a text message on her cell phone about the plumbers. Should she call now? Wait to talk about hiring these plumbers with Ned? Right now, she was looking for something that would keep her hands busy, while a portion of her brain chewed over this aftercare idea. She knew herself well enough to realize that any idea needed to ferment in her head, or at least in her subconscious, and she needed to give it time. So up front, she needed a small project that didn't involve anything structural and wouldn't create too much mess or chaos in the house. As she had told Sarah, she liked the idea of dealing with the plumbing. The Romans had it figured out a couple of 1,000 years ago, and she was pretty sure she could handle a basic discussion. She reviewed her list for plumbing projects. The kitchen was functional, and she hadn't run into any problems there. Yet, she amended. She was rather fond of the big upstairs bath with its deep tub. It could probably use an overhaul, but like the kitchen, it worked for now. The laundry area outside the kitchen was a newer addition, so she wasn't worried about that. That left the tiny powder room on the first floor. She pulled open the door and peered in. Obviously, the fixtures were not original, but the space was, based on what she could see of the woodwork. What had it been? Still, it fit her criteria. She could call in a plumber and ask his or her opinion about it. It was small enough that it could be overhauled relatively quickly. It wouldn't make too much of a mess, and they could live without it for a few days. The perfect test case. She copied the phone number from Sarah's text, took a deep breath, and made the call. "McGuire Plumbing," a gravelly male voice answered, clearly an older man. "Hi, this is Abby Kimball in Lexington. I've recently moved into a Victorian-era house, and I wondered if I could talk with someone about the state of the plumbing and what might need to be updated."
"Nothing broken right now?"
the man asked. "No, it's all working. I'm just trying to plan ahead."
"Tomorrow morning okay with you?"
Sure. What time?"
"Say 10?
"Sounds good."
"What's the address?"
Abby gave him the details and was surprised when he said,
"Nice place. I think my dad said he'd worked on it years ago. See you in the morning, then."
"Fine." When she'd shut off her phone, she wasn't sure how she felt. It was progress. She'd taken a positive step. She'd gotten a recommendation, and she'd acted on it. But the guy seemed kind of gruff, and she hoped he wasn't going to treat her like a stupid woman. Well, if he did, she'd cross him off her list fast enough and move on to someone else. This was just a start. She headed for the kitchen and started inventorying the fridge, thinking about dinner. Chapter 6. Tuesday. Over breakfast, Abby mentioned casually to Ned that a plumber was coming that day.
"Is something wrong?"
he asked, without great concern. No, this is the first step in working on our master list. Or should I say mistress list. I decided you'd be the better person to deal with wiring, so I claimed plumbing. Does that work for you?
Sure. Not that I plan to do any of my own wiring, but I can stand there watching and looking intelligent and making brilliant comments like, "Does that doohickey connect with the thingamabob?"
Relieved that he didn't seem troubled by her decision, and after chastising herself for making outdated sexist assumptions, she countered, "Gosh, and here I thought wiring was all about connecting the male and female parts."
"Ha," Ned said. "So, when is this person coming? Or should I ask first, who is this person and how did you find him?"
"I asked your mother for a recommendation when we had lunch yesterday. Family business, local, and she's worked with them in the past, although they may have moved on to the next generation by now. The guy I talked to sounded older. He's coming by this morning."
"What do you want him to do?"
"Give everything a once-over and tell me where we might have problems and or need to do something. Then I thought, why don't we start with the powder room?"
"Why that?"
"It's small, it wouldn't take long, and it definitely needs work."
"I agree. I can't recall the last time I used it. I simply don't fit in the space. Do we want to keep it?"
"Depends. It's most likely not original to the house, but it's useful to have the basic necessities downstairs rather than running up and down. I'll see if the guy has any good ideas. Maybe there's a way to shoehorn it in next to the washer and dryer."
"Just don't knock down any walls until we've talked about it, okay?"
"Of course, my lord and master. I wouldn't dream of making such an important decision without consulting you." She batted her eyelashes. Ned grinned at her.
"You are kidding, I hope."
"You think?" Abby grinned back. "And I'll even make sure we keep at least one toilet working, unless you're eager to dig an outhouse in the yard."
"Not likely."
Ned stood up.
"I've got to head to work. You can give me the full report over dinner, which I'm cooking, right?"
"Yep." Abby intercepted him on his way to the door and planted a kiss on him, one which, as usual, lasted longer than either of them had planned. Would this electricity between them ever fade? Did she want it to? Not yet. "I'll make sure the water stays on. Have a good day, dear," she said sweetly. Ned snorted as he walked out the door. Abby went back to the kitchen to wash the few dishes and wait for the plumber. The plumber arrived 5 minutes early. As Abby had guessed, he looked to be at least 60, fairly chunky through the middle and grizzled on top. He also looked very no-nonsense.
"You, Miss Kimball?"
"I am. Come on in." She held the door as he entered. He wasn't carrying any tools, but he did have a pocket-sized notepad in his hand. "You're Mr. McGuire?"
"Call me Jack. How'd you find me?"
"I asked." Abby struggled with how to define Sarah because calling her the mother of my sort of partner sounded ridiculous. "A friend of mine, for recommendations. She said she'd worked with you in the past. Sarah Newhall, outside of Concord."
"Oh, yeah. Colonial. Well-maintained. Needed some upgrades. It must have been 5-10 years ago. So I guess everything's still working if she recommended us. My grandfather started the business, and my son Bill's working with me now. What are you looking for here?"
"You want some coffee? Or maybe I should ask, do you have a few minutes to talk? I'd like to outline what I'm thinking, and you can tell me what's possible and what's ridiculous." He smiled for the first time.
"Coffee sounds great. I don't have anything scheduled until after lunch. Most people don't jump into big house projects just before the holidays. Don't tell me you want the whole place done over by Christmas."
"No, nothing like that. I just want your opinion about what really needs doing, what can wait, and maybe a few ideas about moving some things around. No schedule yet. You tell me what's practical." He followed her into the kitchen where she poured a mug of coffee and stuck it in the microwave for a minute. When she handed it to him, he was studying the kitchen with a critical eye. "Milk? Sugar?" she asked.
Nah, black's fine. I was right. I thought I'd been here before. Who'd you buy it from?"
"Actually, I don't know. My, partner bought it about 10 years ago, but we've never really talked about the house's history."
"Huh. That would have been when my dad was still running the shop. I can look up the records when I get back to the office. You don't get freaked out by the cemetery behind?"
"No, I like cemeteries."
"Quiet neighbors, eh? So, what are you thinking?"
Jack drank his coffee and listened while Abby outlined her ideas. When she finished, she said, "So, what do you think?"
"I'll tell you up front, I'm happy you don't want granite and marble and lots of shiny metal. You want to maintain the fixtures pretty much the way they've always been, but you want the invisible working parts to keep working. That about right?"
"Yes, exactly. I've got some questions about the laundry area and the little bathroom under the stairs, but they're both later additions. I have no idea if they were done right, and neither one is very easy to use. If you've got any ideas, I'd love to hear them. Where do you want to start?"
"Basement first. If that's not done right, you're going to have problems. Got a flashlight?"
"On the basement stairs." Abby led the way to the basement, but let him go first down the rickety and no doubt original stairs. He grabbed up the heavy-duty flashlight along the way. Jack paused at the bottom, pointing the light around and muttering to himself.
"Mostly copper. Looks pretty good. New stuff looks like crap, though."
He turned to Abby and said in a louder voice,
"Your WC and laundry are toward the back there, right? See the PVC? Shoddy job. Maybe the owners did it themselves, on the cheap. Nowadays, you've got to have everything officially inspected, and this wouldn't pass now."
"So if you did anything, you'd have to tear that stuff out anyway, because there'd be an inspector coming?"
"Right. The copper stuff looks okay, but I'll have to check upstairs, see if anybody messed with it. Let's go look at what's going on with the ground floor."
He turned and marched back up the stairs, and Abby had no choice but to follow him.
"Laundry's behind the kitchen?"
"Yes." He would have seen the piping, so he already knew where he was going. He reached the laundry closet, for that was about the size it was, and muttered again.
"No pan, sloppy. No problem with the washer draining?" he asked Abby.
"Not that I've noticed."
"Show me the WC then."
Abby had to direct him to that. It was a mingy little room, with barely room for an ordinary person to stand up inside. Now that she looked at it critically, she could tell the wallpaper dated probably from the 1950s or 1960s, and was peeling in a few places. Definitely not a professional job. There were linoleum tiles on the floor, some of them curling up at the corners. "Does this room have a damp problem?" Abby asked Jack.
"Maybe. Not a leak, but not any ventilation either. Leave the door open when you can."
"It's not part of the original plan, is it?"
"Nah."
Jack sounded disgusted. "Was there always a space here? And what could it have been?"
"I'd have to take some things apart before I could say for sure. Storage, maybe. You know, boots and umbrellas, that kind of thing. You want to find out?"
"Actually, yes, if you can stop short of tearing the whole thing apart."
"I can poke around a bit, but I'd recommend redoing the pipes, no matter what you decide."
Abby thought for a moment. "Oh, heck, we don't use it much anyway. Take it all out. We'll manage."
"You sure?"
When Abby nodded, Jack said,
"I'll go down, cut off the water. The rest of your fixtures will be okay, 'cause they're on different lines."
Abby hoped fervently that the man knew what he was doing. "Let's do it." Abby backed out of the tiny room to let Jack pass. He had to go out to his truck to get his tools, but when he returned, Abby listened as he clumped down the cellar stairs. Noises she couldn't identify came next, and then the WC rattled in place. 5 minutes later, he returned.
Let me get the toilet out. That'll take a wrench. You want to save it?
Reuse it? Not really.
Okay, then. It goes out. I'll take it with me. Maybe somebody else can use it.
Fine. Abby backed away because there was no way Jack could crouch in the space and detach the toilet if she was in the space. It didn't take him long.
Sink's next, he said. Cheap prefab cabinet. You want that to go, too?
Yes. Abby was beginning to feel powerful. She was making things happen, tossing things out, knowing that she could make the space better. She leaned against the wall opposite the powder room door in the hallway, waiting. Jack hauled out the cabinet and deposited it on a tarp he'd laid down to protect the floor.
Won't take but a minute to peel off the paper and the tiles, see what's under 'em.
He was doing that even as he explained to her. He pitched out the floor tiles one by one.
Yeah, like I thought. Floor's original, the wood parts, but they had to cut a hole through for the toilet drain. The pipes for the sink went through the wall behind instead of the floor. The stuff behind is just cheap sheetrock. Mind if that goes?
Nope, Abby said, not moving. More tearing and the screech of nails ensued, and Jack passed chunks of wall out to her. Abby laid them on the tarp as well.
Geez, these guys were sloppy, Jack commented. Left a wrench in the wall.
She could see him lean forward to retrieve it, and then suddenly he went still for a moment.
Holy crap,
he exclaimed, and Abby heard the metallic clunk as the tool fell to the floor. Jack backed out of the space, shaking his hand. You run into a wire? Abby asked anxiously.
Don't see one. The only ones to this space run through the ceiling. But I sure as hell felt something when I grabbed that wrench. Let me look at it again.
He reached for it where he'd dropped it, but he all but tossed it away immediately.
Damn,
he said softly, looking down at it. Abby looked at where it had been lying on the tarp. Nope, no wires in sight. So what was the problem? Jack was still staring at it.
I'll be damned. That was my grandfather's. He always marked his tools. But this mess sure as hell wasn't his work. What's it doing here?
Somebody playing a joke on him? Abby suggested. Hiding his stuff? She reached out to touch the wrench, but Jack grabbed her arm.
There's something funny about it. I'd stay away from it for now.
She turned to face Jack. What had him so spooked? And then she had a disturbing thought. Could he? No, not possible. Not a random guy who just happened to be in this house. Maybe it was just static electricity? We get a lot of that in the house, especially when the heat's on. If I'm right, it won't give me a jolt. Before he could stop her, she bent and picked it up. Yes, just an ordinary wrench. She held it out toward the man standing in front of her, who looked at it as if it was a snake. Take it. Jack reached out tentatively and touched it with one finger and pulled back his hand quickly.
How'd you do that?
How on earth could she explain to this stranger? I didn't do anything. Are you feeling all right? Maybe you're coming down with the flu or something. That can make people feel peculiar.
It wasn't the flu, but maybe I'm coming down with something else. I think I'll go home now. I wouldn't want you to catch whatever this is.
Too bad I've already got it. That's probably a good idea. Look, when you want to talk about what we can do about our plumbing, just give me a call. I'm usually around. No rush.
Yeah, right. Maybe tomorrow.
Do you want to take your grandfather's wrench with you?
No, not right now. Maybe later. Nice meeting you.
He all but ran toward the front door. Abby followed more slowly and shut the door behind him. That encounter certainly hadn't turned out the way she had expected, and she wondered if she'd ever see Jack McGuire again. and if he did return, how she could explain what had happened. She hoped his grandfather hadn't left any more tools behind. Chapter 7. Tuesday. Abby's experience with Jack McGuire had left her unsettled. Sure, it had taken her some time to get used to strange and unexpected experiences, and a charged wrench would qualify, but she had given little thought to how it would affect someone who was totally unprepared for it. What had actually happened? What did she know? She was going to guess that Jack's grandfather had done some work on this house and had left the wrench behind, either by accident or because someone had stolen it from him and hidden it. But what would have charged that wrench? Was there some crime or tragedy involved? Or had the grandfather simply had a lot of power? But if that was the case, why hadn't Jack ever run into it before? Was the grandfather still alive? Unlikely, given when he had arrived in Massachusetts. That was a question she could probably answer for herself with a little exploration online, and she was quickly proved right. James McGuire had died not long after Jack was born, following an unfortunate accident at a renovation project he had been working on. The details of the project were not given, and Abby hoped that it wasn't this house, although she couldn't think of any project in this mid-sized Victorian that could have proved fatal unless the poor man had flung himself off the roof. Then there was the question of the shoddy work that Jack had pointed out. It would be awkward to ask whether that was his grandfather's work. She would prefer to think that the homeowners, whoever they were, had hurried through the job after James had died. On another project, please. But still, the wrench had been left, actually hidden, in the house, and the wrench seemed to be the catalyst. The obituary in the local paper gave no additional details about James's death. The list of survived by relatives was not long: James's wife, his son John, and 3 grandsons. What was she supposed to do? She'd complained to Ned that she couldn't find enough people who shared this sensitivity, yet here, when she was unexpectedly confronted by one, she had no clue how to proceed. Jack had clearly been scared, but she couldn't just sit him down and explain that somehow the wrench he had found was conveying a message from his long-dead grandfather, except she had no idea what the message was. Even if she could coax Jack back into the house, the moment she started talking about communicating with the dead, he'd be out the door. And heaven only knew what he'd tell his other clients about the crazy lady in Lexington. She would definitely prefer to avoid that. She was still poking around online, not sure what she was looking for, when Ned came in. "I was thinking pork chops for dinner," he informed her, "if that's all right with you." Abby had to pull her thoughts back to the present before she could answer. "Pork chops? Sure, fine." Ned came further into the room. "Abby, why haven't you turned the lights on?" She looked around her and realized the room was dark. "I was looking some things up and I guess I lost track of time. Need any help in the kitchen?" "Why don't you come sit and keep me company? Would you like a glass of wine?" Abby stood up and stretched. "That sounds good. I think I forgot to eat lunch." Ned came closer and laid his hands on her shoulders. "What's wrong?" "With me, not much. But I had a kind of unexpected experience with the plumber today." "Then come tell me about it." He led her into the kitchen and poured 2 glasses of wine, handing her one. What was unusual about it? Abby debated with herself whether to tell the story in order, leading up to the big reveal, or to cut to the chase and start with the finding of the wrench and Jack's reaction to it. She took a sip of wine and decided on a middle course. The plumber, Jack McGuire, arrived a few minutes early. I explained what I was thinking about, and then we walked through the house, starting with the basement. He was thorough and practical. He said the later plumbing, to the loo and the laundry, was badly done, so I told him to go ahead and take out the fixtures in the powder room, and then we kind of got into it, and he stripped off the plaster and sheetrock and the floor tiles. And then he found an old wrench inside the wall, like it got left behind. He thought he recognized it as belonging to his grandfather, but when he picked it up, he dropped it like a hot potato, and it scared him.
"And your conclusion was?"
Ned asked carefully. That he felt some kind of link with his grandfather. I held the thing and I didn't get anything from it, but when I handed it to him again, he could barely touch it.
"What did he do then?"
Got out of the house as fast as possible. The whole thing really upset him.
"So of course you started looking up who his grandfather was."
Exactly, only the local papers didn't have much to say about an elderly plumber. Yes, his grandfather died quite a few years ago. His son, and then Jack and his son, took over the business.
"And you can't invite Jack back for tea and ask him if he's had any messages from beyond the grave? Or if his grandfather has any reason to want to communicate with him?"
Not exactly. Ned, the man was scared. Maybe that means it's happened to him before, or maybe it was unexpected and it startled him. But he definitely felt something. He went pale and his hands were shaking. So what do I do now?
"For a plumber?"
No, you idiot. I'm pretty sure there are more plumbers around than people who can feel the presence of the dead. I felt badly for the man, but I have to wonder if trying to explain to him what happened would only make things worse.
"Only if what you think happened did happen. Maybe he had a small stroke, or he's got epilepsy or something. Some simple physiological cause that he might or might not have known about. Maybe he left his medication at home and had to get to it in a hurry."
Ned, I know there are plenty of possible explanations. Maybe there was a spider that bit him that neither of us saw. Maybe he stabbed his finger on a nail. But he sure left in a hurry. Ned set about searching for ingredients for dinner in the fridge and cupboards.
"Noodles? Potatoes?"
"You're cooking. You figure it out. By the way, please don't tell me something I made is wonderful when even I know it isn't, even though I know you mean it in a good way. If you don't tell me, I can't fix it."
"Got it. Noodles, then, with mushrooms and sour cream. So you never talked much about plumbing?"
Only that the newer stuff would have to come out if we wanted to pass inspection on anything we put in. We didn't get down to the interesting stuff, like whether we could relocate the loo.
"You have a plan for the space it currently occupies?"
Ned asked, pouring oil into a sauté pan. Not really. Mostly I'm curious. Jack and I agreed that there had always been something there based on the structure behind the modern stuff, but we didn't talk about what it was for. What would you do with a hidey hole like that?
"Use it for storage, I guess. Or maybe put in a wine closet. No hidden treasures in there."
Apart from the wrench, I didn't get a chance to look, and Jack flew out so fast that he didn't manage to take the old fixtures with him, so you and I have some cleanup to do. Hey, did you ever do a title search on this property?
"I think I saw one go by among all the purchase documents, but I wasn't really interested at that point. I can dig it out of the files if you want."
I'd like to know who came before us. I'm pretty sure they weren't related to us, but maybe there's some link to Jack. Or heck, maybe it was a bordello, or the owners made illegal whiskey in the basement during Prohibition. You never know what you're going to find when you start digging. Ned sprinkled the chops with salt and pepper and slid them into the now-hot oil, then turned to slicing mushrooms.
"Be careful what you wish for," he tossed back over his shoulder.
I like to keep an open mind. Ned, how many of people with this ability do you think there are? Not absolute numbers, but maybe what percentage of the population? I know we've talked about children having greater sensitivity and openness to it, but what about adults? If it's buried in them somewhere, can it be released if they've been stifling it all their lives? Or is it all or nothing? You and I know we share a familial connection, but can it occur spontaneously, or are there family lines with it when most don't have it? Ned turned to the chops, and at the scent of frying meat, Abby realized how hungry she was.
I wish I had an answer for you, but as we've said before, we've got such a small sample that it's all but impossible to say. Let me suggest this. If you can get Jack back here and explore a bit further without scaring him off, do it. He seems to be entirely new to this, or he's putting on a good act. But why here? Why now? Does anyone else in his family share this? It may be impossible. He's too old or too scared to want to look at it. And that's his right. He doesn't owe us anything.
Do you think we'll ever find answers? For our own lines, I mean? Abby said, almost to herself.
I don't know. On the one hand, we found hints of this going back centuries, but after all that time, people are still reluctant to accept this kind of ability. It's kind of presumptuous of us to think we can walk in now and solve the puzzle, but I'm happy to try, if only to satisfy my own curiosity.
And so am I. Anyway, I guess I'll give Jack a day to cool off, because your mother did recommend him, and he seems like a solid guy. And I'll finish the cleanup of the late powder room and see what it's like when it's empty. I kind of like your idea of wine storage. If you think whatever vintages you choose won't mind us tramping on the stairs overhead all the time.
I think my choices will survive, but I can't guarantee I'll get enough wine to fill the space.
Well, maybe I can use what's left to store the cookware I don't use much, or maybe the good china that only comes out for holidays. But we still haven't figured out if we can sneak a second small bath in somewhere else. It does come in handy now and then.
Agreed. Let's wait for whatever plumber we end up with to add his 2 cents before we decide, and we can keep thinking about it for now.
Fine, but don't forget to give me those records for the house. I think it's possible to look up property transfers online, and there must be old city directories for the town, so it shouldn't be hard to figure out who lived here in the past. But I kind of doubt it was anyone in the McGuire family. Sorry, does that make me sound like a snob?
No, just a realist. You're not being judgmental.
I'm glad you feel that way. Maybe now we can say that this ability doesn't discriminate on the basis of class.
File that idea away, will you? We can look into it 5 or 10 years down the line.
Right. Abby went back to trying mentally to reconfigure the laundry area with little luck. Funny how such a large house had allotted so little space to a basic function. The kitchen was fine, but laundry? What had people used when the house was built? And which people? Ned, was there a maid's room or any kind of servant's quarters here?
You know, I've never really thought about it. You might look in the attic. I think we've accounted for the bedrooms. Or you could look at censuses. They would list anyone living in the house at the time.
Good point. Maybe tomorrow. Do you think we all leave something of ourselves behind in a place without knowing?
Could be, but not everyone can sense the residue, if you will. It's unlikely that it's deliberate. It's kind of a byproduct, a genetic "I was here" marker, rather than a message.
Which still brings me back to what happened with Jack. If his grandfather wasn't leaving a message for him, since Jack hadn't even been born at that time, what was Jack's reaction all about? I still want to find out what happened.
Go right ahead, though I hope there aren't any bodies buried in the backyard. Well, none that weren't supposed to be there, like in the cemetery.
I second that, Abby said firmly. Is dinner ready?
2 minutes.
Chapter 8. Wednesday. Why was it that every time she'd managed to focus on one thing with this psychic stuff, another popped up out of nowhere? Abby grumbled to herself as she dragged the old fixtures from the powder room out onto the back porch. I didn't ask for any of it. To be fair, it had brought her and Ned together, but it had been a bumpy ride so far, and she still had a lot of unanswered questions and seemed to keep adding more. She went back down the hall to collect the torn pieces of sheetrock and the scuffed and grubby floor tiles in a large plastic bag, and she planned to toss them into the trash or the recycling container after she'd figured out which pieces were acceptable. When the ridiculously small room, it couldn't be more than 5 feet by 3 feet, had been cleared of debris, she stopped and looked at it critically. The sheetrock had been applied directly over the old plaster, which was in sorry shape after all the digging of holes for the plumbing and the hammering of nails. It was probably beyond salvage now, or not worth the time to patch and smooth it all. She searched for evidence of earlier use. Was there a shadow of some long-gone shelves? A random coat hook? Nothing leapt out at her. She vacuumed out the intersection where the walls met the floor. There were plain baseboards still in place, but there had been space behind them to hide that wrench. If Jack's grandfather hadn't done the plumbing, how could he have left his wrench in the space? Or maybe it had been his last job before retiring, having clearly lost his skills. But why then would Jack have been so upset to find it there? After Ned had left earlier, she'd done a quick online search of property transactions, and she had found a record of a deed for the property in the late 1890s, when the Foster family had sold it to the Baxters. She logged into a genealogy program and checked the censuses for 1900 and the next few decades, and found, as Ned had guessed, that there was a servant living in the house in 1930, and her name was Mary McGuire. Interesting. Odds were good that there was a connection with Jack's family. If Mary McGuire had been 19 in 1930, as the census showed, she would have been born in 1911, which would make her the right age to belong to Jack's father's generation. But that still didn't explain Jack's reaction. She was startled by a knocking at the front door. She wasn't paranoid about opening the door to people she didn't know, since the neighborhood seemed safe enough to her, but she should pay attention. Too bad this sensing ability of hers didn't seem to identify danger, only people who were long gone. She walked down the hallway to the front door and peered through the frosted, original, glass panels and saw a pleasant-looking young man. She hoped he wasn't selling anything, but she opened the door anyway. "Can I help you?"
"You're Abigail Kimball? I'm Bill McGuire. You met with my father, Jack, yesterday."
"Yes, I did. Then he left in a hurry. Is he all right?"
"Yes, more or less, but he wanted me to explain what happened. Do you mind if I come in?"
"Do you have any ID?" The man smiled.
"Will the company truck be enough?"
He nodded over his shoulder at the van parked at the curb. "I guess that will do." Abby smiled back. "Why don't we sit in the kitchen? You want some coffee? It's already made."
"Sure, that would be great."
He followed her down the hall to the kitchen in the back. When they were seated with coffee, Abby said, "Did your father have some sort of medical problem yesterday? He looked very upset. Did he tell you?" Bill stared into his coffee.
"This may be kind of hard to explain. No, he doesn't have any kind of heart condition or anything like that, but the McGuire side of the family has always been different."
"In what way?" Abby prompted.
His father's people were Irish, and maybe you've heard that the Irish are big into kind of supernatural stuff, like premonitions, or hearing banshees when somebody's about to die, that kind of thing.
Abby suppressed a smile. "Yes, I've heard of that. What does this mean for your family?"
"Let me say up front that the family's kind of split on that stuff. Some people say it's a load of crap, excuse my language, but others take it seriously. My great-grandfather, he's the one who started the company, and he passed it on to Dad, and now Dad is working with me. Anyway, Great-Grandpa really believed, so much so that some people thought he was crazy. Dad's father, not so much. But I think Dad's got the same bug, too. Seeing things that aren't there, knowing something that it wouldn't be possible to know, that kind of thing.
So what did he see yesterday? Abby asked.
He didn't want to talk about it, but he said something about his grandfather's wrench, something that scared him. Were you there then?
I was. He said when he touched it, it felt like an electric shock, and he dropped it fast.
But there was no wiring nearby, and when I picked it up, I didn't feel anything wrong. Not that I'm doubting that he did.
Is it still here?
Sure, Abby said. I figured somebody would come back for it. Do you want it now?
I guess I want to touch it, see if Dad really is crazy.
Wait, back up. Do you think you've inherited this, whatever it is, from your father's family?
Maybe. I don't know. Sometimes I see things or feel things that I shouldn't be able to, Mostly I try to ignore them.
Oh, yes, I know, Abby said to herself. But right now is not the time to talk about it. She cleared her throat. Look, I'm not much into organized religion, and I'm not going to tell you you've gone mad or you're possessed by the devil. I try to keep an open mind. If you say you and others in your family see things or hear things or feel things, I believe you. I mean, I hope you all haven't inherited some kind of brain tumor that causes hallucinations. But you say that you believe that something else is going on. Bill didn't look particularly happy.
Yeah, but we've never put a name to it or looked into it scientifically or anything like that. I do know that Dad was seriously rattled yesterday, and I know that Great-Grandpa spent a lot of his later years drinking too much. The family thought that it was to shut out the voices. I thought he'd made up that description. It never occurred to me that he was actually hearing something.
Wait here, Abby said. She stood up and went out into the hallway where she'd left the wrench on a table. She picked it up, still no buzz that she could feel, and brought it back to the kitchen, laying it in the center of the table. That's it.
Oh.
Bill looked at it as if it was going to bite like a snake.
Looks normal. That dab of paint on the end. That's the way Great-Grandpa and then Grandpa marked all their stuff so it wouldn't get mixed up with anyone else's. Don't recall that I've ever seen this one, but then most wrenches look pretty much alike, don't they?
I wouldn't really know. I don't use tools much, Abby said. Are you going to touch it?
I guess,
Bill said reluctantly and reached out a tentative hand, laying it on the wrench handle. Anything? Abby asked after half a minute. Bill shook his head.
Feels kinda warm, maybe, but nothing scary. It's just a wrench.
There was one more thing Abby wanted to try, though it meant that Bill might leave and never come back, but she had to know. She reached out one hand and laid it over his, which rested on the wrench. The blood drained from his face as he looked up at her across the table.
What the?
Abby had felt enough and withdrew her hand. Sorry I didn't ask first, but I needed to know something. You felt something, and I'm going to guess it's the same thing your father felt yesterday, only maybe not as strong. But before you head for the door, let me say something. You're not crazy, and I'm not a witch. Some people appear to have the ability to sense or feel some kind of energy from people who are no longer living, but who may have left some residue or charge behind, in objects like that wrench. Is there a story behind that wrench? Bill nodded without speaking, his gaze never leaving Abby's face. Look, I know you're going to need to process this and to talk with your father, but I'd be really grateful if you'd come back and talk to me, the two of you together. If you don't come back, I'll understand. If you do, but you tell me I'm crazy, I'll accept that. Not that I'd agree with you. But if you're interested in learning about this thing that's been running through your family for at least 3 generations, that's a conversation I'd love to have with you. The color was beginning to creep back into Bill's face, and he managed a half smile.
You still need plumbing done?
Yes, I do. Bill pulled out his cell phone, punched some keys, and apparently pulled up a calendar.
You free tomorrow morning? Say 9?
I can be.
Let me talk to Dad, and maybe we can swing by then and talk.
He stood up quickly.
This sure has been an interesting meeting, Ms. Kimball.
For me too, Bill. And I'm Abby. Let me show you out. Abby was careful not to touch him as they walked toward the front door. She watched as he went out and climbed into the van in front. Then she locked the door behind him. It was only when she got back to the kitchen that she realized he had left the wrench behind on the table. Deliberately? She wasn't sure. She cautiously laid a hand on it. Nothing. Whatever was going on with it, it seemed to be specific to the McGuire family. Now the question was there some event generations back that had left its mark on this prosaic tool, which had been stashed behind a wall? She was beginning to think that was no accident. Someone had hidden it. Why? Was there some important event back then that had started all this, and then been picked up by the Fay McGuires? Unless it was a murder, Abby doubted that it would have made the news. That left the family. What did they know? Was the Mary McGuire from the census a member of that family? And had something happened to her? If so, who had she told, and what? And what was she supposed to do with this information? Talk with Ned, for a start. Without warning, she had introduced class and ethnicity into their already messy theories. Of course, she could be completely wrong, and there was nothing here except some drunken retellings passed down through the family about some event that might have happened before most of the tale-tellers were born. Well, Abby, if this was easy, people would have figured it out a long time ago. Now it was time to go make dinner and figure out what the next step would be. She decided to distract herself with a complicated recipe and was whisking a sauce in a sauté pan while keeping an eye on a different pan that threatened to boil over when Ned walked in.
Need a third hand? He asked.
Hey, if Julia Child could do it, I can. Dinner in 30.
Days or hours?
Minutes, idiot. You going to watch and make snide comments?
I'll pass. I'm going to change clothes.
When he returned 15 minutes later, Abby had managed to subdue the food rebellion and was collecting plates and cutlery. Ned sat down at the table, at a safe distance, to watch.
Are we celebrating something?
Not exactly. Mostly I'm working out my frustrations.
Do I dare ask, what frustrations?
Wait till the food's on the table and I'll explain.
I think I'll pour us some wine,
Ned said thoughtfully. You do that. Food on the table, wine glass in hand, Abby began to feel calmer. When Ned quirked an eyebrow, she said, It's about the plumber.
The one you talked to yesterday, who had an issue with the wrench, which I notice is still sitting on the table here.
Yes, it is, and for all I know it's cursed. Jack, the dad, sent his son Bill over to apologize or try to explain or something. We had an interesting talk. It seems like whatever this thing is, it runs in the family. Great-grandpa, who founded the company, used to hear voices, or so he said. He was born in Ireland. Jack, his grandson, grew up hearing about great-grandpa's stories. Bill, Jack's son, doesn't think either one of them was exactly crazy, but he doesn't know what to believe. By the way, he touched the wrench and nothing happened, but when I put my hand on his, he got it.
So now you're a spare battery for psychic powers?
Don't laugh at me, Abby said. I just wanted to see what happened. It worked, but I think I scared Bill. He cleared out fast, leaving the wrench behind. I don't know if he or his father will ever come back. but if you want me to take a wild guess, I think it's possible that something happened to Mary McGuire when she was working here in this house, and it may have involved violence as well as the wrench, or else that charge, or whatever it is, wouldn't have lingered this long. Ned looked confused.
Wait, Mary McGuire worked in this house?
That's what the 1930 census said, and given the circumstances, I'm willing to guess she was a relative. Maybe great-grandpa's sister or daughter.
So you looked up who lived here?
Of course I did. It was your idea, remember?
So it was. I just figured that if you and I weren't picking up anything here, it didn't matter. It never occurred to me that a stranger would make a connection. What are you going to do now?
See if there's any more online information. I don't feel right asking Bill or Jack unless they volunteer. Look, let's eat while this is still hot, okay?
A good idea. And then I'll need to digest, pun intended, what you've told me, as well as dinner.
Chapter 9. Thursday. Abby and Ned, by unspoken agreement, hadn't discussed the McGuire situation any further the evening before. In a way, Abby was impatient. She wanted answers to what was going on, that thing that most people couldn't see or feel. All she was getting was more questions. She knew that their research, if it could be called that, was still in its early stages. They were feeling their way along, trying to figure out what path to take, what information to seek out and collect. Oddly enough, now that she was attuned to it, Abby was finding more and more examples, purely by accident. But it was hard to make them fit together, at least so far. When it was only Ned and her, and Ned's mother and her own mother to varying degrees, and of course Ellie, the whole thing had made a certain kind of sense. At least there had been a genetic link that could be traced. But since then she'd added Christine Pearson, who was not related at all. They'd met by accident at a psychic fair raising funds for a local charity where Christine was a palm reader, and where Abby was simply trying out a variety of self-identified psychics to see what she could learn. When Christine had touched her hand, she'd dropped it as though it had bitten her, and Abby had identified that as a connection. Christine, a hospice nurse, had never taken her gift seriously, and had signed up as a volunteer at the fair only to help the charity. Learning that it could be real had been a shock. They had begun talking about it, on and off, and had become tentative friends. They'd yet to discover any family connection between them. And now Abby had added the extended McGuire family to her short list. Maybe. Okay, it was a very small pool from which to draw any conclusions, but if she'd learned anything about scientific research from Ned, it was that she needed to focus on one particular idea, not bounce from one to another. She was sitting at the kitchen table finishing her coffee when she heard knocking at the front door again. She headed down the hall to find both Jack and Bill McGuire waiting on the other side of the door, looking kind of sheepish. Well, at least she hadn't driven them off. Or they really, really needed the plumbing job. She pulled the door open.
"Come on in, guys. I'm glad you came back."
Jack and Bill exchanged a glance. Jack spoke first.
"We talked about this thing last night, and we figured we really ought to figure it out once and for all. We've been ignoring it or making excuses for years, and I think we need to look at it from a different direction. If you're willing, that is."
"Of course. I was afraid I'd scared you off for good. Coffee?"
"Please,"
Jack said, and he and Bill followed her to the kitchen. Once they were settled around the table, Abby said, "I'm really not sure where to start, and I'm afraid you'll decide I'm crazy, but let me explain how I think we ended up here, now." When neither man disagreed, Abby launched into the story about how she had met Ned, and how they had discovered their shared ability, and how they wanted to make sense of it and were looking for other people purely for their own enlightenment. She left out Ellie, although she did mention that they thought there was a hereditary link for this thing, and the McGuires were a good example of that. When she finally wrapped up her account, half an hour later, she said, "Does all that make sense to you?" Jack took the lead.
"It does, looking at it from your side. The girls don't seem to have it, at least in the last generations of the McGuires, but the men seem to be passing it along like you said. Bill's told you a bit about my grandfather, but mostly we laughed off what he said. He was old, he drank too much, or he was losing his marbles. He was never a mean drunk, didn't get angry when people laughed. Looking back, I think after a time he just stopped talking about the feelings, or whatever he saw. He'd go off into his own head. He's gone now."
Jack took a swallow of coffee before going on.
"So, me, like any kid, didn't want to have anything to do with it. But again, looking back, I think I felt those things, like him, early on, but I tried to ignore them. And I sure didn't talk about him. I never ran into anybody else who did either, at school or after. I thought maybe it was a crazy Irish thing. Until now. I come here, and you find this thing hidden in the wall, and a lot of things kind of fell into place. There's a story behind it, and I need to tell you."
Abby nodded her encouragement. "Go on, please." Jack nodded once.
"My grandfather, he came to Boston from Ireland when he was 16. He had relatives in the city, and he apprenticed to a plumber who learned the trade. After a few years, he set up his own shop and did fairly well, good enough to help bring his brothers and sisters over and give them a start. He even sent money back to his parents. He married kinda late, and my dad was his first child, and then there was a daughter, Mary, and a couple more boys."
I was right, Abby thought, without letting her expression change. She didn't want to interrupt Jack's story.
"He's been gone close to 20 years now, and so's my grandmother. I joined the business, and Dad and me, we worked side by side for quite a while before he passed. He wasn't much of a talker, but now and then we'd go out for a drink together, and after the first glass he'd tell me stories about when he was young."
Abby stayed silent. She wanted to let Jack tell his story his own way. He went on.
"Most of my aunts and uncles, most stayed around Boston, married, had kids. I was the only one to go into plumbing. But the one sister, Mary, never married. When she was first starting out, she worked for the family that lived in this house."
Abby tried to keep her expression steady, although inside she was congratulating herself for working out at least that much. "That's interesting."
"It is," Jack agreed, "but that's not the part of the story you need to hear. She was just starting out, not yet 20, fresh off the boat. The family who lived here then, they weren't exactly rich, but the job came with room and board, and she was happy to have a job at all. And then there was some trouble, and nobody in the family would ever talk about it. She left the job and lost touch with our family."
"Dad, I'll tell the rest," Bill said. He turned to Abby.
"I talked to Mary's brothers years later because everybody had always been so hush-hush about what had happened. Near as I can figure, there was a son who was living here, who was maybe 20, and he assaulted Mary. Nobody ever gave the details, but she was shattered. Her father noticed her state when it happened, and she told him enough that he got the general idea, and he came out to this house to have it out with the family. They tried to put the blame on Mary. She'd seduced their innocent son, and the son didn't dispute their version. But Great-Grandpa wasn't having any of that, and he laid into the son until he had to confess in front of his parents. And if I have it right, it was that wrench he used on the boy, broke his arm, I think, and bloodied him up a bit."
"How awful," Abby said. "Was he arrested?"
"No, the parents might have called the cops, but after they'd heard their boy's confession, they agreed to drop the whole thing. They even offered Great-Grandpa money, but he turned it down. For him, it wasn't about the law or money. It was about the honor of the family. He knew Mary hadn't lied."
"And the wrench stayed here," Abby said softly.
Bill nodded. "It did. Great-Grandpa wanted nothing to do with it after. I can picture him throwing it away from him, and nobody cared to look for it after it slipped behind the wall. Nothing more was ever said about it. Have I about covered it, Dad?" "That you have, Bill, and I thank you. Abby, like he said, the family didn't talk about any of this, so we kind of pieced it together over time. Nobody gave a thought to the wrench. Then it turns up here, and you saw what happened."
They all fell silent for a long minute before Abby spoke. "It makes sense, you know. It fits with my own experience. It was a traumatic event with a lot of anger on all sides, and maybe some fear. Jack, I'm going to guess that the strong emotions on your grandfather's part, and maybe Mary's as well if she witnessed the fight, left some sort of imprint on the tool. You, his grandson, were able to feel those, even though you weren't expecting anything. It doesn't mean you're crazy, just that you're tuned in to that frequency because of your grandfather. I didn't feel it, as you saw. With Bill, he didn't at first, but I think I kind of boosted it when I added my hand. Look, I'm pretty new to all of this. I had a normal childhood, didn't hear voices in my head or see ghosts lurking in corners. It was only when I stumbled over some of my own ancestors in Massachusetts that I realized there might be something else going on. I don't have many answers about how it works, but it seems to be hereditary, and it takes some strong emotion to leave that imprint that other people can sense. For me, it's gotten easier over time, but I'm still learning."
"Will it last?" Jack asked. "For me, I mean, or for Bill?"
Did he want it to? "I can't say," Abby told him. "Now that you know it exists, you might notice it more. But if you don't want to, you can ignore it, shut it out. I think a lot of people do that, even as children, so they don't know or remember they have it. Look, I don't want anything from you or your family, but if you want to keep in touch, I'll update you if I learn anything new." Jack and Bill exchanged another glance. Then Jack said,
"What about the plumbing?"
Abby had to stifle a laugh. "I'd be happy to hire you for that. We never even got around to looking at the laundry part."
"And maybe we could talk about this other thing, like on breaks, if we notice something new?"
"Of course, I'm happy to share what I know, as long as you don't decide to ride me out of town on a rail, like a witch." Jack produced a small smile at that.
"I can promise you I won't do that. So, let's take a look at the washer."
He stood up, as did Bill, who gave Abby a quick thumbs up. To Abby, it looked as though the laundry area at the back of the kitchen had started life as a lean-to or a small porch, probably for the servants, Abby thought ruefully. Like in the powder room, the appliances had been fitted roughly, and the plumbing had clearly leaked. Jack and Bill muttered some comments that Abby didn't understand. "So can you find space for a powder room?" Abby asked somewhat anxiously. Jack pulled out a measuring tape and muttered some more.
"Yeah, that could work. There's room for the existing washer and dryer side by side, if you want to keep them for now, although it'll be tight. We'll have to redo the pipes, like I told you. Then we can fit in a toilet and sink on the right side there, do all the plumbing at once and wall that space off. Oh, and insulate the whole space. That kind of got ignored last time."
"Sounds good to me. Oh, and can we use fixtures that kind of match the house? They don't have to be antique, but they should look old.
No problem. We'll look around.
Great. Can you work up an estimate for me and a timeline? I don't have anything planned right now, and we're having Thanksgiving dinner somewhere else. I just want to get it on my calendar.
Sure,
Jack said promptly.
We'll drop something off over the weekend, if that's okay.
Fine. So we're good? Abby wondered if she meant with the McGuire wrench and its story, or the renovation of the plumbing, but either would do.
Yep, we are,
Jack said.
Thanks for explaining that other stuff. Now that I know about it, I'll have to look at some things differently. But I'd rather know than think I'm losing my mind.
I'm glad I could help. Once again, Abby led them back to the front of the house and waved as they climbed into the van and pulled away. How bizarre had that been? Jack gets a jolt from a rusty old wrench, and 2 days later spills the whole story about a scandal covered up and lives changed a century earlier. Poor Mary. At least she'd had her father to stand up for her, but the whole fight could have had a very different outcome. Did she want to know more about the McGuire family? She decided she could save that for later, after she knew if Jack or Bill came up with any additional information, and if they were really interested. She checked her watch. Close to lunchtime, and she was supposed to pick up Ellie at school in a few hours. Not enough time to start something new, so she went back to wandering around the house, imagining different wallpapers, curtains, furniture, and art on the walls. It still felt like Ned's house to her. Not that he was throwing his weight around or vetoing any of her ideas. But would he be happy if she put her own stamp on the place? Maybe she could stop at the nearest wallpaper supplier and bring home a book of samples to run by him. Or maybe there were patches of the original wallpaper lurking under later layers, and she could think about replicating those, unless they were hideously ugly, and then she could look at how many rods and brackets had originally held curtains, draperies, swags, and whatever, although she'd draw the line at 2 layers, 1 sheet for light, 1 thicker for show. Her fantasies kept her entertained until it was time to leave for Ellie's school. Chapter 10. Thursday. Abby wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry about the McGuire plumbing family. The story about Mary McGuire was definitely sad, although taking advantage of a servant was probably common enough in that era. But on the flip side, how unlikely it was that she'd gone looking for a plumber and ended up with a family of probable psychics. Still, for all she knew, everybody possessed or had once possessed the ability to communicate mentally, either with the dead or the living, but it had atrophied and fallen out of use. Why, she wondered. Did hearing the thoughts of both the living and the dead create so much mental static that people had to shut it down just to maintain their sanity? Abby flashed back on Halloween night when she and Ned, as well as Ellie, had seen shadowy dead roaming near the house, which did have a cemetery behind it, so maybe they hadn't strayed far. To the best of her recollection, they'd been silent. But in her first unexpected encounter with her own deceased family members, she'd definitely heard them speaking to one another, although not to her. So many questions, so few answers. She glanced at her watch. Where had the day gone? She didn't want to be late picking up Ellie. She didn't want any reason for Leslie to cut off her access to the child. Had Leslie softened at all since school had started? Abby wasn't sure. Leslie had had time to get used to the idea of Abby and Ellie spending time together on a regular basis, but they had a kind of agreement that Abby would not talk about their psychic abilities. But in fact, it was Ellie who brought it up most often. She was curious and she had questions, and so she should. But she also knew not to talk about it with her mother. There wasn't much that Leslie could do. She had a full-time job and a younger child at home, and while Abby was sure Leslie loved her daughter, she might not have a lot of time to think about her and her rather unusual talents. So Abby treaded softly, although she was happy to answer any questions that Ellie had. She wasn't going to lie to her. She arrived at the school early enough to snag one of the last parking spaces in the front. Most of the spaces were given over to the big orange buses. The kids hadn't been let out yet, but as soon as she had turned off her engine, she heard a bell, and the front doors opened and spewed kids, eager to get out and let off steam. Ellie usually dawdled a bit, and today was no exception, so Abby contented herself with watching the children. Although most were no older than 8 or 9, they looked more sophisticated and self-possessed than she had in high school. Why did kids have to grow up so quickly? She was pleased that Ellie had wanted to go trick-or-treating, but how much longer would that last? There were 2 adult teachers, both women, supervising the exit, mainly funneling children to their assigned buses. One child dropped her backpack just as she reached the bus steps, and one of the teachers hurried over to help her gather her papers and other belongings before they blew away or got trampled. The other teacher seemed to be on the receiving end of a phone call. She fished her cell phone out of her pocket, turned away from the crowd, and walked to a quieter corner to talk. Abby spied Ellie coming out of the building, but she wasn't alone. With her was a boy of about her age, and Ellie was talking to him. Based on his body language, Abby figured this had to be her new friend Danny, and Abby quickly decided she'd been right that he fell somewhere on the autism spectrum. He wasn't looking at Ellie, but it was clear that he was paying attention to what she was saying. His lack of attention didn't seem to bother Ellie, who kept on chatting. The 2 teachers were still occupied when Abby saw trouble coming. A group of girls, maybe 4 or 5 of them, had clustered together on the scraggly lawn, and they were giggling together and casting glances toward Ellie. Or Danny? Abby couldn't hear what they were saying with her car windows closed, but their intentions were clear. As a pack, they sauntered over to where Ellie and Danny were descending the steps. One girl, the leader, made some sort of comment, and the other girls around her giggled again and nudged each other. Ellie ignored them, and Danny seemed oblivious to them. When Ellie and Danny reached the bottom of the stairs, the girl pack moved toward the sidewalk to block them. Ellie stopped before she reached them, and Abby could imagine what she was saying. "What do you want?" "Who's your friend?" the alpha female would reply. "This is Danny. He's new." "He's weird. Is he retarded?" Luckily, Danny wasn't responding to any of the taunts, Abby noted, but Ellie seemed set on defending her friend. The group moved closer until they were in touching distance of Ellie and Danny. Abby scanned the schoolyard quickly. Both teachers were still distracted and hadn't noticed the brewing confrontation. She climbed out of her car and came around to the passenger side. "Ellie?" she called out. Ellie heard her and turned to look, but that gave the other girls the chance to give Danny a shove. And while he didn't fall, he dropped his pack, and the girls gathered closer. Enough, Abby thought, and marched over toward the steps. "Hi, Ellie," she said when she was in earshot. "This must be Danny." When Ellie nodded, keeping an eye on the other girls, Abby added, "Nice to meet you, Danny." She itched to shake hands with him or touch him somehow, but she knew that would only give the group of girls something more to laugh about, and probably get her in trouble with the teachers, who had finally noticed something out of the ordinary was going on and were now converging. "What's the problem?" the older one asked. "And who are you?" "I'm Abigail Kimball. I pick up Ellie one afternoon a week. I'm a friend of her mother's." Although friend might be stretching the truth. "And she's given her permission. You should have that in your files." The older teacher looked relieved, although the younger one was still confused. Abby pressed on. "Ellie told me she'd met a new student in her class. I assume that's Danny?" "Yes, he's just joined us," teacher number 1 said cautiously. "Does he take the bus or does someone pick him up?" The younger teacher finally caught the drift. She turned to the rest of the group. "Girls, aren't you going to be late for something?" The pack as one gave her a contemptuous stare, then drifted away, clearly in no hurry. Teacher number 1 gave teacher number 2 an approving nod, then turned back to Abby. "Yes, Danny's mother usually picks him up, but she must have been delayed. Oh, wait, here she is now." Abby looked toward the street to see a woman who had parked askew at the curb and was hurrying toward them. Sorry, there was some sort of tie-up on 2A. As she approached, she seemed to realize that there was something out of the ordinary happening. "Is something wrong?" she asked, her gaze moving between the teachers and Abby. "No, not at all, Mrs. Allen, and you're not particularly late. The buses have just pulled out. We were keeping Danny and Ellie company while they waited." Abby stepped forward. "I'm Abigail Kimball. I pick up Ellie 1 day a week. Ellie mentioned that your son was new here?" The look Danny's mother gave her was not exactly warm and trusting, and Abby wondered what kind of problems she'd encountered at other schools or daycare groups. "Samantha Allen. Yeah, we just moved here this month." She didn't offer her hand. "How are you settling in?" What Abby really wanted to ask was how Danny was fitting in, but that didn't seem appropriate, especially with someone she'd just met. Too many questions had multiple meanings when you were dealing with kids with problems. "It's okay. I'm still trying to work out the commute." "It can be rough around here," Abby said. She looked at the gathered group. "Well, I'd better get moving with Ellie. I want her to help me pick out wallpaper." This was news to Ellie, who gave her an odd look, but didn't say anything. She turned to Danny, who hadn't said anything at all yet. "Hey, Danny, see you tomorrow." Samantha knelt down by her son. "Danny, what do we say when we meet new people?" He looked at his mother, then took a step forward and held out his hand to Abby. "It was nice to meet you, Mrs. Kimball." So there was her opportunity. "Nice to meet you too, Danny." She took his hand, and suddenly her mind was filled with a jumble of images, brightly colored, moving, psychedelic, her mother might have called it, Abby thought irreverently. Still, despite the chaos, she had the feeling that Danny was watching her to gauge her reaction. Abby withdrew her hand gently. "I hope we'll be seeing more of you, Danny." "Come on, Ellie, let's go." To the teachers, she added, "Thanks for looking out for them." She led Ellie to the car and they got in, but Abby didn't start the engine immediately. She wanted a moment to sort out what had just happened. "You felt it too," Ellie said bluntly. Was she that obvious? "Yes, I did. There's a lot going on in his head. What was with those other girls? Do you know them?" "Nuh-uh. They're a year ahead of me. They hang out together." Abby was trying to figure out how to ask her next question, but Ellie beat her to it. "They like to pick on Danny because he's different, and he doesn't fight back, at least not yet. I don't know how much he can take, but I hope he knows better than to hit somebody." "I was glad to see you both try to stay out of it. You were definitely outnumbered." "They're stupid, but it wouldn't help to tell them. I just wanted to keep Danny out of trouble." "Does he talk to you?" Ellie gave Abby a sly glance. "You mean with words?" Oh dear, Abby thought. Are you saying that you can hear each other's thoughts? Ellie looked straight ahead out the window. Sometimes, kind of. But he does know how to talk, too. He must if he's mainstreamed. He doesn't have somebody who looks after him at school, does he? Nope, his mom picks him up and takes him home. He's not stupid. He just doesn't talk much. So many things she wanted, needed to follow up on. But Ellie was still a child, no matter how wise she appeared and how grounded. She hadn't gotten any vibes from Danny's mother. Abby's first impression is that she was overworked and stretched thin. Was Danny's father in the picture? Was there anyone else at home to help her? Could she afford special classes or even a special school? Or should she just stay out of the whole mess? No, Abby decided, because Ellie was already in the middle of things, and Ellie would be hurt and think less of her if she walked away. Therefore, she had to do something. But what? Finally, she started the car. Let's get back to the house so you can do your homework. Ellie stayed silent until they reached the Lexington house, and even after they were inside at the kitchen table. Finally, she said, Abby, what's going to happen to Danny? Abby faced her squarely. Ellie, I wish I knew. We've talked about this before. There are all kinds of autism or Asperger's syndrome. Many people who have it get along fine. They hold down jobs. They even write books. It's not about their intelligence. It's about how they interface with the rest of the world. Danny seemed to handle himself reasonably well today. He didn't get angry. He didn't lash out. He kept it together, and that's good. Can he be cured? Abby made air quotes. I don't think so, at least not at the moment. There's no magic pill or shock therapy or anything like that. He can learn to control his actions to a degree so that he can live in the real world with other people. You aren't going to give up on him, are you? Ellie shook her head. I know what's inside his head, not what he shows. He's a good kid. Maybe I can help him get along in school. By using our gift? Abby said, smiling. Kinda, but it wouldn't help if we sat at school and carried on conversations in our heads. People would think we were crazy. So they would. Just take it slow, okay? I wish I knew what the teachers are thinking, but I can't exactly ask, for either of your sakes. Let's just see how it goes. So, what's this about wallpaper? Oh, I've started a new house project, since your room turned out so well. Let me tell you about it. Chapter 11. Thursday. Of course, the discussion of wallpaper and other decorating options somehow led to the plan to move the plumbing fixtures around, which inevitably led to a discussion of the McGuire family. Abby debated about saying nothing about them to Ellie for the moment, but they were going to come up sometime, and she didn't want to look like she was hiding something from her. They were standing in the laundry area trying to figure out how to shoehorn a whole new room, a very small powder room, into the available space, when Abby took a deep breath and said, I think I found some more people. Like us, I mean. More than just Danny? Who? Ellie said eagerly. The plumbers who are going to give me an estimate for the new powder room. Ellie looked skeptical. And how the heck did you get from talking about pipes to talking about psychics? I didn't exactly plan it, and it's not like I ask any random stranger who comes to the house whether they see dead people. This was kind of an accident, but it turns out there's an interesting story behind it all. You have much homework? Nope, I did most of it in study hall. So what's up with the plumbers? Ellie wouldn't be diverted. We were tearing apart the old powder room under the stairs to see if it could be saved, and we found a wrench somebody left behind the wall. So? It turned out that it once belonged to the plumber's grandfather, years ago, and when he picked it up, he got a physical shock. I was watching when it happened, and it was real. Abby checked her watch to see how much time they had before one or the other of her parents picked Ellie up. Come on back to the kitchen. I'll make some cocoa and we can talk. Great. Ellie skipped ahead of her across the hall. When the cocoa was ready, they sat down and Abby outlined what had happened, from the arrival of Jack McGuire to his quick retreat through the appearance of his son Bill the next day and Bill's reaction to the wrench, with a little help from Abby, to the return of the two of them together and the whole sad story of Jack's Aunt Mary. When Abby was done, Ellie said, That is so cool. I mean, not because of what happened to Aunt Mary, but that it happened here, and they're all connected somehow, like us. And that the wrench was just sitting here all those years, waiting. Did anything happen when you touched it? No, to me it just felt like a wrench. Were the guys scared? Yes and no. Neither one of them was expecting anything like what happened, and I think Bill suspected that his father was making it all up, until he felt it too. But when they started talking, they realized it went back to Jack's grandfather, and that the old man wasn't crazy after all, like the family thought. The grandfather saw things and felt things, like us, and the other two too? Abby nodded. And like Danny, but different. You know, about Danny, I got more pictures than words when Danny and I shook hands. I suppose that makes sense since most often I see the people I'm related to, although I'm not about to say that Danny is related to my family. Maybe he just doesn't have the filters that most people put up, so I can't see what they're thinking, but I can get at least parts of it with Danny. Anyway, I react visually, but other people may react differently. There's so much we don't know. It's frustrating. Yeah, kind of like algebra, Ellie said, grinning. What on earth do you mean? Abby replied, returning her smile. Well, you know algebra makes sense. At least that's what the teachers keep telling us. But you look at it on a page, and it looks like spaghetti, with all these things that don't fit together, or look like somebody just made them up. Unless you get it. I mean, some people are better at math than others, right? Abby was reminded again that Ellie was a smart kid. You know, that's an interesting way of looking at it, Abby said slowly. But it works. And I agree. Some people have it, some don't. Maybe math lives in a particular part of the brain, but not the same part as this thing of ours, I'm guessing, because I'm not good at math. Speaking of which, are you trying to avoid doing your math homework? Maybe. Ellie grinned again, then started digging papers out of her backpack. Ned arrived home before either of Ellie's parents showed up. Was she imagining things, Abby wondered, or was Ned gradually reducing his hours at work? Of course, since he owned the company with a few strategic shareholders, he could work as much or as little as he wanted, but he had promised her that he would taper off so he could work with her on the whole psychic connection thing. He greeted Abby with a chaste kiss and laid a quick hand on Ellie's shoulder, careful not to touch her directly, skin to skin. How's everything going? Okay, Ellie told him. Except Abby had to sort of break up a fight at school today. Oh, really? Ned said, looking at Abby. She mouthed later back, and he nodded. Hey guys, Ellie said, can we talk about giving this thing of ours a name? One that we can use all the time? I mean, calling it the thing is kind of dumb. Yes, it is, Ellie, Abby said. But so many of the names that have been used for psychic phenomena have negative associations. You know, people think they're either fakes and swindlers, or they think they're just crazy. The names they use show that most people are making fun of it, I think. But we have to call it something, Ellie protested. Hang on a sec, Abby said, and hurried to the dining room where she'd left her laptop. Let's be systematic about this and see what synonyms we come up with. You know what a synonym is, right, Ellie? Yes, it's a different word that means the same thing. Exactly. Abby called up her search engine. After a couple of minutes, she said, Oh my, most of these are a mouthful. Like, Ellie asked. Let's see. Abby read from the screen. ESP, of course. Clairvoyance, intuition, intuitionism, intuitivism, precognition, presentiment, second sight, sixth sense, telepathy. I see what you mean, Ned said, smiling. How's your intuitionism doing today? It's asleep, I think. Here's another site with more. Under similar words, they include abnormality, charisma, and charm. I kind of like second sight, Ellie said. Well, it's easy to say, Abby replied, but I don't think it's quite accurate. We're not predicting the future, or even seeing things as they happen. We only see the past, the people from the past. Well, second sight could work, Ellie said stubbornly. I mean, we're seeing them again for a second time. True, Abby agreed. Let's keep that on the list of possibles.
What about after sight? Ned said suddenly. We're seeing things and people after they happened.
Yes, Abby typed the term into the search engine and laughed. The only definition that comes up is for an odd financial instrument. It refers to a bill of exchange that must be paid within a particular number of days after the person it has been given to has received it.
Huh? Ellie said.
Exactly, Abby replied. I guess it's safe to say that nobody's going to confuse it with ESP. You want to think it over for a day or two?
Ellie, your mom is here to get you, Ned interrupted.
Oh, yeah, let's think about after sight, Ellie said, stuffing her papers back into her pack. Abby, do I have to tell Mom about what happened at school? Only if the school contacts her, I guess. Don't lie. But remember that you didn't do anything wrong. In fact, you did exactly what you should have done. You stood up for Danny without making things worse. You done good, kid. Thanks, Abby. Bye, Ned.
Ellie headed quickly for the front door while Abby and Ned followed more slowly and stood together in the doorway, waving at Leslie. After Leslie had pulled away and they'd shut the door, Ned said, "Why do I think I'm missing a lot of interesting stuff?"
Because you are.
What happened at school? Was this when you picked Ellie up?
Yes. I got there early and just watched the kids come out and get on the buses or meet their parents. Ellie was not in the first wave, but she came out with Danny, and then a bunch of girls started making nasty comments. Ellie knew who they were, but didn't know them, if you know what I mean.
I think so. And?
It could have gotten ugly. Ellie was mostly protecting Danny, although he didn't react to the other girls. Luckily, the teachers or monitors or whatever they are finally noticed and came over and broke it up. And then Danny's mother arrived.
What's she like?
Overworked, stressed out, suspicious. I'm not running her down. She's got a difficult situation, and she's new to the town. But when we were leaving, she told Danny to shake hands with me.
Ah, Ned said. And what happened?
I got a lot of lights and sounds, mostly in snippets, but not exactly words. I think, in a way, he was testing me. Ellie says they're communicating, sort of, but I doubt it involves touch. I can imagine the teachers would make wrong assumptions and blow it all out of proportion.
Unfortunately, that's true these days. Poor kid. But at least you've made contact with the mother. It's a start.
Yes, it is, and I know more than I did, but I'm not sure what to do about it.
How's Ellie taking it?
Surprisingly well, I think. She's looking out for Danny, which is nice of her. I only hope it doesn't get her in trouble.
Give it time. Danny's only been at the school for a week or two, right?
I think so. Not long, anyway. Oh, and I have to tell you about what the McGuires told me.
What, you've talked to them again?
Yes, they both, father and son, came by this morning and we had a good talk, and they're going to handle the powder room and the laundry situation. They'll give us an estimate in the next couple of days.
What about the psychic side?
Oh, I've got lots more to tell you about that. What about dinner?
Pizza or Chinese? I want to hear the rest.
Pizza. They deliver. They managed to restrain themselves to small talk until the pizza arrived because Abby wanted to tell the whole story all at once, rather than in driblets, and she wanted a chance to talk with Ned about what she'd realized from her encounters with the McGuires. Ned listened silently until she had finished, then said,
"Let me see if I've got this right. The first McGuire plumber did some work in this house, and his sister Mary was, for want of a better word, the help. The son of the family tried to molest her, and finally the family seemed to have believed her story, and nobody ever reported anything to the authorities."
Unlikely they would have at that time, Abby pointed out.
True. So Mary quit after the grandfather beat up the owner's son with the wrench, which he left behind.
Somebody else came along to finish up the plumbing, didn't notice the wrench, and closed up the wall. You and Jack found it when you were tearing out the walls, and Jack had a strong reaction to it and left fast. But then his son Bill came over to apologize for his father, and he also reacted to the wrench, but not as strongly. Then he left, but father and son came back this morning and told you that upon reflection, they decided that Jack's grandfather had had some sort of psychic ability, which everybody had laughed at, but now they're wondering if maybe there was something to it. Does that cover it?
Pretty much. You see what this means?
I think so, Ned said. We have 3 generations here who share this gift, which confirms our belief that it's hereditary among certain families.
And we've learned that it's not just old New England families who have this trait, but who knows how many other groups, Abby added triumphantly. Anyway, the good news is the McGuires will be handling our plumbing problems, so I'll have other chances to talk with them and maybe learn more about their family, maybe even the ones who stayed behind in Ireland.
That is a plus, but don't spread yourself too thin. What about Danny?
That's a whole different problem. I'll have to tread really carefully there. The mother, Samantha, has enough problems already, and she doesn't need to add worrying about whether her son might be psychic as well as autistic. I'd like to see more of him, but our time together would be limited. I may try to set up a play date with Ellie. Samantha can't object to that, can she? I doubt Danny has made a lot of friends at school yet, but he and Ellie seem to have hit it off.
Ellie seems surprisingly receptive to him. Is that because she's young and she's also aware of this ability?
Ned asked. Maybe. This is still new to all of us. Abby looked at the clock on the wall. Is it really that late? I'm wiped out. Can we call it a night?
Of course. You can follow up tomorrow.
That I can.
Chapter 12. Friday. By Friday morning, Abby felt both encouraged and depressed. Hooray, she had found more subjects, though not through any effort of her own, who offered an interesting alternative to what she and Ned had learned already. Yay, she had made actual contact with Danny and even had the chance to touch him briefly, which had confirmed her guess about his ability. But what she really wanted was a chance to interact with him for more than 3 seconds at a time, and that would mean enlisting his mother. From Abby's very rapid assessment, Samantha was already overwhelmed and wouldn't welcome another complication in her life, like a child who was both uncommunicative and psychic, if she was even willing to believe such a thing. At least the McGuires seemed willing to talk with her, and she'd get some of her basic plumbing needs taken care of. 2 steps forward, but she felt like she was looking up at a mountain. Now what? When the McGuires came back, she should get a few more details about their family history to see where they had come from and if there was anything unusual about that area. She thought they'd be willing to share things like that with her, at least over time. Samantha was going to be a harder nut to crack, with her combination of limited time and likely skepticism. Well, maybe Abby was judging her too fast. She'd had little time to form an impression. Where did Samantha work? Where had she lived before? Why had she chosen this particular suburban area to live? Was it for the school district? What did the schools tell their students about differently abled people like Danny? Had Samantha had time to sit down and talk with anyone at the school? Children were often quick to judge and to attack, like young pack animals. Was Danny a threat to anyone? It wasn't like he was the star of some bad science fiction movie where he'd suddenly decide he'd had enough and morph into something scary and eat all the children who'd been taunting him. Ridiculous. But did he have the potential to turn violent if pushed too far? Abby realized she and Ned had never really discussed where he might do whatever scientific research he chose. Probably not at his workplace. There'd be too many questions, especially if he occupied significant space. Here at the house? There was still the more or less empty third floor and the basement. But the basement seemed pretty damp most of the year. The attic was unheated, and neither would be optimal for any kind of computer equipment. Of course, both problems could be remedied. Maybe the McGuires would have some insights into how to heat and dry long unused parts of the house. And she should talk to Ned about what he would want and need in the way of lighting and power. And internet, of course. No doubt he would want more outlets. And if she wanted to set up an after-school program, the state was pretty specific about physical space requirements for those based on the number of students and staff. Maybe the basement would work better for her needs. It was larger, and there would be access from the outside. But the furnace sat solidly in the middle of the space, which was a complication. How easy was it to move a furnace? She had no idea. The only bright spot in all this was that Ned had enough money to do whatever remodeling they wanted, which was more than most people could say. She made a mental note to check if their neighborhood was zoned for business uses like the ones they were thinking of, and what the limitations were. Bill McGuire stopped by late Friday afternoon to deliver the promised estimate.
"I think you'll find our prices are fair," he said, looking a bit sheepish.
Abby wasn't planning to argue with him no matter what his estimate said, but since she'd taken charge of this project, she felt she should look involved. "So this includes tearing out the old walls and pipes, fitting new pipes, and basic finish of the new walls and floors, right? What about fixtures and appliances?"
"We talked about the fixtures before, right? You said you wanted something with an old feeling in the powder room. You okay with new, basic, modern appliances? Or you want to see if you can squeeze a couple more years out of the old ones?"
"Might as well go with all new," Abby said, "so we don't have to take anything apart later. You'll tell me how much they'll be?"
"Sure, no problem."
He looked relieved that Abby hadn't challenged his estimates. "What about finishes?" Abby pressed. "You know, paint and whatever we decide on for the floor."
"Up to you. If you're handy with a paintbrush, go ahead and paint. But if you want us to do it, it won't add much. Oh, and you'll need a couple of new light fixtures. We'll have to get an electrician in for new wiring. The state's kind of sticky about things like that, but it's for your benefit. We got a guy we work with a lot. He won't overcharge you."
"Sounds good to me. Listen, do you and your father have time to swing by tomorrow and meet Ned? I'm in charge of getting this done, but I think he'd like to know who's working on his house. He's the one who bought the place."
"We can do that. Why don't I give you a call when we've got some open time during the day?"
"That would be fine. We'll probably be pottering around the house most of the day tomorrow anyway."
"Great. See you then."
Abby watched Bill march down the front path to his van, feeling pleased with herself. She was one step closer to accomplishing something. She reminded herself that they hadn't decided what to do with what had been the powder room at the end of the hall, an awkward space at best. When Ned came home that evening, she reported the plan for the next day.
"Sounds good to me,"
Ned agreed amiably while sorting the day's mail, but with no particular enthusiasm, and promised to take part in the discussion and offer his opinions. But it was becoming increasingly clear that he wasn't a do-it-yourselfer, at least not when it came to domestic architecture. She could live with that. The next morning, Abby and Ned were finishing breakfast when the phone rang. Abby assumed it would be one or the other McGuire, or were there more? She should ask, setting a time to stop by, so she was surprised to hear Leslie's voice.
"Sorry to bother you so early," Leslie said, "but we've got a plumbing crisis on our hands with water everywhere, and I wondered if you could look after Ellie for a while. Petey's a lot to handle even for the two of us."
"Sure, no problem. And if you need a plumber, we've got one stopping by sometime today."
"You have a plumber?"
Leslie sounded incredulous.
"Wait, how'd you find a plumber so fast?"
"Sarah recommended one who'd worked for her, and we met him here earlier this week. Not an emergency, though. We only want to move the powder room to where the washer and dryer are now and reconfigure the space." Yeah, Leslie replied, distracted. Well, when you see them, tell them to give me a call. No, beg them. I'll tell George to drop Ellie off at your place on the way to the market. When Leslie hung up, Abby turned to see Ned raise an eyebrow. That was Leslie, Abby told him. They've got plumbing issues and wondered if we could entertain Ellie for a while. There seems to be an epidemic of plumbing problems going around, and it's not even winter yet. Of course we can keep Ellie for the day. Will she be bored silly talking about plumbing? I doubt it. She likes to know how things work. Abby smiled. She takes after her father that way. Ned smiled back. I guess she does. So you're going to offer up the McGuires to Leslie and George? If they're available. It's called networking, right? The next phone call proved to be the McGuires, and they promised to be there right after lunch. Then Ellie knocked at the door, and Abby went to open it for her. Ellie came bounding in.
It was so cool. There was water all over the kitchen, and it just kept gushing. Daddy went down to the basement, and I heard him using some swear words he won't let me say before he found the thingy that turns off the water. Mom was really ticked off. She said maybe you have a plumber she could borrow?
Hi, Ellie. Nice to see you, too. Yes, your mother asked that when she called to ask if you could stay here for a bit. There's a plumber coming today to talk about some repairs we're thinking about, and I'll ask him if he's free to help your folks out.
Can I watch him work?
Ellie demanded. Sure, I guess, although we're just talking today. He's going to move the powder room to a new place next to the washer and dryer.
What's she going to do with where the old powder room was?
We haven't decided. You have any ideas? Let's go and look at it.
Why is it called a powder room? Ellie asked as Abby led her down the hall.
I don't think I know.
I mean, you do more in one than just put powder on, don't you?
Ellie pressed on. Well, yes, of course, Abby said. But I guess in the old days, in polite society, you weren't supposed to talk about bodily functions.
But doesn't everybody have to, go?
Abby nodded, smiling. Ellie went back to fantasizing about the tiny room.
Or maybe that's where they stored the gunpowder during a war, Ellie added.
Abby checked her expression to see if she was kidding. Hardly. There hasn't been a local war since this place was built. Anyway, here it is. We ripped out the fixtures earlier this week.
Wow, you'd have to be pretty small to use this, wouldn't you?
Abby nodded her agreement. Ned said he had trouble fitting inside, so I think you're right. Huh, Ellie said, ending the conversation. Then she went on.
Let's go see where it's going to go now.
Abby and Ellie kicked around ideas in the only slightly larger space where the washer and dryer currently lived. Ned leaned against the kitchen wall, watching the two of them with a half smile. He tore himself away to make sandwiches for their lunch in advance of the arrival of the McGuires. Father and son appeared together at 1:15. Ned emerged from wherever he had been lurking and introduced himself, and the men made masculine small talk for a couple of minutes. Abby watched them with amusement, and Ellie remained oddly quiet. Had she never seen a plumber before? Had she expected something different? Jack kneeled down in front of Ellie.
So, who's this little lady?
I'm Ellie. I don't live here, but the plumbing at my house blew up.
Abby interrupted hastily. I'll tell you about that when we're done here.
Well, I'm pleased to meet you, Ellie.
He extended his hand to shake Ellie's before Abby could stop him. Ellie was a polite child, and she took his hand and shook it as Abby held her breath. Would Ellie react? Only slightly, Abby was relieved to see. Ellie turned to her and raised her eyebrows, and Abby nodded slightly. Jack didn't seem to notice anything odd going on. Ellie spoke first.
Can I watch you do plumbing stuff? She asked.
Well, we're only thinking about ideas, but I'd be happy to have yours.
Cool, Ellie said.
Why don't we get started? Abby suggested. After a bit of shuffling, they lined up in the hallway and formed an odd procession to the former powder room, now bare, then turned left, through the kitchen, and clustered in front of the laundry area.
"Do you think you'll be leaving this door open or closed most of the time?"
Jack asked. Open, I assume, Abby told him. It's easier to get a laundry basket in and out. I don't mind looking at it while I'm in the kitchen, and I like the light.
"Good point,"
Jack agreed.
"And it's been my experience that most people don't want to be staring at the commode all the time."
True. So the commode would go off to the right, out of the sight line, and with a door, of course. With the washer and dryer straight ahead? Abby asked.
"That would be my recommendation, and a small sink against the near wall, opposite the toilet, and a light above. Do you agree, Ellie?"
Sure, but the powder room thing would be bigger than the old one, right?
"Sure enough, and the washer and dryer might be a bit smaller than the ones there now, so it wouldn't seem so crowded, and the new ones are more efficient anyway. Ned, Abby, does that work for you?"
"I like it," Abby said firmly. Jack nodded.
"So, Bill, would you get the measurements?"
"Sure, Dad." While Bill measured, Abby turned to Jack. "You want coffee or something else to drink?"
"No, I'm good, thanks. Was there anything else?"
"Actually, yes." Abby sneaked a glance at Ned. "I was thinking about finishing some of the space we have to use as workspace or something else. There's a lot of room in the basement and the attic, but they're both unfinished and they have a few issues. Could we walk through them and maybe you could put together a rough estimate of the costs?"
"No problem. We have no more jobs lined up today."
"Oh, good. Then maybe you can help out Ellie's parents with their water problems."
"Happy to help. Why don't I give them a call now, and then we can finish the grand tour."
Abby shared Leslie's number with Jack, who retreated to the hallway to call. He was back within 3 minutes.
"We'll head over there when we're done here. So, where do you want to start?"
"Let's start with the basement and work our way up."
"I took a look at the pipes down there when I was here before, but I'm guessing you're thinking of bigger plans now?"
When Abby nodded, he said, smiling,
"Lead the way."
Chapter 13. Saturday. Abby led the way down the sagging wood stairs, and Jack and Bill followed, with Ellie tagging behind them like an eager puppy and Ned bringing up the rear. Every time Abby used those stairs, she wondered how long they would last and when somebody would take a wicked tumble. Maybe they should rebuild sooner rather than later. When they'd all reached the patchy concrete floor, Jack commented,
"Good space down here. That furnace isn't original, but I don't think it'll last much longer. You've got running water, but not much light. What are you thinking of doing with it?"
"We haven't really decided," Abby said, which conveniently was the truth. "But I know it's damp, which I don't like, and if we're going to use it for a workroom or something like that, we'd need more light and more electrical outlets. And how complicated would it be to move the furnace out of the center of the room?"
"Could be done," Jack said. "You'd have to reroute the ducts, and that might be a good time to take a look at how well the heat gets distributed, or not. It's been a while since the installation went in. If you'd want storage down here instead of in the attic, you could build something more watertight, or put a serious dehumidifier down here. The foundation could do with some repointing, but it looks sound enough. It all depends on how you want to use it and how much money you want to sink into it."
"Could you work up some ideas, maybe some rough floor plans, so we could get a general idea? And how much each would cost?" Abby asked.
"Sure, no problem. That's all you want to know about this space?"
"I think so," Abby said. "I'm just looking at options for now, and it's kind of a blank slate, but it seems a shame to waste all this space. Let's go check out the attic, which isn't damp, but which sure is cold this time of year and blazing hot in the summer."
"No insulation, huh?"
Jack chuckled.
"Typical."
Once again, Abby led the way up the main staircase, down the hall, and then, after opening a paneled door, flipped the light switch that controlled the single light bulb at the top of the wooden stairs, and headed to the dark attic at the top of the house. "Here we are," she said as she waited for the others to catch up. There was a large space that stretched the length of the house from front to back, interrupted only by a small room at the back end, near the stairs, which must have been the maid's room years earlier. Ned was the tallest of their group, and he had to stoop to avoid hitting his head on the slanted underside of the roof, or any of the old cut nails that poked throughout. Abby turned to see a peculiar expression on Jack's face as he stared at the little room at the end, and she realized it must have been his aunt's room, where she was attacked, or worse. And Jack was feeling it now? She hadn't given it a thought, but clearly it was affecting him. "Jack, are you all right?" Abby said softly.
What?
He seemed to shake himself.
Yeah, sure, it's just... never mind.
Bill was staring at his father as though Jack had lost his mind. Did he feel anything? Abby wondered. But Abby was unprepared when Ellie stepped forward and slid her hand in Jack's, watching his face. Jack looked down at her, bewildered, but Ellie wasn't fazed. "Something bad happened here, didn't it?" Ellie said softly. Jack didn't speak for a long moment, but finally he said,
Yes, it did. It was a long time ago.
"I'm sorry it happened,"
Ellie said simply.
So am I,
Jack said.
I never really knew her, but my father, her brother, really missed her. He never talked about it, though. So you're one of them?
His eyes darted to Abby and Ned. Ellie's gaze never shifted.
"I see things, not always happy things."
Ned finally spoke.
Ellie, maybe we shouldn't be talking about this here.
Jack raised his eyes to meet Ned's.
No, it's okay. Ellie here knows whatever there is to know. More than me, at least. I don't mind.
"Look," Ellie said suddenly, pointing to the peak in the center of the outside wall of the shabby room. "See it?" Jack looked bewildered as he stared at the dim corner, and then he saw.
It's a crucifix, a cross, or the ghost of one, I guess. Mary was Catholic. I wonder if she took it with her, or if the family here just threw it out.
He shut his eyes for a moment, then straightened his back and looked at Abby and Ned, who hadn't dared to interrupt.
Sorry, I got off the track, folks. You two already knew the story, right? But this one,
he gestured toward Ellie.
How'd she figure it out?
We really don't know, but we're trying to understand it. She doesn't mean any harm.
Of course she doesn't, Jack protested. It's okay with me.
Listen, Abby interrupted. If you don't want to have anything to do with this space, I understand.
No, I think I'd like to fix it up. Maybe make up for what happened back then. Redeem it, kinda. Hey, Bill, let's get some measurements. That is, if you want to keep the room. It'd be easy to tear it out, make this all one space, or make it bigger and fit it out as a guest room or something.
Can we think about it? Abby asked tentatively. I haven't dealt with a room with a history of its own, mostly just people, and I don't see your Aunt Mary, so let me get used to it, okay? Jack said,
Sure, fine.
Then he and his son, who had kept his mouth shut, moved away toward the other end of the attic. Ned and Abby exchanged a glance, then Abby nodded toward Ellie.
What should we...
Hey, I'm right here, Ellie protested quickly. And I'm not stupid. I could see what happened, even if it was a long time ago.
Oh, Ellie, I'm sorry. Look, don't tell your mother about this, okay? I'll tell Jack not to talk about it with your folks either. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but your mother won't understand how and why you saw what you did. And if she figures it out, she'll be upset. She'd probably think you're too young to know some things, and she'd be mad at Ned and me for letting this happen.
You didn't do anything. You didn't know this was going to happen.
You're right, but it would still upset her. Ellie didn't say anything else, so Abby had to rely on the knowledge that Ellie was pretty good at deciding what her mother needed to know and didn't. Jack seemed to have regained his composure, and he and Bill were busy poking a penknife into some of the wooden structures to test their soundness, Abby assumed. Ned was still oddly quiet. "What do you think?" Abby prompted him.
"I'm kind of surprised. I'd never thought much about this space."
"You didn't exactly need it, and it's been just you living here since you bought the house, right?"
"Well, yes, but I probably could have used a workshop just to tinker around in. I think I work too much."
"It paid off, didn't it?" Abby told him. "Now you have the money and the time to do what you want to do, once you decide what that is."
"That's the problem. I don't know how to relax and just have fun."
"I'll teach you," Abby said, smiling. She reached out to touch him, then realized that Ellie was watching them closely. "What, kiddo?" "I wanted to see if there were real sparks when you know." Abby could feel herself blushing. "Ellie, has your mom had, that kind of talk with you yet?" Ellie shrugged, which wasn't exactly an answer. "Well, I'm going to guess that between television and your friends, you have some kind of idea of what you're talking about, and that's good. But if you have questions, please ask me." "About the sparks, you mean?" Ellie said, sounding a bit mischievous. "Does everybody get them?" Abby glanced helplessly at Ned, who was trying to keep a straight face. He wasn't going to help, it seemed. Abby took a deep breath and said, "Ellie, we're pretty new to all of this. I think that people who have the ability we three have, and maybe even Jack, can create sparks if they meet someone with the same ability, but it doesn't happen all the time, and you should love the other person before you see if you get more than sparks." God help me, I can't believe I just said that, Abby thought. Ellie didn't seem to notice her discomfort, or tactfully chose to ignore it. "What about animals? Do they get them too?" Abby glanced at Ned again, and this time they burst out laughing.
"Ellie,"
Ned began when he found his voice again,
"I have no idea. We've just started exploring what happens between people, and we've got a long way to go. But for now, I'm going to guess no. I think animals can love other animals, but I think it takes a bigger conscious mind to feel what we do, and to communicate in words, which I think we've all done."
The conversation was interrupted by the return of the McGuires. Jack spoke first.
"I think I see some possibilities. It might be a good thing to do a whole house evaluation of your heating system, so any changes would be integrated. Save you money down the road, too. Since you want to replace the furnace anyway. I'll break it down for you and bring it by in a day or two. Unless you've got any more questions, Bill and me, we ought to go over to your friend's place and see what's going on there."
"That's fine, Jack. Right now we're just looking at what's possible. We don't even have a timetable for it. So go wild, and we'll listen to your ideas." Jack nodded, but Bill looked more excited by the prospect.
"Thanks, Abby. Good to meet you, Ned."
"I'll walk you out," Ned told them, and they trampled down the stairs. "Don't forget to tell him how to get to Leslie's house," Abby called after them. Then she turned back to Ellie. "I probably shouldn't bring this up again, Ellie, but is there anything you want to talk about what you saw up here?" Ellie shook her head vehemently. "No, maybe after I think about it. The lady, Mary, she was scared, but Jack seemed happy to have felt something from her, so I guess it kind of balances out. Maybe they'll both feel better now." "I hope so, Ellie." Abby shivered, although she wasn't sure whether it was due to the cold drafts seeping into the attic or what she had just learned about the house she was living in. How would she come to terms with what had happened to Mary? Maybe it sounded silly, but was there some sort of exorcism that they could perform on the house, or at least the attic, that could purge the negative history? She'd have to think about it. Right now she thought both she and Ellie, and maybe Ned, could use some hot chocolate and a meaningful discussion about plumbing fixtures. George came by to pick up Ellie a couple of hours later, beaming.
"You two are lifesavers. Your plumbers showed up and they took care of the problem in no time. Now all that's left is the mopping up. Ellie, you ready to go?"
"Yeah, okay, Dad. Thanks for an interesting afternoon, Abby. See you Thursday?"
"You bet, kid," Abby said, then stood in the doorway watching the two of them walk toward the car and trying to remember who knew what. George knew who Ellie's biological father was, but as far as she knew, Leslie hadn't told Ellie yet, and Abby didn't think it was her place to do that. And Leslie hadn't given Ned permission to, and he had followed her wishes. But after what Ellie had seen in the attic, and what little she knew about girls these days, Ellie would start wondering sooner rather than later. Would Ellie ask her mother, who didn't possess a single psychic bone in her body, or would she come to Abby first? And Abby had to wonder how she would handle it. It was a subdued evening. Abby put together a sketchy supper, only one step above leftovers, and they talked of nothing in particular.
"You like those guys?"
"The McGuires? I do. I almost said they're uncomplicated, and then we discovered that psychic link. What an unlikely string of coincidences. You said earlier you didn't really know anything about the history of this house when you bought it?"
"Nothing detailed. Mostly when work had been done on it, which was outlined in the sale agreement. I really never gave a thought to that little room in the attic, and I've never spent much time up there."
He smiled.
"But you and I have already discovered that there are lots of connections we can't see, at least at first. I hope Jack isn't too upset."
"I think he's getting used to it now, and I also think that some part of him wants to know more about what happened with Mary, even if it turns out to be unpleasant."
"Well, I can certainly respect that."
Ned stood up abruptly.
"Let's forget about the dishes and go make some sparks."
Chapter 14. Sunday. The sparking was still great, Abby had to admit, but it didn't solve any problems, like what to do with the rest of her time when Ned wasn't available. Sometimes she had to laugh at the fact that Ned had lived in this house for years without noticing a lot of things. Not that he'd been tuned in to the spirits of abused servant girls in the attic. Who would be? Except a few people like Jack McGuire, who had a direct connection. But Abby had yet to figure out any pattern to who connected to who, since occurrences seemed kind of random. Ellie had inherited the ability from Ned, and Sarah had passed it on to Ned from who knew how many ancestors. The source of Christine's ability hadn't been determined, and then there were a couple of plumbers who'd just walked onto the stage and moved the scenery around once again. And Danny, who was a whole new case. Of course, Abby knew there were more people like those in her close circle out there, but she was both eager and wary about looking for more. She hadn't seen Christine often after their initial encounter at the psychic fair. Christine hadn't explored much of her gift at that point, although now she'd acknowledged it. Still intuitively, she had used that gift to ease the transition, or passing, or whatever you choose to call it, for dying patients. Maybe it was time to talk to her again. At breakfast, Abby asked, "We have anything scheduled for today?"
"Nothing beyond chores. Why?"
"I haven't seen Christine lately, and I thought maybe the two of us could get together. You want to hang out with the guys and watch football?"
"You might have noticed that I'm not much into watching large grown men deliberately colliding with each other."
"Apparently you're in a minority. A lot of these guys get big salaries to do just that, which suggests that a lot of people are watching them."
"I know, and a lot of people watched Roman gladiators get eaten by wild animals," Ned pointed out.
"Which means what?" Abby asked.
"That people like to watch violence. Watch, not take part in."
"I've always hoped that it's a way to discharge a basic human lust for violence without actually engaging in it. I watch, I cheer, and then I turn off the TV. I don't go out and beat up my neighbor."
"Whatever works for you." Ned stood up. "I think I'm going to replace the seal on the cellar hatch before winter comes for good."
"Sounds useful, especially if it keeps the cellar drier."
"When do you think we'll hear from the McGuires?"
"I'm guessing tomorrow or Tuesday. They didn't give us any song and dance about being booked till the new year. Heck, they haven't even quoted us a price. But I'm not worried, even if we're down to one bathroom in the house." After Ned drained his coffee mug and went off to collect his tools, Abby stood up, stretched, and went in search of her phone. She checked her watch. 9 a.m. That shouldn't be too early to call a nurse, should it? Unless Christine kept a lot of late nights, which was quite possible. She wondered if Christine could ever turn off her phone, given how her clients could hardly plan the timing of their own deaths. She might as well try. Christine picked up after 3 rings.
"Abby?"
She sounded surprised.
"Is anything wrong?"
"No, of course not. I was thinking about you, and I realized that there were still a lot of things we hadn't talked about after the last time we met, and I thought maybe we could have lunch or a coffee or something. You know, girl-type stuff. If you need to get some rest, that's fine. We can do it some other time." Christine still seemed a little bewildered by the call, but she rallied.
"No, I'm glad you called.
I guess I spend so much time with people near death that I forget how to deal with the living. I would love to get together with you. When? Where?" "Would you mind coming here? I've got some interesting things to tell you." "Okay. Noonish? That works. See you later then. And if something else comes up, I'll understand."
"I know you will. I'll see you later."
Abby hung up, feeling satisfied. She hadn't made a lot of female friends locally. First, there had been Brad, long since discarded, who had demanded her full attention whenever they both had free time. Although Abby knew for a fact that some of that free time had been diverted to the lovely Shanna, which was why Brad was now an ex. Then she'd met Ned, who had directed her to Leslie. Leslie had been her boss, and that had been blown out of the water on so many levels once Abby had discovered Ellie's gift or skill or ability or whatever it was. Abby hadn't been at the job long enough to make friends among the rest of the staff, and through Ned she'd met his mother, Sarah, who was a lovely person and would count as a friend, but she was a generation older. So now she'd added Christine, who was older but not by much, and who was just coming to discover her own psychic abilities. Abby smiled. It seemed kind of unreal to get together with a friend to talk about their daily, ordinary activities, which happened to include channeling the dead, all in a day's work. Now, what to make for lunch? Both she and Ned were essentially uninterested in cooking, although they were happy to eat whatever was put in front of them with enthusiasm, as long as somebody else did the cooking. As a result, they seldom shopped for food, and their cupboards, and pantry and fridge, were basically bare. So Abby started improvising a soup, and she knew there was a nice loaf of bread in the freezer, and there was something resembling a meal ready when Christine rang the front doorbell. Abby had alerted Ned to expect her and told him he was welcome to join them for lunch. Christine came into the kitchen, followed by Ned. She was smiling, but she looked tired. Was it rude to ask if there were more deaths at this time of year than, say, in summer? Abby decided to hold her tongue. They settled around the kitchen table and ate, making pleasant chat. Soup consumed, Christine finally asked,
"So, do you have anything new to report?"
Abby and Ned exchanged looks. "As a matter of fact, we do," Abby said. She and Ned proceeded to give a jumbled duet explaining their encounter with Jack and Bill McGuire and what had happened in their attic, and how Ellie had happened to see it and respond, which of course segued into Abby meeting Ellie's new friend Danny at school and the problems that autism presented, and why the mean girls had chosen to bully him, and how such things could be managed, and at what level, personal, school-wide.
"My, you have been busy.
Christine said, sounding almost jealous.
You know, you've been quite lucky to encounter these people spontaneously.
I know, Abby admitted, but sometimes I wonder if most people possess the ability, and these are the only ones whose force is strong.
Have you talked to Ellie about these things?
Yes, but cautiously. You have to remember she's only 8, but she sees things far beyond her understanding. I keep wondering how we can keep Leslie in the dark about all this. I don't want Ellie to hide things from her, but selfishly, I'm afraid if Leslie knows even half of it, she'll cut off contact between Ellie and Ned and me. Luckily, Ellie's smart, and she uses good judgment. Christine looked down at her plate and then back at Abby.
Do you have a plan? I know you're still exploring the biological or physiological basis for all this, but what do you do when you find it? Are you content just to discover like-minded people by bumping into them, the way you did the McGuires?
I've been kicking around some ideas, Abby began. How much time do you have?
You're lucky. My afternoon is free, which is kind of rare.
Then let me give you the bare outlines and you can tell me what you think. Abby went on to sketch out her still vague ideas about a school or an after-school program, realizing how flimsy they sounded even as she spoke. After maybe half an hour, she ran out of steam. So, what do you think?
I think you need to take a deep breath and a step back.
And I think we all need more coffee, Christine said. Abby turned to Ned. Would you mind making it? No problem, he told her, and stood up and filled the hot pot with water. Abby turned back to Christine. That bad? Am I completely off base? Christine was pleating her napkin in her lap.
Abby, I'm not usually the kind of person to give advice, but I'll try. First, you're a smart young woman with a lot of energy, and I get the feeling that you don't have enough to keep both your mind and your body busy. You're looking for something constructive to do that goes beyond the borders of this house. Am I right?
Yes. Sorry, Ned, but I am kind of bored. I love fixing things up around the house and planning projects, and of course I love being with you, but I need something more.
Abby, I understand, he said, setting the coffee carafe on the table. I have a job, one that I created and that I love doing, but you need something for yourself that you value, that makes you value yourself.
Another reason why I love you, Abby said, smiling at him. She turned back to Christine. And I am extraordinarily lucky that Ned has enough money not only to support the roof over our heads, but also to invest in projects that might not otherwise happen. I did nothing to earn any of it, but I'd like to put the money and my time to good use.
Another gold star for you, Christine said. But you're still flailing around, trying to figure out what. Now, take a look at what your first ideas have in common.
For a moment, Abby wasn't sure what Christine meant, but then it hit her. Children.
Exactly. If I recall, you told me you started out as a teacher of young children. You liked it, didn't you?
I loved it. I only gave it up because Brad the jerk didn't think it was important enough to suit him. Sorry, Ned. He held up both hands.
Don't apologize to me. You had the good sense to dump the guy.
So I did, Abby said, cheered. And then Ned and I together, found me that job at the museum, which was sort of a hybrid, but at least it got me back to teaching children.
So you've always had some empathy, a kind of connection for young children, even though you didn't know why, right?
Christine asked. I guess so. I never looked at it that way before. What do I do with it? Christine refilled her coffee cup.
I found my niche almost by accident, much as you have. But I think in some ways we're a lot alike. People who are making the transition to whatever comes after life as we know it are more open to this kind of phenomenon. Oh, they're scared, and that's where I come in.
The unknown can be terrifying, but they can hear me, even when they're no longer able to speak, and I can give them some assurance that they don't need to be afraid, and they're not alone. You, Abby, seem to have an affinity for the opposite end of life, the children who haven't lost their openness. All of their experiences are equal, whether they're psychic or tangible. They don't judge yet. It's only when the grown-ups around them tell them to stop daydreaming or making up stories that they shut it down. I agree, but I can't go around saying a psychic hi to every child I meet, hoping there's a connection. As you know, it's touch that makes that connection. Their parents or minders will think I'm a pervert and have me arrested. Did I say I was finished? Christine asked with a half smile. I think Danny's your key. I can't claim to know a lot about autism and how it affects children, but my general impression is that the consensus is that it's not correlated directly with intelligence. An autistic child can have a normal intelligence, or even above normal, but there's something wrong with how he or she interacts with the rest of the people in the world. It's a communication problem. It may be that they shut down to protect themselves mentally, or they may have difficulty processing that information in time to use it, so they get labeled slow, or whatever the politically correct term is these days. But if what you and Ellie have experienced with Danny is accurate, you, and probably others, have a chance to reach them, to communicate with them, and maybe to make their lives easier. What do you think? After a few moments, Abby said, I think you've just put into words what I've been struggling with ever since I met Danny. He's in there. Ellie knew it first, and I knew it when I shook his hand. But how do we find a way to help these children without being treated like loonies or witches and driven out of town? That's the tricky part, Christine admitted. My thumbnail response is, don't go to the established schools, because they won't know what to do with you. Don't try to create your own school, because there would be too much paperwork and red tape, money issues aside, and you still wouldn't be able to advertise what you're doing. But you're overlooking one possible avenue, working at an independent school for differently abled children. There are a couple of good ones right around here. You'd still have to be careful how you present yourself and what you're offering, but you could be labeled a consultant or counselor or a communications specialist. Will your prior teaching credentials support that? I'll bet they do, Abby said with something like wonder. Christine, you're a genius. I'll get right on that. Happy to help, Christine said. And now that I think about it, I may have one more suggestion. I know someone who runs a small independent school about a mile from here who deals with the kind of problems you're looking at. Maybe we could get together and talk about what might be possible for you. That would be wonderful. But she's not psychic, is she? No, or not that we've ever talked about. I might go so far as to call her intuitive. She's not a by-the-book kind of teacher or administrator, but she's great with the kids. I think you'd get along well, but I won't tell her about our ability, not right away. Let me give her a call and see what I can set up, okay? Christine checked her watch. Good heavens, look at the time. I have a shift at the hospice tonight, so I should go home and get some rest first. Look, you do a little homework and learn something about current teaching methods, if you haven't already. I'll call my friend and see if I can get you two together. And Abby, thanks for making me part of this. Chapter 15. Sunday. Abby watched Christine hurry down the front walk to her car. Christine waved as she pulled away, then Abby returned the wave and shut the door before turning to Ned, standing behind her. Wow. Exactly. He smiled. She's a smart woman, and she's found a good niche for herself. And here I've been running around like a headless chicken, Abby said ruefully. I wouldn't exactly say that, Ned told her. Why not? Abby asked. actually curious.
You have been trying out ideas. You've been kind of circling around what you really want to do, and Christine figured out what it was. That's what friends are for, or at least someone looking at it from the outside.
I want to work with children,
Abby said, almost to herself. She looked up at Ned.
I used to know that. That's where I started out in college and after I graduated, but I kind of lost sight of it. I guess I was trying too hard to please Brad, and he didn't deserve it.
I think you're right, but I'm kind of biased. You're great with Ellie, though. You don't talk down to her, but you don't assume she's an adult either. That's not easy for any parent to manage.
Abby waved a dismissive hand toward him. That's easy. Ellie is an old soul, wise beyond her years. And you and I are going to have to talk about how we can have a serious talk with Leslie before things get too much more complicated, starting with the fact that you're Ellie's father.
I've been letting Leslie make that decision. That's what we agreed on at the beginning. Although things are certainly more complicated now. There are things we never expected.
I recognize that, and I haven't tried to interfere,
Abby told him. But that arrangement won't last much longer. Kids grow up fast these days.
Do you think Ellie already knows or senses it?
She hasn't said anything that would lead me to think so, but it wouldn't surprise me. Or maybe she senses it on an intuitive level but hasn't put it into words yet. I know you don't hang out with a lot of children or high school kids, but I can tell you that Ellie's group of girls knows more than I did at twice her age, I'd bet. A sudden thought struck her. Ned, say you're an infant or a child who isn't yet using language. In most households, there's usually a television or a computer on, showing cartoons or a movie, something with people speaking at least. How does a very young child perceive that?
I'm not sure what you're getting at, Abby.
I mean, at what point does a child learn to differentiate between what he or she sees on a screen and the real people around him? Which is real? Which do you pay attention to? But more to the point, what if they're seeing the same kind of film or video in their heads?
You mean channeling someone or a piece of history, kind of the way we do?
Exactly. Hold on, Ned protested when Abby began to go on. You're saying a child may be seeing 3 films in their head? The real people one, his parents, for a start, maybe siblings, and others, plus whatever's on the screen, whether it's a television or a computer, and, if he has the ability, the film he generates in his head, the ones that you and I see. Abby nodded vigorously. Something like that, except we see them in front of us, not only in our heads. Look, I don't mean to downplay imagination. I'd bet most children make up fantasies and visualize them in some detail. So maybe I actually mean 4 levels. 2 physical image streams coming from the outside, real and on screen, and 2 internally generated, imagination and psychic. Ned shook his head.
Abigail, if any of this is true, it's a wonder children's heads don't explode in their first year.
Abby smiled at his comment. Well, maybe that's why the psychic channel gets shut down early, purely to cut down the visual noise in the child's head. Or it's the weakest one and can't compete with all the other noise.
This is definitely worth thinking about, but I think I need a glass of wine to help. Coming?
Definitely. We're not finished here. The move to the kitchen, finding the wine and uncorking it, and filling 2 glasses, provided a convenient break, and Abby wasn't really sure where she wanted to go with their original discussion. Ned chose for her.
Abby, I see what you're saying, and I think you've got some valid ideas, but like Christine said, you're all over the place. I know we don't have a timetable or a specific goal, but I think you need to choose one area to investigate and really dig into that. It doesn't have to be a permanent choice, but you need to figure out your own process and how you can direct your energies.
Abby sighed. Oh, I know. I do like the excitement of exploring new ideas, but if we want anything like a better understanding of psychic phenomena, we have to go deep rather than broad. Does that make sense?
It does. That's what I was trying to say.
So how about this? We look into local schools for autistic children and see what their approach to teaching is, and see if there's some kind of niche I could fit into.
Tricky if you don't reveal your real purpose, but if it's an independent school that gives you some leeway, and you do have the credentials to at least get in the door, I'm assuming you wouldn't walk in and announce you're a psychic consultant?
Abby smiled. I think I'd be walking out about a minute later. All right, I'll do some online research about the kind of place Christine mentioned. I haven't lived here long enough to know anyone with a child in one of these places or any of the teachers, but Christine knows someone who works at an independent school, and I'm hoping she can make an introduction.
That sounds like a plan, but only if you want to, Abby,
Ned said with concern in his voice.
I don't want to push you in any direction, and this may not be the way to go for you. We're not in any hurry.
But that's not exactly true, Abby said. You've lived with this ability most of your life, and at the same time you've managed to ignore it much of the time. For me, this is still new, and every time I turn around I run into another example. And so far I've got a growing pile of unrelated information that I don't begin to understand. I need to make sense of it, if only for myself. Maybe that will be enough. Or maybe I'll find some way to use it to help other people. Right now I don't know, but I need to keep working on it. Christine was right. I need to have more facts about how these children are taught and with what results. And I'd welcome the chance to talk to her friends, even if nothing comes of it. But I don't want to spend big chunks of time doing research. I want to be helping people. She moved closer to Ned and laid her hands on his chest. But thank you for keeping me on track and for trusting me when I do go off track. And I'm grateful to your mother and Christine, and I feel privileged to know Ellie and to have the chance to help her if I can. Ned laid his hands over hers, and Abby felt the surge of electricity between them.
And I'm with you all the way,
he said, and leaned in for a kiss. Abby pulled back only long enough to say, I can still do over the powder room and laundry, though, can't I?
Of course, and the McGuires are useful additions to our small circle, even if they don't know it.
After cleaning up from lunch, Ned went off to do whatever chores he was working on, and Abby sat down at the dining room table and opened up her laptop. When it booted up, she called up her resume and stared at it. Solid degree and 2 years' experience with young children. That was good. Then there was a year working at a nonprofit agency in Pennsylvania, Brad's idea, which had ended abruptly when he got a better job in Boston and dragged her along with him. She had barely gotten oriented in her new place when she'd booted Brad out the door into the waiting arms of his shapely blonde co-worker. Luckily, Ned was already on the scene, and he'd put her in touch with Leslie, who had, as it happened, needed a museum tour docent/teacher ASAP, which had been great as long as it lasted, until Ned and Abby had discovered their shared psychic trait, and Ned had passed it on to Ellie, and Abby had recognized it in the child, and the whole thing had blown up. And next to none of the past 2 years belonged on a resume, but a lot of blanks didn't help her case. She wasn't going to lie to any prospective employer, but she'd have some fancy explaining to do to fill in the gaps so she didn't sound undependable. Having patched together what she could with the resume, she turned to looking at autism research and what the current topics and buzzwords were. Abigail, pretend you're a normal, non-psychic person. What do you need to know? After 2 hours of meandering through websites about early childhood education and regulations about disabled children in schools, then moving on to what independent schools offered, she was depressed. And the sun had gone down. Ned finally emerged from his workspace and said plaintively, "Dinner?"
"Sure, if you're making it,"
Abby told him. "No problem," he said. "You want the light on? It's kind of dark in here. Have you been sitting here since I went downstairs?"
"Yep."
"You don't sound happy," he commented.
"I'm not. It's a mess."
"You want to talk about it while I cook?"
"Might as well. I've got to make some sort of order out of all this information because nobody else seems to have done it."
"What kind of food are you in the mood for?"
"Anything you feel like cooking."
Abby followed him into the kitchen where Ned started opening and shutting cabinets and poking around. "I think we've got all the fixings for Thai, if I can find any protein," he said.
"I think there's a leftover chicken breast lurking in the back of the fridge. I was kind of saving it for lunch, but you're welcome to it."
"Found it," he crowed. "We're good to go. Want a glass of wine?"
"Definitely. Do you mind working and talking at the same time? It might involve thinking, too."
"I'm pretty sure I can handle it."
He filled 2 glasses with Pinot Grigio, then went back to collecting ingredients. When he had all the components neatly lined up, he said,
"What's the problem? Were you looking at job listings?"
"I thought I'd start at the beginning, like finding out what the current definition of autism is."
"And?" he said, opening cans of water chestnuts and bamboo shoots.
"Problem number 1, there is no single definition of autism. There are some consistent characteristics, which we all probably know, or maybe I should get used to saying autism spectrum disorder, which is more current. But after that, it gets really murky. Here's what I've learned so far. The big 3 characteristics seem to be different kinds of trouble with social interactions. 1, autistic people often lack empathy for the feelings of others, have trouble making friends, and so on. 2, they have trouble with verbal communication, both speaking and hearing meanings. And 3, they may have narrow, often intense interests and a reliance on rigid routines. None of these makes it easy for them to find friends. It's much more frequent in boys than in girls, and it usually starts between ages 2 and 3, which kind of corresponds to when young children start using language, doesn't it? Something to think about later.
"Sounds like you've made a good start there. What comes next?"
Based on what I've had time to read, which certainly is limited, I think a lot of schools for children with special needs focus on training them on how to behave, if you believe their websites. I think that strategy misses what's really going on in the children's heads. I'll admit that's a lot harder to alter.
Ned put down the knife he was using and turned to face her, leaning against the counter. "But you believe there is more going on in those children, and you think you have a chance to reach that, at least some of the time, and maybe make things better all around?"
"I'd like to hope so, but I haven't a clue how."
The landline rang, and Abby picked it up quickly.
"It's Christine," she mouthed to Ned. "Hey, what's up?" On the phone, Christine said, "I talked to my friend, and she'd be glad to meet you tomorrow after school lets out. Say 4 o'clock? "That's great. Will you be there?" "If I can.
You know my job can be unpredictable."
"Got it. Just tell me where to meet her and I'll be there. If things don't work out, so be it. At least I'll have had some practice talking the talk after so long. Christine, I really appreciate your help. So give me the info."
Abby grabbed a pencil and a pad and scribbled the name, location, and phone number.
"If you're not there, I'll report after, or you can call me if you're busy. Thanks again."
Abby hung up and turned back to Ned.
"Do you ever get the feeling that things are meant to be, or that they happen for a reason?"
"Now and then, usually when I stumble over another ancestor in a cemetery and didn't even know he was there."
"Yes, exactly. I had a brainstorm today that I'd like to have lunch with Christine, and she was free, and now I've got an appointment to meet with a friend of hers tomorrow, and I can begin asking questions about the very things I need to know. See, the universe is in alignment."
Chapter 16. Sunday. Talking with Christine really helped me focus, Abby said thoughtfully. And so will talking with her friend, I hope. Being able to function in society is important, of course. I know that.
At the risk of sounding crass, that's what most parents need, Ned pointed out. After all, they're paying the bills for the school.
Of course, Abby said impatiently. But what about the kid who's inside, who sees and hears and even understands, but can't get out of his own head? And then he's called stupid by other kids. And that makes him angry because inside he knows he's not stupid, and the whole situation just gets worse. Abby stopped for a moment to collect herself. How had she gotten so invested in these kids she didn't even know? My point is that maybe, just maybe, I can reach them, help them understand their own problems. I don't see any way to fix them in any permanent way, but maybe if they understood... Oh, I don't know, but I want to try. She took another breath. Ned, I touched Danny for only a moment, but he was there, and scared and angry and frustrated and more, and he was trying so hard to keep it all together. That was just a single moment. What if I could work with him over time? No pressure, and he knew that he could trust me. You think he might relax and open up more to me? Or us? Or is that wishful thinking? Ned smiled.
The only way we'll know is if we try, so we'll have to find a way to make it happen. Not just with Danny, but for other kids, too. I think Christine is right. You need an inside job in an established school, so you can see more of these kids, both singly and in groups. But keep in mind that it's entirely possible that what you're describing won't work with them, or with only a small percentage. I can imagine that it would be easy for you to get discouraged.
Yes, I know there is no one set of symptoms or a single timeline for autism. It's all over the place. So what works for one person might not work for another, but somebody's got to try.
And you're prepared to deal with that?
When Abby nodded, he went on.
And you'll have to put together enough successes that the administration will keep you on, unless you want to hang out a shingle and go solo as a consultant. But for that, you'd need a track record to attract people.
Abby wilted slightly. Any school is going to wonder why I can't show other people to do the same thing. I can't just brush it off and say, oh, I'm psychic, that's all. But those other people won't have the ability, or only a very few of them, no matter how hard they try or how good their intentions.
Abby, did you expect this to be easy? Look, I know you're smart and that you're willing to work hard, but we both need to be careful. Think of yourself as going undercover in whatever school hires you. You can't reveal your secrets, but you can get the job done. The only drawback is that you'll have to watch what you say, and to whom.
Abigail the spy. Cute.
Look, I agree with you, Ned said. These are real people, even if they have trouble communicating with anyone.
Exactly. Maybe you could play a role, too. It seems that most researchers accept that there is some sort of organic cause underlying this condition, but they don't know what. Oh, and since far more males than females are affected, you might want to look at a more specific genetic factor, like the Y chromosome.
Noted. Abby, I think you're onto something, and I'm not just saying that to make you happy. You've got a secret weapon, but we both can learn a lot from what you experience in a school setting, if this works out.
And then we'll go on and win the Nobel Prize. Abby grinned briefly. Are you actually going to cook tonight? Because all this research and thinking has made me hungry.
I'll get right on it. I think your autism problem, or maybe its solution, can wait until morning.
After their spicy Thai dinner, Abby drifted toward the parlor, keeping her eyes averted from her still-open laptop. Ned was right. The problem would be waiting for her in the morning, or maybe for the rest of her life. She knew her brief research had been superficial,
but she had wanted only to gather enough materials to know which parts she needed to take a harder look at, and enough to apply for some kind of relevant job without sounding like an idiot, although she wondered if that was even a problem. Most of the websites she'd looked at for schools with autistic children had proudly stressed their student-teacher ratio, and that meant they needed a lot of teachers. She'd have to figure out where her niche might be in a school. Not a school that tried to address all possible psychological communication problems. She couldn't help make life easier for someone with a serious brain injury, for example. That would narrow her choices from the start. On first glance, she didn't think that what she classified as a touchy-feely place that tried to treat problems along the autism spectrum by sheer love sounded particularly effective. Kids needed some structure, of course, but they needed a balance. She wanted to work in the best of all worlds, where science, technology, and common sense produced real results. Maybe no one could fix these kids, but it must be possible to make their lives better. What age cutoff should she use? Her quick survey of the literature suggested that it might be better to target the youngest children, who were still more open to change. Single sex? Definitely before puberty, which would only add to the confusion. Heck, from what she remembered, boys of a certain age had trouble making eye contact with any girl of their own age, much less stringing together a coherent sentence. Or maybe she should start out working only with girls. In the past, girls with any autistic tendencies were often overlooked because they were naturally more sociable and interactive. They also had better social skills and more active imaginations. That could be fun to look into. But would it be the best use of her abilities? Decisions. Later, as they were getting ready for bed, Abby said tentatively, "You know, I've never been on many job interviews." "This thing tomorrow isn't an interview, is it?" Ned asked. "Not exactly, but kind of. Supposedly we're just getting to know each other, but this friend of Christine's must know there's a subtext, right? Sure, I'm looking to spruce up my credentials and my CV, and I'm talking to people who know what they're doing and what the possibilities are. As far as I know, there's no job opening anyway. This is just for information. But I still get the feeling that I need to sell myself somehow. Why I'd be a good fit for their place, what I can do for them and their students. At the same time, I can't talk about the special skill that would make me so valuable to them. Or I think that's true, at least for the moment. Look, would you mind if I offered to volunteer for a few weeks, just to see how it goes? Yes, I know you've got plenty of money, but all too often people are judged by how much money they make, so foregoing a salary means something to other people. And I can't exactly dangle you in front of this woman. Hey, give me a job and my rich boyfriend will make a nice contribution to your school. That's tacky, and I'd rather earn my own place." Ned held up both his hands. "Hey, I'm staying out of this. You play it however you want. Like I said earlier, you're great with kids. That should take you a long way. Just relax and be yourself. If this opportunity doesn't work out, there'll be another one. There's no rush." "I guess, unless the indie school grapevine labels me that crazy lady. I just wish I knew more about all this stuff."
"Abby, you know as much about this as anybody right now, at least about some parts of it. You have a gift, and you'll find a way to use it. Trust me."
"I do." The lights were off when a few minutes later Ned said,
"Abby, do you want children?"
For a moment she panicked. What was he asking? Did she want children? She'd never gotten as far as that discussion with Brad, thank goodness. Oh God, was this a proposal? Or an offer to breed? What? "You mean with you? Or in general?" she said cautiously.
"Whichever you prefer."
Not helpful, and not exactly romantic, but he'd asked, and Abby owed him an answer. "In the abstract, yes, I've always figured I'd have children, but there hasn't been a right time or the right person."
I suppose I could say the same thing. You know my history with Leslie. We were together for a while, but we agreed we were simply too different to make it work in the long run. We parted friends. Then when she and George had trouble conceiving, she turned to me. No strings, no commitment. And Ellie and Peter came along. But things have changed since then.
You didn't know about the psychic thing, or that it could be hereditary, Abby said.
Exactly. And I didn't know how strongly I'd feel about Ellie. I don't know whether it's because of our genetic or psychic connection, but I think she's a great kid, and I'm proud to be her father, whether or not she ever knows officially.
What about Petey?
I haven't spent much time with him, so I don't know him well.
So the gender connection isn't the most important element?
Not that I've noticed, or not yet. Abby, are you ducking my question?
You mean, do I want to have your children? To be honest, I haven't thought it through. You're a great father, and I love you, but there's been so much going on, both inside my head and in our lives, that it hasn't seemed, well, real.
Abby thought for a few moments, staring into the dark.
I guess if I do think about it, it kind of scares me. You and I have a hereditary link, and it's pretty strong, right?
Abby could feel Ned's nod, though it was too dark to see it.
No question, he said.
So what happens if we create a child together? Is that power squared? Maybe it would be a super kid, or maybe it would be a mental mess. We have no way of knowing, do we?
I don't know how to answer that, Abby. We don't have any facts.
Oh, Ned, I don't want to say no. Can we think about it for a while?
Of course.
Did he sound disappointed? They both fell silent, and Ned appeared to fall asleep quickly. For Abby, it wasn't so easy. At some point, was it only a couple of years ago, she had thought she and Brad would get married, and they'd figure out if kids fit down the line. Then that relationship had fallen apart, and she was fine with that. Then she'd met Ned, under rather odd circumstances, and there was so much else to figure out that marriage and any kind of future were not high on her list, or his. He was older than Abby. He was established. He had money. He already had a child that he saw occasionally. He had a home and a life, both kind of settled, before she had come along. When they had come together, it had been explosive. But would that last, or would it burn out? Was it truly personal, or was it a byproduct of the electric or magnetic connection they had? And would that fade over time? How could they know? She believed she loved Ned, and that he loved her. She had no idea where their lives were going to go, singly or together. She did love children, but the idea of combining their genes scared her, as she had told him. But the one thing she did know was that she was not going to run away from whatever they had or could have. Chapter 17. Monday. Despite a relatively late night, Abby woke up early and lay curled against Ned, with a quilt wrapping them both, and tried to decide what she thought about the planned meeting with the school administrator. Was she really just flailing around, out of boredom or frustration? Was this even a good idea? Her life had changed so much over the past year that she wasn't sure she even knew herself now. Many of the changes had been for the good, but how many of them were permanent? Which organization was it that used the motto, "First, do no harm"? She didn't want to start something and then walk away. If the whole psychic link thing didn't work out with this or any other school, would she leave? After how long? And what would she do then? She was startled when she felt Ned's hand on her back.
"Stop worrying," he said softly.
"Why do you think I'm worrying?"
she said defensively. "Because you're tense. Anyone could tell that.
It doesn't take a psychic link. Don't be, Abby. If this first try doesn't work out, there will be others. You'll find your niche.
Abby tried to relax her shoulders. I hope so. What's up for today?
Work for me. I'll be going into the office.
You did promise to take some real time off, Abby said, hating the whiny tone in her voice.
I did, and I will, as soon as we figure out what we're doing. If this new thing works out for you, maybe I can find some parallel research, so we'd be working together but not, if that makes any sense.
Well, we made a good start with those scary brain machines, but that's definitely not something to use on children, or at least not yet.
You're right, but it gave us a clearer image of the physical layout of the brain and where some things are happening. It's a place to start anyway.
Downstairs over breakfast, Ned asked,
When do you expect to hear from the plumbers?
Today or tomorrow, I hope. I'd like to get started on that project before I get sucked into something more time-consuming, and I don't think they'll take very long. You want to go with Victorian-style tile in the back, or something more neutral?
You're asking me?
Ned's eyebrows went up.
Okay, I'd say keep the colors light and make sure it's easy to clean. I'll trust you on the rest.
And you're sure you don't want to get your hands dirty with the plumbing?
No thanks, I'll leave that to the experts. I know my limitations.
He stood up.
I'd better go. See you at dinner. Your turn to cook, right?
Yes, I guess. Have a good day. When Ned had left, Abby spent an extra couple of minutes finishing her coffee and staring into space, watching random thoughts drift by. What should she wear to the interview that wasn't really an interview? Nothing too upscale, because that wouldn't look kid-friendly. Should she do some more online digging about autism? No, probably not. She didn't want to sound like she was reciting a textbook. Would there be kids around when she got there, or would they already have left for the day? No idea. They probably had working parents, because this kind of school must come with some hefty costs, so they might need after-school supervision. She'd really like to have the chance to see how a group of autistic children acted together, particularly at the end of the day when they must be frazzled. How would they react to a stranger, her, in their midst? She realized she was working herself into a real-life tizzy and decided to think about the new bathroom instead. Funny, when people talked or wrote about houses in prior centuries, nobody devoted much time to describing the spaces where basic bodily functions occurred. Attractive floor plans seldom seemed to include the inevitable outhouse. And didn't they have to relocate those at intervals if they became filled? And what about inside functions? She'd seen only a few chamber pots in her life, but they'd all seemed very small. How did adults manage to hit the mark in the dark of night? She had to smile at her own silly speculations, yet it made some sense to wonder how people got water into an old house and waste out. She'd be willing to bet that bathing was much less frequent in those days. Combine gamey people and decaying garbage and outside animal odors, and it would have been a rather ripe world. But since most people were living under similar conditions, they wouldn't really have noticed. Still, she was glad she lived in the modern world. As if on cue, there was a knock at the front door, and on her way to answer it, Abby noticed the McGuire plumbing van parked out at the curb. She pulled open the door. Jack, hello. I wasn't sure when you'd be coming by. Have you got something to show me? Oh, please, come in. Do you want coffee? For some reason, Jack looked uncomfortable. Was he still troubled by what had happened the last time he'd been at the house? Embarrassed? Frightened?
Coffee's fine, if it's made.
Of course. I often drink it throughout the day. Come on back. Abby led the way to the kitchen. When they reached it, she said, Sit down. I'll pour. Jack had been carrying a roll of papers, which he proceeded to spread out on the table as Abby filled a mug for him. When she handed it to him, she looked at the drawings. Wow, these look so professional. I don't mean to insult you, but you haven't had much time to work on these, but they look ready to go.
That's Bill's work,
Jack said with more than a hint of pride.
He's really good with computers and such. We put together a couple of different options, but there's not a lot of room to work with, so they're pretty similar.
Explain them to me, please, Abby said, resuming her seat.
Jack seemed to relax when talking about things he was familiar with.
I think we talked about that you didn't want to see the toilet as soon as you walked into the kitchen, so I put the powder room off to the side here. That means your washer and dryer are straight ahead. You need room to hang and fold stuff, so I tried to fit in some workspace and rods, or small clotheslines. Some of these fold up and out of the way. And I figured you'd want to keep the window so you're not sorting socks in the dark.
You've got that right. I really like what you've done. And those are full-size machines, right?
Yep, they'll handle anything smaller than a quilt.
How long would it take to install all this?
10 days, tops, if I order the washer and dryer and stuff today. The appliances are standard, and I can get them from my regular supplier. You can look at different porcelain pieces, but I can rough out the connections. You want time to think about it? Or talk to your partner?
No, this is my project. I know you didn't have a lot of options with so little space, and I like what you've done with it. Let's do it. Do you want me to sign something?
You mean like a contract? Nah, I trust you. The whole thing, parts and labor, won't be too bad, what with all the holiday sales.
He named a figure that struck Abby as very reasonable.
That sound about right to you?
Yes, I think that's fair. So we have a deal?
Yes, ma'am.
He held out his hand and Abby shook it. She was relieved that there was no out-of-the-ordinary connection between them.
When can you start? She asked.
Today's Monday, right? How about I give you a call on Wednesday and let you know? I've got a couple of small things to finish up with Bill, and I'll need to get the machines.
That works for me. Anything else?
Jack had stood up, but he looked kind of uncertain.
About what happened in the attic last time.
When he sensed his aunt's presence in that small, sad room in the attic.
Yes?
I must have had a dizzy spell or something. Never happened before. But I'm a pretty healthy guy, so I didn't want you to worry that I wouldn't be around to finish your job. And there's always Bill.
I'm sure it will all be fine, Jack. So I'll see you Wednesday, and thanks for getting to this so quickly.
Happy to help out.
Abby escorted him back to the front door and shut it behind him. She'd wondered how he'd respond to what had happened earlier. He could just as easily have said nothing, but his kind of explanation confirmed that he had felt something unexpected in the attic. Abby wondered if he'd ever want to talk about it, or would rather ignore it and move on. She wasn't about to push it. She knew some people would never be ready to accept a psychic experience in their own life. She cleaned up the dishes, then wandered over to the space waiting to be remodeled, thinking about colors and finishes, and then nearly laughed out loud. The window over the washer had a terrific view of the cemetery behind the house, and Jack hadn't even commented on it. Would she put a curtain up? No, she decided. She could commune with the dead, including a few relatives, while she folded clothes. After agonizing for an hour or so about her pathetic wardrobe selection, Abby decided on dark pants and a casual jacket. She printed out a clean copy of her resume in case she needed it, put it in an envelope, and headed out to her car. The school was only a mile or so from her house, so she Googled directions because she couldn't remember ever having driven or even walked through that neighborhood. She really was still the new kid in town, and it was ironic that she knew more dead people than living ones in town. She'd have to work on that. She had arrived early, so she wouldn't have to rush. When she approached the school, she slowed, not because she was hesitant, but because it was such an imposing building. probably late 19th century, brick, several stories high, capped with a couple of cupolas, and kind of intimidating. Now she was sure she'd never seen the place before. It would be hard to forget. She wondered briefly what the children thought of it. The place looked almost deserted, and Abby wondered how many children they had enrolled. Of course, many might already have gone home. She pulled into the long, curving driveway and came to a stop when she spotted a cheerful-looking woman sitting on the steps of what must be a porte-cochere. The woman stood up and dusted off the back of her pants, then came over to Abby's car.
"Hi," she called out as she came near. "You must be Abigail Kimball."
Abby quickly got out of the car and moved to join the woman.
"I am. And you're Carolyn?"
"I am." "What an incredible building," Abby said. "I can't believe I didn't even know it was here. Does your school own it, or do you lease it?" "It's all ours. It was a gift from a generous donor many years ago, and its use is restricted to educational purposes. He had an autistic son, and he wanted to do something that might make a difference. Of course, one reason why few people talk about the place is because it was originally built to be the town lunatic asylum. We chose the name Birch School because it didn't seem so ominous. Come on in and we can talk." As they walked under the portico, Abby said, "I know autism is a relatively new term for, heck, what do I call it? A condition? An illness? But how did people refer to it in the past?" "Mainly retarded," Carolyn said. "Sad, isn't it? But there's a kind of irony that we are now teaching children on the autistic spectrum in a former lunatic asylum. I hope we do better by them than people did in the past." They reached Carolyn's office, where the door was open. Behind the desk was a bank of windows overlooking a rolling lawn bordered by trees. Very private and peaceful, Abby thought. "What a wonderful view," she said. "It is, although I don't often get to admire it," Carolyn told her. "So sit down and stop looking so anxious, will you? I assume you're clutching your credentials in that envelope?" "Well, yes. I didn't know if you might want them. I'm not sure what Christine has told you about me, or even why you agreed to see me on such short notice." "Why don't you just tell me why you're interested in a place like this?" Carolyn smiled and leaned back in her shabby leather desk chair. Abby made an effort to relax. Her story was what it was, so she might as well be honest about it. "I like working with children. That's what my undergrad degree was in, early childhood education. But in the last couple of years, I got sidetracked." Carolyn was easy to talk to, Abby realized, after she'd spent half an hour talking about her brief and checkered employment history. Carolyn hadn't challenged anything she'd said and seemed honestly interested. When Abby finally wrapped up her narrative, Carolyn said, "You must have some questions for me, so ask away." And Abby started again. "What's your educational philosophy in teaching children with communications problems? What are your goals, and what do you consider success? Do you engage the parents? Do you offer more than speech therapy, like music, art?" Carolyn held up one hand. "Good questions, all. Let's take them one at a time, okay?" Another half-hour passed, and Abby realized that she really liked this woman. What she'd be like as a boss was still an open question, but she could be a good friend. Out of nowhere, Abby asked, "Do you have children of your own, or is it rude to ask that?" "I do, a daughter. She's a writer, and she's interning in New York this year. And no, she isn't autistic. I've sometimes wondered if she falls into the Asperger's category. She's very observant and expresses herself well, but she's not particularly empathetic. But she's interested in journalism, whatever that is these days, rather than writing romances, so a critical eye would be useful." Carolyn stood up abruptly. "Come on, you can meet some of the children in our after-school care program. There are about 15 if they're all here." "I'd like that," Abby said, and followed her into the wide hallway. Chapter 18. Monday. Abby wasn't sure what to expect, how they would react to her, a stranger, or how she would react to them. Reading online information was one thing, but interacting with real people was bound to be different, and as far as she could recall, Danny was the only autistic child she'd had any kind of conversation with, much less a connection. She hadn't really thought about what it would be like to jump headfirst into the reality of the situation. Carolyn didn't bother to explain anything. She simply led Abby down the hall, turned a corner, and opened a door into a spacious, high-ceilinged room with large windows along the outside wall. There were desks at one end of the room, and some children seemed to be doing homework, but there was also plenty of open space, and in that open space, the children, the oldest looked to be about 12, both boys and girls, were sitting or sprawling, drawing or reading, some playing two-person games. And Abby was happy that none seemed to be electronic games. Others merely sat and stared at nothing visible, and Abby wondered what they were seeing within their own heads. Nobody seemed to be urging them to join in any of the games or do something more active, and she was obscurely reassured. Carolyn nodded to the teacher who'd been keeping an eye on things, who quietly slipped out the door. Only a couple of children turned to look at Abby, then turned away. Carolyn said in a medium-loud voice, "Boys, girls, this is Abigail Kimball. She's never seen a school like ours, even though she used to be a teacher. Can she ask you some questions? And you can ask her questions, too, if you want." Before anyone could speak, Abby walked into the center of the room and sat cross-legged on the shabby rug on the floor. "Hi, I'm Abby. I live across town." She watched carefully to see how they responded. Some of the children had crept closer to her when she sat down. Others ignored her and refused to make eye contact, but she'd expected that. A few answered, sounding as though they had been careful to memorize the name of their town. Abby carefully chose a question she thought many of them could respond to. "What do you like to do here at school?" The responses were varied and short. "Read, draw, eat lunch." "Do you have any questions about me?" One girl spoke up. "Are you married?" "No, I'm not. Maybe someday." "Do you have children?" "No, not right now." "Did you have children that you don't have anymore?" one boy said. Smart kid. He'd noted how she'd phrased her answer. "No, I have never had any children, before or now, but I'd like to. Do any of you have brothers or sisters?" That was met with a few nods, but no verbal responses. Abby wasn't sure what that meant. "Do you like to go on trips?" When the majority of the students nodded, she added, "Where do you like to go?" Again, she got a range of answers. "The zoo, to look at the ocean. Watching big machines, like where they're building something." Abby couldn't say she was a smashing success with this group, but she wasn't sure what she had expected. They hadn't acted out, more like they'd ignored her. Maybe that was a good thing. At least they weren't intimidated by a stranger in their midst. She shut her eyes for a moment, trolling for any sort of psychic reaction from the children, singly or together. She got nothing, or maybe it was just so low-key she couldn't sense it. She knew that for her, that inner contact worked better with touch, but she wasn't sure how the students, or Carolyn, would respond to her actually touching them. Too soon? Abby opened her eyes again. Carolyn caught Abby's attention and nodded toward the door. Then she turned back to the group. "Say goodbye to Abby, everyone." Only a few of the children responded, most now absorbed in their reading or games, or their internal visions. Carolyn slid off the desk and told Abby, "Come with me," as she headed toward the door. Abby followed silently, and Carolyn didn't speak until they had reached her office. After Abby walked in, Carolyn shut the door behind them, although there was no one in sight on the quiet hallway. Was she about to deliver bad news? "So, what did you think?" Carolyn asked. Was that a challenge? Abby wondered. She took a breath.
Based on what little I've seen, they're well-mannered and polite. That's the aftercare group, right?
It is, and we seldom accept the difficult students for this aftercare program. That's a practical decision. You saw that there was only one staff member in charge there.
You're saying that behavior is not typical of your students?
It's at one end of the range. We have limited resources here, and we try to concentrate our efforts where we think we can do the most good. Please don't think we're cherry-picking those who are easily managed. You may already know that children on the autistic spectrum have distinctly different learning strategies, oral, visual, even musical, and we don't assume that one size fits all. We work with each individual to fit their needs and abilities. But having said that, we do need to keep this school afloat financially. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes, I do, and I think it makes a lot of sense. How do you find your students?
Mainly word of mouth, so they find us. We don't do a lot of glossy advertising, although we do have a website and we offer some outreach programs. It's a constant juggling act, which is why our salaries are somewhat less than competitive. You need to know that up front.
Abby smiled. That's not a problem, but that doesn't mean I'm a dilettante just dabbling in social causes. I'm lucky enough to have other sources of support, but I like working with children, and I think I can help.
More than you know. Carolyn smiled. When Christine called me, I didn't see this as a standard interview. She suggested you were exploring job options now that you've moved to this area. We aren't actually hiring at the moment, but Christine made some interesting comments about you. She told me I ought to talk to you. She and I have been friends for a while, so I followed up on her suggestion and asked her to arrange a meeting with you. I took a quick look at your resume while you were with the kids. To tell the truth, I didn't have high expectations. After all, you're young, and you don't have a lot of teaching experience, certainly not with challenging students like ours. And as you might guess, this school, these students, are far from typical, and I doubt that your experience provides much insight into how to handle them. Carolyn paused. I believe that there is an active intelligence within each of our children, and my long-term goal is to bring it out as much as I can. I accept that it won't always be possible with all the children. I also accept that they may never fit neatly into current society, but it's better than being isolated for their entire lives. I have no timeline, no benchmarks. We recruit both students and parents carefully. We do need income, but not by packing the enrollment with people I know will never fit. We have a fairly narrow definition of the kind of student we're looking for, because we know we can't possibly help everyone.
Do you have to meet state teaching standards?
Abby asked. Yes, or we wouldn't be accredited. We're not a fly-by-night organization.
Where do they go when they leave here? I assume you've been in business long enough that some of your students have aged out?
Yes, we have. We don't push out anyone who isn't ready, but we try to prepare them to be ready. We welcome them back if they can't cope immediately, and we don't judge, either the children or ourselves. This is an extraordinary challenge for all of us, and sometimes we fail.
Is there anything else you'd like to know?
Abby took a long moment to consider her answer.
Carolyn, I appreciate your willingness to talk about what you do, and I admire your philosophy for this place. I know my experience is kind of limited. Listen, can I make a suggestion, if it doesn't break any rules? This is Monday. Let me spend time with the students as an observer, maybe for the rest of the week. For all I know, I don't have the psychological strength to deal with this particular group of children on an ongoing basis. You can be the judge of how well I handle it, and you can tell me if there's a place for me here or somewhere else.
Carolyn cocked her head at Abby. Interesting idea, Abby. You might know that this is an odd week around the holiday. We're open tomorrow, but we have a half-day Wednesday, and we're closed for Thanksgiving and on Friday. Why don't you plan to come in tomorrow and Wednesday and see how things go? and I'll give you my opinion after." "Tomorrow?" Things were moving faster than Abby had expected. Sure, that's fine, and I would welcome your honest opinion. How do you explain me to the staff or the kids? I've heard that autistic children don't respond well to changes and sometimes to strangers. And can I interact with them, formally or casually, or should I just watch and listen?" "That's your call. Some of these kids operate on their own schedules. Like most people, they have times when they're up and times when they're dragging. And you don't have to talk to every child here. You won't have enough time to get to know them individually and see how they respond to you, but you'll have a sense of how things work here. Does that sit well with you?" "I think so. What about other staff?" "You'll meet them, but not all at once. We have teachers of both genders, although kind of weighted toward the women, but we believe the boys need some male influence. For the moment, it might work better if we labeled you an outside consultant. Or you're just doing research. We've had a variety of consultants for things like art and music, or even yoga and a few sports. Don't worry, the staff won't pry. We're all here to help the kids." "That's good to hear. Thank you." Abby held out her hand and Carolyn took it to shake. Abby held on a moment longer than usual to see if she could sense any connection to Carolyn, but didn't feel anything. "So, I'll see you in the morning," Carolyn said. "Come by my office around 8 and I'll introduce you." "I'm looking forward to it. Thanks for being so accommodating." Abby drove home feeling both confused and elated. She liked Carolyn. She seemed intelligent and open, and she was willing to let Abby observe at the school. Maybe she thought Abby would give up quickly and that would be the end of it. She really did need to know more about autism to make this work. There were a lot of autistic children these days, or at least more who had been diagnosed correctly rather than labeled stupid or uncooperative, or idiots, as in the past. And it must be expensive to run such a heavily staffed place with a high teacher-student ratio, combined with limitations on the number of students they could manage. She should have asked more questions about how they managed classes. Did they group students by ability rather than age? How much information could the students process and retain? And how was anybody supposed to test that if different students responded better to music than to words or mathematical formulas? Before she realized it, she was pulling into her own driveway. It was close to 5, but Ned's car was nowhere to be seen. However, Christine was sitting on the porch steps waiting for her. She stood up as Abby got out of her car. "How'd it go?" she called out. "Good, I think. You didn't want to be there?" "I got held up," Christine said without elaborating. "But I trust you to speak for yourself, and Carolyn's not exactly an ogre. So, what happened?" "Come inside and have a cup of tea, and I'll tell you." Abby walked past Christine and inserted her key in the door, opening it and letting Christine pass. "That is one incredible building," she tossed back over her shoulder, "and I didn't even see much of it." "If you dig around online, you'll find that there were a great many imposing and no doubt expensive buildings built to house the idiots and feeble-minded. Too bad what went on inside didn't match the outside. It was kind of like a statement of social guilt. Look what we've done for these poor people, all the while knowing that no one except a parent would ever set foot inside the grand building. Probably not even parents, once they'd dropped their flawed darling off at the front door. It was considered somewhat shameful to have produced a less than perfect child, at least for those who had the money to hide the child away for life. "Christine, you're depressing me. At least things are better now. There are schools where they can learn." Abby opened a cupboard. "What kind of tea would you like?" "Something without caffeine. I need to catch some sleep before my next shift. So many people die in the dark hours." Abby started her hot pot boiling and spooned loose tea into a pot. "I'd offer you cookies or something, but I haven't had time to bake lately." "Don't worry about it. So, what happened? What did you talk about?" Did you meet any of the kids?" "I did, a small group anyway. There weren't many people around, but it was getting late." "How did you meet Carolyn?"
"I took care of her mother. It was an odd way to become friends, but we are."
"I gather she doesn't have any psychic abilities?"
"Not that I've noticed, unless you count human empathy."
"That's pretty rare, too," Abby commented.
"It is. But I think Carolyn's exactly what she seems to be, a decent, caring woman who's trying to do something difficult. I thought you two would hit it off. Did you tell her about the whole psychic thing?"
"No. I volunteered to spend some time at the school, getting to know how it operates, meet some of the staff, and get to know some of the kids, quietly. After that, Carolyn can decide whether I'd fit in there, but with no commitments. If she says no, I won't say anything. Why ask for complications?"
"What was it like, sitting in the midst of the children?"
Abby shut her eyes, trying to remember her impressions. "Some were interested in me, some weren't. I tried asking them various basic questions, and some responded, some didn't."
"But what about, connecting with them?"
Christine pressed, seeming almost anxious. "I didn't really have the opportunity. Just as well," Abby said.
"That would have been awkward,"
Christine said with a half smile.
"Do you think you can make this work?"
"I don't know yet, but my overall impression was positive."
Abby stood up to pour the tea.
Christine added sugar and milk from the containers on the table and sipped thoughtfully. Abby hesitated, then asked, "Are you thinking of making a change? Away from death counseling?"
"Maybe. I've been doing it for a while now, and it can be depressing. I know I'm doing something important that matters to people, but it feels like dealing with children could be simpler, even if they don't talk."
Christine looked away for a moment.
I've never been married or had a child, and I've never been the kind of person to hang out with a gaggle of girlfriends. And maybe what I do, as a death nurse, puts some people off. So I've never had many opportunities to test my abilities at the other end of the spectrum."
"I wonder if it's different if you welcome people into the world rather than help them out of it," Abby said, almost to herself.
"I guess I'm beginning to wonder, too,"
Christine said with a touch of sadness. Chapter 19. Monday. Then Christine drained her cup and stood up.
"I should get out of your way. Ned will be home soon, won't he?"
"Probably. And you'll want to share your news with him. Does he approve of the idea?" "He lets me make my own decisions, but I think he'll be happy for me. It's a step in the right direction for both of us."
"Would you take Ellie to meet the other kids?"
Abby considered the question. "I haven't thought that far, and I'd have to explain it to Leslie, which would get complicated. With Danny, he's already a friend of Ellie's, so it's not like I'm poking my nose in. It's more natural." Christine smiled ruefully.
"It's difficult for you, isn't it? Juggling who knows what and what you can say."
"Well, I'll leave you to it. Call me after you've figured out how things are working out." "I will. Maybe you and Carolyn and I can have lunch together someday soon." Abby ushered Christine out just as Ned's car pulled into their driveway. He got out of his car and waved at Christine as she pulled away, then walked toward the house. "Good news?" he called out when he was close enough to be heard. "I think so. Come on in and I'll tell you all about it." She turned and headed straight for the kitchen, with Ned following at her heels. When they were each supplied with a glass of wine, Ned said, "So?" Abby launched into a description of her meeting with Carolyn, with more detail than she'd given Christine because she'd held back some bits to share with Ned. When she'd come to the end, Ned raised his glass to her. "Well done." "I hope so," Abby replied. "I like Carolyn, and I think she's committed to working with these kids. It can't be easy, and from what little I've read, It seems that each child could have a different set of physical or cognitive issues, so there's no single easy solution. Plus, working with autistic people really never ends, but I didn't sense any red flags in the few I did meet.
I wonder how hard it is to find staff for places like these.
I didn't think to ask. I guess we'd also have to wonder what the turnover is like. How quickly do teachers burn out if they're having trouble breaking through? My general impression is that it takes time to build trust with autistic children, which wouldn't happen if people keep coming and going. And it must be frustrating to repeat the same exercises and therapies over and over again with only limited progress.
Are you having second thoughts?
Ned asked. No, not at all. This is kind of the perfect situation. I get to be part of the school on a limited basis, and I can observe and learn by doing. If I find out that it's not for me or I'm not a good fit with this one place, I can walk away, and I'll be better off than I started.
Good point, Ned agreed. So, you start tomorrow?
Looks like it, unless Jack McGuire wants to get to work on the powder room, but he thought he wouldn't even get the supplies and appliances until later in the week, so it may be next week before he could start. And as for the McGuires, you didn't feel anything in the attic, right?
You mean from Aunt Mary? No, never. But it's highly unlikely that we would have a connection, unless I'm getting better at sensing a broader range of people, thanks to you.
I wouldn't worry about that. I didn't pick up anything, but I think Ellie did. The force is strong with this one.
Ned smiled at Abby's joke. I'd say so. But please don't channel Darth Vader. We're supposed to be the good guys, right?
I hope so. Now, what's happening with dinner?
Shall we scrounge?
Works for me, Abby told Ned. Cheerfully, they threw together a meal based on whatever they could find in the refrigerator and cupboards. You know, if I'm going to be working, we're going to have to get more organized about food shopping, Abby said, and other household stuff. Ned grinned at her.
You mean like ordinary people?
Well, only if you want to keep eating and using, certain paper products. I don't want to get locked into one of those whose turn is it situations, but some sort of plan would be nice.
I agree, Ned told her, but we'll have to work on it.
I'll have to see what my schedule turns out to be, and not Thursdays because that's Ellie's day.
We're smart people. I think we can handle it. More wine?
Maybe a little. I have to get up early tomorrow.
Oh, by the way, there may be one fly in the ointment. I got a call from Leslie today.
Yes, Abby said cautiously.
The Littleton schools are closed all this week, and George was planning on staying home with Ellie and Petey, but something's come up at his office, and he has to go in for a few hours in the afternoon. The museum is open both tomorrow and Friday, and Leslie has to cover both days. I said I could keep an eye on Ellie tomorrow, but I'm meeting with some investors on Friday. They're not American, so they don't know what all this fuss about Thanksgiving means and why anybody should get an extra day off. Could you handle Friday?
A whole day with Ellie? Sure, but I may end up working closer to full-time by next week. Just keep that in mind. And I'll be observing at the school Wednesday morning. Good thing Sarah's doing the cooking. When she woke up the next morning, Abby wasn't sure what she felt. Excited, she guessed, because she had a chance to see a lot of autistic kids together that might, maybe, actually lead to a job that fit her unusual skills. And she felt scared as well, because she hadn't had a formal job for a while. She came equipped with a hidden talent that could prove useful, but she couldn't show it too much without raising questions. But it could turn out to be invaluable in teaching the children, and that's what she needed to find out. It was going to be a real tightrope act until she figured things out. She still harbored a niggling suspicion that the kids she'd seen the day before weren't exactly representative of the spectrum, but Carolyn had said that there was no place for the more difficult ones at the school because they would take away time and attention from the ones who could be helped. Still, it was a starting point, and she planned to gather as much information as she could in whatever time she had at the school, with whatever children she spent time with. Having an unusual skill, good or bad, could be difficult, she was coming to realize. It was not unlike the stories of the Salem witches that she'd studied. If you happened to be a woman who knew her herbs and tonics and had some common sense, and actually saved people from common illnesses, especially children, then you were labeled a witch and executed. That didn't seem logical or fair, but people in general mistrusted anything or anyone they didn't understand, and it was easier to eliminate them than to learn more about them. What made it sadder was that people with such useful skills most often wanted to use their power to help other people and paid the price. If someone wanted to murder a string of people, they were less likely to be caught because they knew they had to hide their skill. What a sad commentary on humanity, Abby thought as she hauled herself out of bed. A trip to her closet confirmed her need for an expanded wardrobe of appropriate clothing, something that fell between corporate chic, for the job that Brad had insisted on, and DIY grubby, which she wore to paint the house. Something comfortable and easy to wear, and easy to wash as well, just as soon as her new laundry room was ready to roll.
"Can I make your breakfast before I send you off to school?"
Ned said in a sleepy voice from the bed. "If you can do it fast, I'm going to grab a shower." By the time Abby was dressed, Ned had laid the table with nice china and had a pot of coffee waiting on the dining room table.
"Scrambled eggs coming up. You need protein today. Should I pack you a lunch, too?"
Abby laughed. "No, sit down and eat with me. I think I can find my own lunch. Who knows, they might have already booted me out by then."
"Never," Ned said firmly. "You will be indispensable within days. I can't wait to hear all about it when you get home."
He studied Abby's face for a moment.
"Are you still up for this?"
Abby nodded. "Yes, I've just got first-day jitters. I want to help these kids, but I don't want to tip our hand about the psychic thing, so I kind of feel like I'm walking through a minefield. Mostly it's the adults I worry about. I think the kids won't see anything unusual about it."
"You know, I'm hoping I'll be able to help somewhere down the line."
"Oh?"
"From what I've learned, autism sounds like a lot of poor wiring in the brain. Mostly missing connections, the ones that so-called normal people are born with or develop naturally during infancy and childhood. The right kind of education or treatment can improve some of those things, but there's a whole lot scientists and doctors don't know about how it all works or how the pieces fit together. Even the classifications are kind of vague. You can't expect a single answer or to develop a universal strategy."
"Ned, I know that. Heck, do we even know what parts of the brain are responsible for intelligence, or lack of it? Or is it all acquired from birth onward? I'd say I'm conducting an experiment, and I'm starting with no preconceived ideas. I'll be learning as much as the kids will."
"Be sure you keep good records, will you?"
"Of course." Abby smiled at him. "Oops, look at the time. I shouldn't be late on my first day."
"Do you have everything? Your clean hanky, your new notebook, plenty of pens and pencils, your cell phone?"
"I think I've got it covered. Wish me luck." After Abby had gathered up her things, Ned followed her to the front door.
"It'll be fine,"
he said, then leaned over to kiss her. It was a sweet kiss, the passion muted, but Abby sensed a thread of worry coming from him. Was he concerned that she would struggle with the whole situation? Since they'd discovered their shared ability, Abby had been doing nothing but learning because everything was new. Now she was supposed to put what she'd learned to good use, and she did feel kind of underprepared. But, she kept reminding herself, she knew so much more about all of it than most of the people in the world. "Yes, it will. See you at dinner." Chapter 20. Tuesday. Abby had always liked the start of school in the fall. She loved collecting new pads and long pencils with perfect erasers. She loved seeing friends who had been somewhere else over the summer and telling each other what they'd been doing. Today was not like that. She was the new kid, and she had to be careful about what she told the people she met to avoid giving any hint of her special abilities. Of course, they'd be curious about her, dropping in out of nowhere, and she hadn't really prepared a cover story. The best she had to offer was that she'd been away from teaching for a while and was looking to ease back into it with a part-time job, particularly one that would challenge her. She got out of the car, straightened her clothes, and headed toward Carolyn's office. Abby was early, but Carolyn was already there waiting for her. Carolyn greeted her with a warm smile. "Welcome, Abby! So I didn't scare you off yesterday?" Abby returned her smile. "Not at all. It was really interesting to watch the kids here, to see how they interacted with each other and how they responded to me." Carolyn smiled. "As I think I mentioned, we don't accept everyone who asks into the aftercare program because we can't spare staff members. Those are the least troubled, or perhaps most socialized kids, and we do recognize that to pay our fees, the parents have to work full-time, but you still would have seen a range of deficits among that group. Please, sit down. You've got time." Abby sat in a chair across from Carolyn's desk. "Thank you. I can see there's a lot I need to learn. Why on earth did you decide to give me a chance when it's clear that I lack experience in this area?" Carolyn tilted her head at Abby. "I probably shouldn't say it, but I like you. Look, I see resumes cross my desk quite often, and many applicants have impressive credentials, but that doesn't always translate to working well with challenged children. There are other qualifications that don't show up on a resume, like empathy, common sense, maybe even intuition. You can't teach these kids by the book, because each child is different, and so are their combinations of deficits and abilities. We all learn from each one of them. Does it scare you, having no handy guidebook to rely on?" "Actually, no, not that I've thought of it in those terms. Your approach makes sense to me. I'd like to hope that I'm a good observer and can handle things. So, before we run out of time, what is it you want me to do today?" "Roam around, observe what we do, watch the teachers at work. Just get to know the place. When you're ready, come tell me what niche you see for yourself. We're pretty flexible with staffing responsibilities here, so you might want to try something and tell a teacher that you'd like to help, and that teacher can try a different approach. You can work together. Or you can create your own niche, suggest something that we haven't thought of before. There is no one right way. We look for results, but how you achieve those is up to you, and there's no time limit. You don't have to have the kids reciting Shakespeare and playing Mozart in 2 weeks." "What about physical contact?" Abby asked suddenly. "I've read that some autistic children can have an extreme reaction to being touched or hugged." "That can be true, although usually that happens when they're not expecting it. If you build a relationship first, it shouldn't be a problem, but take it slow. And if you're worried about the bad press about child abuse, don't be. We don't tolerate anything like that here, and we're alert to it. I know sometimes it's hard to know where the boundaries are, and we certainly don't want any of our students going home and saying, 'Teacher touched me,' when it could be misinterpreted. It's a sad commentary on the world, isn't it, when a simple display of affection or encouragement can be so misinterpreted. But it is a reality. Just watch and listen for now, all right?" "Not a problem. What should they call me?" "Abby is okay, or Miss Abby. I forgot to ask if you're married, but I'm not supposed to ask about personal information like that. Does using Miss offend you?" "Of course not, and I don't care if they make up names for me, as long as they know who I am. But I hope I'm not a pushover. I don't want them to trample all over me." For a moment, Abby flashed on her first day of teaching kindergarten, when the energetic youngsters had all but run rings around her before crashing for their much-needed naps. It all sounds good, Abby, but the proof is in the pudding, as they say. Let's throw you in the deep end and see if you can swim. Where do we start? Carolyn stood up. We have a small auditorium on the lowest level with a stage, and we meet there first thing in the morning to start the day. It gives a sense of structure to the day. Then the students scatter to their various sessions. I say sessions because classes sounds so formal, and it doesn't really represent what goes on in the rooms. The sessions are usually an hour long, although some of the children would happily spend longer. But others can't focus on one thing for that long, so it's a constant trade-off. Walk with me. Carolyn led the way down the hall and then opened a door to the lower level, down a short flight of stairs. It appeared that the student entrance was on that level, and the room was about half filled, with more kids entering from a side door as they were dropped off. A few teachers hovered around the edges of the room, keeping some order. I'm going to introduce you so the kids don't get frightened by an unfamiliar face. Any idea which class you want to start with? I don't even know what the curriculum is. Is there one that the kids prefer? Are they grouped by ages? They're grouped by their intellectual ages rather than their chronological ages. You could easily have a 4-year-old and an 8-year-old in the same group. Maybe you'd like to start with art? It's a good mix of color and symbols and communication in a nonverbal way. Sounds great, Abby told her. Come with me. It's time to get started. Carolyn marched to the stage at one end of the room and waited until the crowd quieted, which it did surprisingly quickly. Then she said, Good morning, everyone. Before you go to your activities, I want to introduce Abigail Kimball. She wants to meet you all and see what our school is like. She lives right here in Lexington, and she's taught children before, but never children like you. Like what? A voice called out. Carolyn grinned. Oh, you know, smart, talented, funny, interesting, that kind of stuff. If you see her in the hallway here, go ahead and talk to her if you want. But if you don't have time, we hope she'll be around for a while. Abby, do you want to say something?
Ulp, but she'd asked for it.
Hi, kids. I hope you'll remember that I'm the new kid here, just like you were once. If you see me doing something wrong, tell me, will you? Abby scanned the room. Like the day before, some children weren't even looking at her. Some were looking but without expression, and a few were actually nodding. She hoped she'd gotten the message across. You can talk to me. Carolyn stepped forward again. Thank you, Abby. Does anybody have any announcements before we start our day? The teachers in the room started collecting their things, which Carolyn took to mean no. Then have a wonderful day. As the students scattered in a more or less orderly way, Carolyn called out, Brenda, hang on a second. A middle-aged woman near one of the doors stepped aside and waited while Carolyn and Abby approached her. Carolyn said, Abby, this is our art teacher, Brenda Johnson. Brenda, Abby's here to see how we do things and whether she wants to join us. Please don't terrify her. Brenda laughed. I need all the help I can get, but we'd better get to the art room before a riot breaks out. She raised her hands quickly. Just kidding, but the kids do like art, so I need to be there to oversee them. Come on, Abby, let's go make pictures. Catch up with you at lunch, Carolyn said as Brenda led Abby down the hall. Abby was not prepared for the impact of the art room. It was a bright, high-ceilinged space with windows along one wall overlooking a playground. Any remaining wall space was given over to paintings. But what was so striking was the incredible wealth of color everywhere she looked. Wow, Abby breathed. Are these all student works? They are, past and present. Beautiful, aren't they? They are. Do you teach them what to do, or do you just step back and let it happen? Some of each. I start by telling them that they can't throw paint at each other or paint the furniture, and then I try to tell them that they need to clean up at the end of the class. But for the rest, I let them do what they want to do. Do you believe there's a right way and a wrong way to make art? Brenda challenged her. No, It has to come from inside you, not from a lecture or a book, Abby said firmly.
Bravo,
Brenda said.
and that's a good way to look at autistic children. There's a lot of inside to them, but you can't force it out from the outside.
Was Brenda an ally? Abby wondered.
I don't know if this is the right thing to ask, but are these kids verbal? Can they read and write? The ones in this room? They're the ones who chose to be here, and it depends. Some of these kids see their art as a way to communicate, I'm pretty sure, and some just paint because they like the pretty colors. You're new at this, right?
I am. I've taught young children, but not autistic ones. It must be challenging.
It is,
Brenda said.
But look at what they can do, she added.
As this quiet moment unfolds, let the soft music guide your thoughts into a calmer space before the story returns.
chatted, gesturing around the room. "I love it. I'd be happy to have any of these pictures in my own home. Mind if I walk around? I mean, are any of them particularly sensitive to someone watching them or talking to them?" "I think they're pretty used to it now, but don't hang over their shoulder staring at them, or their work." "Got it," Abby said, and began drifting around the room, trying to look and not look at the same time. She got a few curious stares from the students, but most of them ignored her. They were focused on their work, and that was as it should be. Halfway around the room, she came upon a boy who looked like he was about 10. The painting in front of him only covered half of his large sheet of paper so far, but the colors he'd applied were carefully distributed and oddly harmonious. He wasn't just splashing paint on a page. It was conscious and deliberate and beautiful. The colors were subtle and muted. It looked to her like a misty forest by moonlight. Was it gray? Silver? She leaned in closer to see it, and her hand happened to brush his shoulder. Blue. She heard it as a faint whisper inside her head. Abby stepped back abruptly, trying to figure out if she had actually heard the boy speak or if she'd heard his thought. He appeared untroubled, still adding paint carefully, considering each brush stroke, as if that brief contact had never happened. But there certainly was a lot of blue in the picture. Brenda came up behind her. "Isn't that great?" "It is," Abby agreed. "I can see from looking around the room that some of the children make representational images, some of them very detailed. Others lean toward Impressionism, wouldn't you say? Is that because they like the colors, or do you think the images mean something to them?" "Like I said before, it depends. It's hard for any of us to know what these children are seeing, or if that's even relevant. Maybe they simply like the feeling of spreading paint on a flat surface. It can be soothing. Or maybe the first home they remember was painted red, so they find red a happy color. But it's always their choice, and I don't ask them to explain anything." "That works for me." Blue. Chapter 21. Tuesday. Brenda was gathering up the surprisingly few papers the students had left behind. "Hey, Abby, is it? What do you want to try next?" "I still don't know what there is, and I don't want to disrupt anything or anyone. What do you recommend?" "Well, Carolyn started you off with an easy group. Maybe you need to see one that uses words instead of images." "That makes sense. Do the kids tend to do one or the other, but not both?" "Maybe." Watching Abby's face, Brenda burst out laughing. "You really are new to this, aren't you? You must know there's a full spectrum of abilities and deficits, right?" "Yes, I looked up that much." "Do you know how autistic children interpret the world? There's no one answer. Some see it visually, like a series of images that they store away and use to interpret new experiences. And they keep adding to that database all their lives. Others see it, though "see" is a term that makes little sense in this case, through sound. And that doesn't mean words. They interpret inflection, noise, not always the words themselves. Some do read, but it's like it's an exercise on paper for them. They don't associate what words they see with the sounds they hear coming out of people's mouths. There are a lot of combinations, and it's not always easy to find out which applies to a particular person. It takes time and patience. And even when you do figure out their mode of seeing, there's not a lot of reason to lump all the kids with a single perspective into one group, because they may operate at different speeds. So one kid gets it, while the one next to him is still trying to put the pieces together. Abby sighed inwardly. "You aren't kidding about the patience part. Tell me, how did you get into this?" "My younger sister was autistic, and our mother wasn't the best person to deal with a problem like that. She wasn't exactly educated, and she wasn't a particularly loving person.
My sister was just smart enough to be a problem and get in her face, so there were a lot of fights, a lot of screaming on both sides. Once I was old enough to understand, I thought there must be a better way to handle things. You know, in the bad old days, kids like that would have been locked up in an asylum, and I bet a lot of parents were happy to get them off their hands, whether or not they'd admit it. That's just not right. Whatever their problems, these kids are people. They just see and react to the world differently than most people. Abby smiled. That's about what I thought. There's someone there inside, and they need help to understand and to get out.
Yeah, but don't think you can save the world. There's always research going on, but there's no magic switch or potion that will help them open up. But that doesn't mean people shouldn't keep trying, and boy, does it feel good when you make that connection, no matter how small. Then I should fit just fine if things work out.
I hope so. Thanks, Brenda. Now point me toward the next room, please.
Up the stairs you came down, turn right, and third door on the left. Most of the students seemed to have made their way to their next, what was she supposed to call them, activity? So Abby was one of the last to slip into the room. The teacher nodded at her but kept on talking to the students. Abby found a seat at the back corner and settled down to listen. She deliberately had not brought anything to write on because she had worried that it might upset or distract the children if they noticed her scribbling. Besides, now she could focus on other things, facial expressions, interactions between the children, how the teacher handled the class, and what materials she was covering. The students in this room appeared a bit older than the ones in the last room, and the boys outnumbered the girls about 2 to 1. Abby wondered what gender ratio the school tried to achieve, and whether that was even a criterion for selection. And, she added with a dash of guilt, how did the size of the parents' wallets factor into that equation? It took her a few minutes to understand what level these children were operating on. They seemed to understand the concepts of words and spelling, but that was only one part of reading. How much did they understand meaning? This was beyond simple sentences, but what about the concepts? Again, she acknowledged that she'd only skimmed the surface of available literature, but did autistic persons, child or adult, understand what friendship was? Romantic relationships? Would the teacher include books with such themes in the usual syllabus, or try to avoid them, which would severely limit the available literature? Or could she or he use those books as models for mainstream emotional relationships for the children? Maybe she should have brought a notepad, because she was coming up with more and more questions. How do you teach children when they don't speak your language in multiple senses of the word? Is the goal to make them functional members of society, able to use their often unusual intelligence to make a real contribution, even if it was achieved in an unorthodox way? Or was it enough to make them happy with their lives, able to cope with ordinary day-to-day living? And why on earth did she think she could help? How presumptuous of her. A dialogue began in her head. Abby, why do you think you can do anything for these children? Well, I have a unique skill that might, just might, open up a new way of communicating with them, and it hasn't been tried before. Sure, if it's real, you could be crazy, you know. No, I don't believe that. I've met other people who share this, and we communicate with each other in non-typical ways. But why do you think this will work with kids whose brains aren't wired the way most people's are? Ned can bring in science. We've already started that. But will it fix the kids? We aren't even thinking of fixing them. We want to understand them first. It makes my heart ache to think of all that intelligence and capability being locked away inside them forever. And some of the kids are miserable because they're pretty much out of step with the world around them. So why is that your problem? Because I think I can help. That's all I want to do. Not make money, not write important papers. Just let these kids find a bigger niche in the world. Good luck with that, Abby. Abby dragged herself away from the naysaying voice in her head and tried to focus on what was happening in front of her. The kids were well-behaved and quiet, maybe too quiet. Were they paying attention, or were they lost in whatever they saw in their heads? Or were they completely confused by the abstract concepts the teacher was trying to convey, even on a simple level? Did abstract even apply to autistic people? They absorbed what they saw and heard or even smelled and interpreted it in a way that made sense, but maybe only to them. Abby was ashamed to admit that she was relieved when the class finally ended. She hadn't contributed anything, but she'd listened hard and succeeded in depressing herself. Was this foolish experiment of hers going to work at all? The teacher was the last to leave. "So, you're Abby. I'm Sandra. What did you think?" "I think I'll stick to the younger kids. I can't begin to imagine how you can teach reading to children with learning disabilities, coupled with the absence of any sort of emotional connection with the words they're reading." The teacher took a step back and studied Abby critically. "What did you think this would be? Butterflies and bluebirds? It's hard work." "I know that, or I thought I did, but reading descriptions on a page is not the same as seeing it. Tell me, how do you talk about books, any books, if you leave the human relationships out? What do these children make of emotional attachments, or even love stories?" "Abby, that's a difficult question. We know they are capable of love and friendship, but it's the expression of those feelings that they struggle with. At least reading about them in literature helps them to recognize the signals that other people expect. They have to recognize human actions and reactions and understand them in order to show them. A lot of these kids are really smart, and they can find a niche of their own in the sciences or computer programming and the like. But first, they have to get the jobs, and to do that, they have to learn how to interact and to read expressions. Most of us do that simply by growing up and observing. These kids have to make a conscious effort to learn to do that, and many of them don't even want to because it's scary." "I can understand that. It's scary enough even if you're not autistic, putting yourself out there to be judged and dealing with rejection, too." "Not your typical kindergarten, eh?" Sandra said, not without sympathy. "Look, don't be ashamed if you decide you can't handle this. Nobody pretends it's easy to reach these kids, and in a way, it's like they never grow up. On the plus side, they keep learning all the time, throughout their lives. On the minus side, it's an endless job." "Do you think it makes a difference if you start working with them when they're young?" "I do, although I don't know what all the experts have to say. But think about it. Most children with autism don't show any symptoms until they're 2 or 3, and at that point things can change significantly. But maybe if you can reach them early, the lines of communication will stay open as they get older. Maybe. We always have hope, but you also have to be prepared to be disappointed." "Thank you. I appreciate your honesty. Is there another class now that I should go to?" Sandra checked the clock on the wall. "They've got a break now. They're still kids and they need to burn off some energy. Why not watch them on the playground for a bit, then track down Carolyn? She can tell you the afternoon schedule." "I'll do that. Oh, how do I get to the playground?" "Behind the building." "Thanks." Abby left the room and wandered down the hall until she came to a set of doors that led outside. There was a short flight of stairs that led down to what she guessed must be the playground. Once outside, she found a bench near the door and sat down to watch the children and to think. Okay, maybe she'd been naive. She'd been so excited when she'd felt something on touching Danny, but maybe she hadn't exactly thought through what to do with that discovery. Yes, she still believed it could be a conduit to communicating with these children in a new way. No, she hadn't assumed she would stroll through a group, patting each one on the head and thereby liberating their true inner selves. And everybody would live happily ever after, right? But what was the standard for success? Was making a significant connection to one child enough? Or how many? Was she just grasping at straws because she was bored and restless and she wanted something important to do? Oh, shut up, Abby. That annoying inner voice was back. You haven't even made it through one day and you're ready to give up? She sat up straighter on the bench. No, I'm not a quitter. I have a rare talent and I want to use it to do some good. Yeah, the voice sneered. And you want to be a super heroine and save the world. This would be hard work, you know. I get that, but it's worth trying, isn't it? Inner voice did not reply. Abby told herself it was just first-day jitters, and she shouldn't judge on so little information. She took a few deep breaths and started watching the children and how they interacted. Or didn't. The scene was so quiet. Some kids just sat and rocked. Others appeared to have brought a toy along. Was that a Rubik's Cube she saw? Some marched purposefully around the perimeter of the playground without talking to anyone. She thought about her own school days, when she and her friends would create complicated stories and act them out together. Was there a theater class here at this school? And she hadn't visited a music class yet. Wasn't music just a different expression of mathematical functions, pitches, intervals, and such? Would a group of students hear the same pitch, follow the same beat? That could be interesting. She stood up and went back inside to look for Carolyn, to report on her morning. Chapter 22. Tuesday. Ned was already home when Abby arrived, feeling both exhilarated and exhausted. He greeted her with a glass of white wine.
So, how'd it go?
I don't even know where to start. I'm not sure what I expected, but it was kind of fascinating to watch the kids both singly and as a group. I think I told you that I've never spent any time with an autistic child, and whatever research I did barely scratched the surface. And dealing with a group of children, all of whom had different needs and abilities, isn't easy. She took a sip of wine. I'm beat, and all I did was watch and talk to people. Ned's mouth quirked in a smile.
Yeah, using your brain is tiring. Sit down and tell me about it.
First, I'm taking my shoes off. She sat at the kitchen table and pulled off her shoes, then sat back with a happy sigh. Better. So, from the top. Arrived on time, but Carolyn was already there waiting for me. We talked for a while about why she even agreed to consider me at all, given my total lack of relevant credentials, and what her philosophy for the school is, and how students are chosen, and then how they're grouped, and what she hopes to accomplish. I really like her. She seems well-grounded.
Any surprises?
Not from her. But when I spent time with the kids, I realized I hadn't given enough thought to the challenges of teaching such a diverse group who don't think like most of us do. I mean the day-to-day stuff, not the big picture. There are things that a lot of them understand, but in completely different ways. Math is easy for a lot of them, but music, art, how do you put that into words? Or do you even try? By the way, some of the art the kids make is amazing. Colors, structure, a full spectrum.
They're not just copying an image?
Not at all. Well, in some cases, but they're copying what they see in their minds, not a piece of paper in front of them. And some of the pictures are both abstract and structured at the same time, if you can understand that.
I think so, but it might be easier if I see what you're talking about. Did you connect with any of the kids?
Maybe. I was so wired and I was trying to watch so many things at once that it was hard to tell, but there was this one boy in the art group. Abby shut her eyes to better recall what she thought had happened. He was working on an unfinished painting, very focused, and I was watching and trying to decide what color it was, like gray or silver. I guess I got closer to him than I meant to, and I brushed his shoulder, and I heard the word blue. And I think it came from him. He didn't turn around to look at me or even flinch, and he didn't say anything out loud. It was like he was answering the question in my head. I know that's not enough to build on, but it's a start, maybe.
Will you be going back?
Ned asked cautiously. Of course I will. I've barely gotten started, and I need to digest what I've seen and learned. And I have to let the children recognize me and get to know me before I even think about snooping around in their heads. And I don't even know which ones might connect with me, so I kind of have to get to know everybody, or at least the younger ones. I think that might be a good group to work with, and it would reduce the numbers. I can't deal with everybody, at least not at first. Unless you have any better suggestions?
I can probably do a summary for you about how a child's brain develops over the first few years, he said. I mean the physiological changes, not whatever they're receiving or storing in there, and then correlate that with what little we know about which parts do what, and how these psychic phenomena fit, which is even murkier.
Oh, good. I found something to keep you busy. We should have some really interesting dinner conversations. Speaking of which, what's for dinner?
Takeout?
Works for me, Abby told him. Ned placed a phone order for Chinese food and then said,
You're watching Ellie on Friday, right?
Yes, and you're talking to Japanese investors. Maybe I can bounce some ideas about the kids off of Ellie. We're still on with your mother for Turkey Day?
Of course. She calls it honoring our ancestors, and she wouldn't miss it unless there was a plague, or maybe an earthquake.
Are we bringing anything? I'd say Ellie and I could make something tomorrow afternoon, but it seems kind of cruel to expect Ellie to bake something that she won't get a chance to eat. Think we'll ever be able to let her get to know Sarah? She is her grandmother, after all.
I know, but Leslie would skin me alive if I opened that can of worms. We agreed to let her call the shots.
Nicely mangled metaphor, Abby said, smiling.
Thank you, I try. What I think Leslie doesn't realize or doesn't want to realize is that Ellie sees and understands far more than an ordinary kid her age. And there are so many mixed couples these days, I don't think anything would surprise her.
You're probably right, but I'll let you navigate all that. Unless or until Ellie asks flat out what the real story is. Has her class visited Plymouth or the plantation, do you know?
Not that I recall, and the school budget for field trips, even educational ones, keeps getting cut. I'm sure she knows what it is, though. I know I went as a kid, but I dragged you through it at top speed when we were hunting for ancestors, so I don't suppose you saw much.
We didn't see the plantation anyway, just the town. And before you and I got together, it was clear that living history parks were not Brad's thing.
Then we should plan an excursion. Although I think the place closes after their big Thanksgiving feast and won't open again until spring.
It's been there this long. I think I can wait.
The doorbell rang and Ned went to collect their food, and its aromas wafted into the kitchen before he reappeared.
Can we eat now?
Abby said plaintively.
They went to bed shortly after they finished eating, and Ned fell asleep quickly. Abby was tired, but her mind kept spinning with what she'd seen and what she'd like to be able to do. If she was honest with herself, she had to admit she hadn't fully understood how different autistic children were. Her experience lay with dealing with small children. Not that they weren't all different, too, but they were all marching along the same path toward growing up and learning. They might not all be at the same point of development, but it was close enough that a teacher could handle a group without too much conflict. With autistic children, it was almost a three-dimensional problem. They were moving in different directions, at different rates, and it was almost as though they were speaking different languages, if they spoke at all. There was no simple way to classify and sort them into groups. No wonder this kind of school had so many teachers. A teacher there had to know her or his students and work out the best strategies to benefit the largest number. Abby wondered why she thought she could integrate the psychic component into the whole scene. There was no systematic way to do it. She almost laughed when she tried to picture lining up all the children in a row, then walking along it and touching each one to see if there was a spark. She'd need an assistant to accompany her and record who responded and how. The teachers would think she was crazy, if they even let her do it, and assuming the students would even put up with it. She knew she couldn't push too hard, and she couldn't explain what she was trying to do, and it was hard to be patient. It was still dark when Abby awoke the next morning, but Ned was already downstairs. She would be at the school for only half the day, but there were a couple of classes she wanted to observe, and she wanted to learn as much as possible so she could mull it all over through the weekend. And Ellie would be around in the afternoon. Spending time with Ellie was always a treat, even if having the chance to see her meant she had to handle Leslie with kid gloves. Abby, have you ever even seen a pair of kid gloves? Leslie had known about Ellie's ability for a while now, ever since Abby had outed Ellie's ancestral playmate in the cemetery near her home, an ancestor from several generations back. Leslie blamed Abby for connecting Ellie to a ghost, which really wasn't fair because Ellie had found Hannah all by herself, but somehow Abby had been the one to figure out where Ellie disappeared to regularly. Not that that had been the only connection she and Ellie had made, but they had by mutual agreement decided not to add any more details for Leslie. That Leslie allowed Ellie to see Abby at all was a step in the right direction, but as Ellie grew older, she was going to need more help with this unusual skill, help that Leslie couldn't give. And as Abby and Ned had agreed, Ellie was a very perceptive child who was probably more aware of what was going on than her official parents were, and had the good sense not to mention it. It was a complicated situation, made even more so by the appearance of Danny in the midst of it all. Did Leslie know anything about Danny, beyond that he was a new kid in Ellie's class? Abby wasn't sure. She was proud of Ellie for standing up for him, but that could make things even more difficult in the future. Still, she wasn't going to worry about that today. She was going to go to the school and listen and observe and come up with a plan. Funny, she realized now that she hadn't even questioned whether she wanted to return to the school. Maybe she'd stay at least until the first semester ended, then she could decide. Having made one small decision, she jumped out of bed, gathered up her clothes, and headed to the bathroom for a shower. Downstairs, Ned once again had breakfast on the table waiting for her. "You're spoiling me," Abby told him as she sat down. "You could have slept in this morning. When is Ellie supposed to arrive?"
"Whenever Leslie drops her off, which should be soon."
"Have you told Leslie or Ellie that I may have a job now? Not that I plan to give up picking up Ellie as usual, but if Leslie knows where I'm working, she might wonder why there. Why not pick any other school, public or private, that doesn't have kids with challenges?"
"Is challenges a term of art at your place?"
"No, not as far as I know, but I'm not sure how the public perceives it. Although there's a lot more public attention on the problem now, but that comes with a lot of bad information, too, like the working mothers are negligent and it's all their fault theory. Thank goodness we've moved past that."
"I think any parent with a less-than-perfect child wants someone to blame, even if it isn't realistic."
"Such a shame," Abby muttered and dug into her pancakes. She was out the door before 8, and it took only a few minutes to get to the school. As she approached, she watched the children arriving, dropped off by one or another parent. Some didn't even glance at their driver when they climbed out of the car, nor did they rush to greet friends. It was a curiously silent arrival compared to other schools she had known, but she couldn't say they looked unhappy, just very focused, even before the school day started. Nobody paid her any attention, which was a relief in a way, and she didn't try to start conversations with any of them so she wouldn't spook them. Take it slow, Abby. Being super friendly is not the way to go. Abby's good intentions went out the window when, as she approached the steps to the first floor, she saw one girl trying to avoid walking into a cluster of others. The girl somehow miscalculated her distances, Or maybe she was just clumsy, but she tripped, falling forward onto her knees, and the result was some bloody scrapes. Abby couldn't see any other adult in the area, so without thinking, she hurried forward through the small group of children, most of whom seemed frozen in place, while others looked frightened or looked away entirely. Abby knelt by the fallen girl as she scanned for injuries. All she could see was some badly skinned knees with trickling blood. She reached out to touch the girl without thinking. "Are you all right? Do you hurt somewhere?" The girl looked at her and shook her head silently. "Do you think you can get up?" Abby asked. The girl looked bewildered. "Don't worry, there's no rush. I'm Abby. I'm new here." Then something shifted in Abby's mind. She heard a voice, and looking down, she realized she still had her hand on the girl's arm, ready to either keep her in place if the injuries required it, or to help her up if the girl felt ready. What she heard was a faint "Alice," which was followed almost immediately by the girl's vocal response. "Alice." Abby looked up to see Carolyn hurrying down the stairs. To Abby, she said, "One of the kids told me someone had fallen." Carolyn knelt down beside the girl, Alice, and said, "Do you think you can stand up? We should put some bandages on those knees of yours." Alice's eyes shifted between the principal and Abby. After a few seconds, she nodded toward Abby. "Her." Abby couldn't understand why Carolyn froze, her gaze shifting between Abby and Alice. Finally, she turned to Abby. "Would you mind helping her up?" "Of course I wouldn't." Abby held out her hand again. "Let's get you up, Alice." The girl took her hand and rose easily, so apparently there was no damage beyond the skinned knees. But now Abby was staring at her, because what she'd heard in her head was a faint "thank you." Alice was communicating with her. Chapter 23. Wednesday. Carolyn made a brief sweep of the small group that had been watching the drama on the steps, and she apparently decided there was no immediate crisis. "Kids, you'd better get to your rooms now. Alice will be fine. I'll take her to the nurse." Alice was standing without moving, waiting for the next instruction. Apparently bloody knees were not enough to upset her. Maybe she fell often at home, Abby wondered. Carolyn glanced toward Abby. "Could you wait in my office while I take Alice to the nurse's office?" "Sure, no problem." Abby stood back while the other students filed into the building and waited till they were all inside before going in and making her way to the principal's office. She almost smiled. In her childhood, being sent to that place was always a cause for dread. You knew you'd done something really bad if the teacher in charge sent you there. Was she in trouble? She couldn't think why she would be. She'd gone to help a student, period. She'd touched her only because it was necessary to make sure she was all right. She hadn't tried to move her before she was ready. But any of those seemingly ordinary gestures could have been completely against the rules here. Maybe moving quickly to help could have caused a mass panic in the group. Maybe the girl was super suggestible and would have tried to stand up no matter how badly she was hurt. Or maybe her brief connection with Alice had generated a glowing electrical field around them, and the jig was up because the whole blinking school had witnessed it. She gave up trying to figure out what Carolyn might be thinking, and instead concentrated on recalling that fleeting moment when she and Alice had connected. If her contact the day before had been ambiguous, just the single word "blue," this time the voice and the meaning had been perfectly clear. Alice, despite her bloody knees, hadn't looked troubled or frightened. Maybe she heard a lot of voices, and hearing Abby's was nothing special. Carolyn bustled back after a few minutes and dropped into her desk chair, looking troubled. Abby decided to take the initiative. "I hope I didn't break any rules. I saw a kid in trouble and I acted." No, that was completely appropriate. We do have rules here, but they're pretty elastic. And from what I saw, you acted cautiously. That's not what's bothering me." "So what is?" Abby asked, although she was pretty sure she knew the answer. Carolyn sighed. "When Christine told me you were thinking of going back to work, she said you were really good with children, but when I thought about it, I couldn't figure out how she'd seen you with any children in the short time she'd known you. Now I know that Christine is a very honest person, and I trust her judgment, but one thing stuck in my mind. She'd called you sensitive, and I'm not sure what she meant by that exactly." "How does that relate with what happened today?" Abby asked, stalling, although she suspected that she already knew the answer. Carolyn sat back in her chair. "Abby, Alice has been a student here for 2 years, and in all that time, no one here, staff or student, has heard her speak. Today, she meets you for the first time under what must have been stressful circumstances, and she talks to you immediately. Now, I don't claim it was any kind of miracle, and I haven't heard a word from her since we left you in front of the building, so it's not like that fall jarred something loose in her head all of a sudden, which means either she's been deceiving us all for 2 years now, or it's something to do with you personally. Would you like to comment?" Well, it was nice while it lasted, Abby thought. "It's me. There's something I didn't tell you because I thought you'd think I was crazy." Abby swallowed. "I have some psychic powers, or talents, or abilities, call them whatever you like, that allow me to communicate with other people, mostly dead people that were my ancestors. I've been trying to find out if it goes beyond just that group, and if it extends to children, ones I've never met. The whole thing is pretty new to me." Carolyn's expression was hard to read. Anger? Curiosity? Abby went on. "I thought that working with autistic children would be a quick way to test my, range, because so many of them are fully intelligent, though maybe in ways most of us can't understand, but they have trouble communicating with the rest of the world. And I also thought it would be easier to work with young children, because they haven't closed down their own abilities yet, while most adults have, if they ever had any to begin with. But don't get me wrong, I wasn't looking at them as my own private group of guinea pigs, and I certainly wouldn't do anything to harm them. In fact, I hadn't decided on any approach. I only wanted to watch and learn." Abby leaned forward in her chair. "Look, I had never seen Alice before. I saw her fall and I went to her to help." "And what happened?" "When I touched her to help her up, I heard her name in my head, clear as day, and then she spoke it, after I heard it. I had no way of knowing she never spoke, but clearly she can." "With some rather unusual prompting," Carolyn said wryly. "Frankly, Abby, I don't know what to think. I've never met anyone with that kind of ability, although I've sometimes wondered about Christine, and I've always thought self-declared psychics were con artists. I mean, they can say anything, right? They're bound to be right at least some of the time. And here you show up and tell me you're the real deal. Tell me, can you bend forks? See the future?" Obviously, Carolyn didn't get it yet. "No, I can't do tricks. Look, you of all people should understand about different abilities. You work with these kids all the time, and they communicate using a wide range of mediums. Why am I any different? Be honest. If I'd walked in and said I wanted to try to communicate with the children here using my psychic powers, what would you have done?" Carolyn sighed. "Exactly what you would have expected. I would have been polite, and then I would have sent you home with a 'don't call us, we'll call you,' and given you no more thought. And I would now, except that I saw what happened between you and Alice, and I heard her speak to you, and now I don't know what to do." "I understand. When I first discovered this, completely by accident, I didn't know what to think, much less what I should do about it. In some ways, I would rather it had never happened, but it did, and it doesn't seem right to ignore the ability now that I know about it." Abby paused for a moment to think. Carolyn, I know this is a lot to digest quickly, but I have an idea. Let me at least spend some more time with the children here. I'm not going to do any experiments or wire the children up with electrodes. I simply want to watch and listen to them. I don't have to talk to them beyond being polite. I don't have an agenda. I've already told you I'm pretty new at all this. Nothing in my life prepared me to meet my long-dead great-grandfather face to face, but I have. I often can't control when it happens, but then I keep stumbling over ancestors I didn't even know I had, and there they are in front of me. It's not like I have a tracking device. It's more like I go to a cemetery where I know certain families were buried and see what happens. And it's not evil. Nobody's telling me to go out and do harm to anyone. None of them ask me to do anything. They're just there.
Carolyn still didn't look convinced.
Oh, shoot. I don't know if I can explain it. But what I want from you in this place is to find out how common it is. I've already made a connection with 2 of your students in less than 2 days.
2? Carolyn interrupted.
Yes, 2. There was a boy in art class yesterday, and I was wondering what to call the color he was using, and I heard, in my head, blue. I wasn't looking for it, and he didn't seem to think it was anything unusual. He answered a question I hadn't spoken. And then there was what happened with Alice today. Look, can we cut to the chase? Am I harming these kids in any way? Or can you see the possibility that I might be able to help? Just let me hang around the fringes here. If you think I'm overstepping the limits, you can send me home.
Carolyn didn't answer immediately. Finally, she said slowly,
I like you, Abby. I think you believe what you're telling me, but I've had more training in education, especially with students with challenges, and what you describe really does sound pretty close to crazy, for lack of a more scientific word. You come in here and tell me you're hearing voices, and you talk to the dead. What am I supposed to make of that? What happens if any of the staff learns about this? What you do reflects on the school and on me, because I brought you in. The school and its students are my primary responsibility, and I can't take risks with flaky theories. But Abby felt a spurt of hope. Everything Carolyn had said was true and reasonable. She'd met that reaction before from other people, like Leslie. But Carolyn had said, but. Abby waited. Carolyn looked down at her hands in her lap. Abby, she said softly, this is more than just a job to me. If I only wanted a paycheck, I could have become an educational administrator. But these kids need help to function in the world as best they can, and just training them to say please and thank you and take a bath now and then isn't enough. I can see why your skills could be useful, but I'm not sure I believe in them. Not even after what happened with Alice. So let me propose this. I want some time to think about what you've told me, and we have the long weekend ahead. Why don't you come back on Monday and we can talk again? That's not exactly like telling you to get lost, but I can't take you on in any capacity without considering it from all sides. Does that work for you? Abby nodded. I think that's fair. I know it's a lot to take in. Carolyn looked relieved. Can I ask you, how much does Christine know? If she told the truth, would that damage the friendship that Carolyn and Christine shared? But she wasn't about to lie. All of it. Ah, I see. She's been my friend for quite a while, since my mother died, and I'll be the first to admit that she had a special way with those who are dying, something that goes beyond ordinary kindness. Maybe what you've told me explains that. I met her at a psychic fair here, Abby said. Neither one of us expected anything from the whole event, but when she touched me, it was like an electric shock, and she felt it too. And as far as I know, we aren't related. So that was one step forward in my experience. It had never happened to her before, and I'm sure she's touched a lot of people. But once you know about something like this in yourself, you can't stuff the genie back in the bottle. So there was a whole group of so-called psychics, all gathered in one place? I'm not saying they were all legitimate. Anyone can watch facial expressions and body language in someone sitting across the table from them and make reasonably good guesses about what that person wants to hear. It's even easier if that person is looking for something. Then there are a few people who may actually see or feel something, but they kind of embroider that for a client. I'm not selling anything. I just pay attention and don't dismiss what I see or hear. There are a lot of people who just can't handle that, so they pretend it doesn't exist. I understand that, but I wish I could tell them they weren't possessed by the devil or anything like that.
Let me guess. You had an ancestor at Salem, Carolyn said.
Abby had to smile. Yes, I did. One of the first women accused. Her 2 sisters were hanged. Does that change anything in your mind?
Not about you, but maybe about the whole phenomenon.
Carolyn stood up abruptly.
I've got a school to run, and it's a short day. You've given me a lot to think about, but let's talk on Monday.
But for right now, don't try to talk to Alice, okay? I understand. I can go home now if you want.
No, it's all right if you stay. People might think it odd if you didn't stick around for the rest of the day.
But if anyone asks you what happened with Alice, please say you don't know. That's not a problem because I really don't know what happened.
Good. So, what haven't you seen? A music class? We don't usually schedule the more difficult classes on short days, but it might be interesting for you.
And, Abby, thank you for explaining.
You probably could have said to me that you didn't know what happened between you and Alice, and part of me would have accepted that and moved on.
I appreciate your honesty. I'm glad you understand and that you'll give me some space. If I don't see you again today, have a good Thanksgiving.
And you too. I'll walk you to the next class.
Chapter 24. Wednesday. While the children were turned over to their waiting parents or caregivers at noon, Abby waited until the traffic cleared and then started for home. Like Carolyn, she too needed time to think about what they'd discussed. Funny that Carolyn had brought up Salem, although that reference probably popped into the head of a lot of people, but always in references to witches, conveniently ignoring the fact that even the people of Salem had recognized that there was no witchcraft involved in what had happened there. Enough people had been so ashamed of the deaths they'd caused that they buried the sorry tale as much as they could. It hadn't worked. People were still talking about it. One point was very clear to Abby. People were frightened of what they couldn't understand, and that fright made them angry, and often they lashed out, which was why psychics and their ilk had to hide in the shadows and had to swallow any response when they were called fakers. She knew the reality of it, but she wasn't about to go out and form a pack and lobby for psychics. Although, she thought irreverently, their diverse talents might come in handy in current politics. She arrived home quickly, and when Abby opened the front door, Ellie came bounding down the hall to greet her.
"Ned said you got a job?"
she asked without preamble. "Maybe. We're doing a sort of tryout for it."
"Where?"
"At the Birch School, a few blocks from here."
"That's the place for people like Danny?"
Ellie knew the place. Abby had to wonder why. "Yes, it's for children with autism." "How is Danny? Is he settling in well?" Ellie shrugged. "I don't know. He doesn't talk much, but he doesn't have a lot of friends to talk to." Poor Danny. Abby wondered what the whole story was. Where had he been schooled before? Had someone recommended that he be mainstreamed in a public school for his own benefit? Or couldn't his mother, Samantha, afford a private school? Abby made a mental note to investigate what scholarships or subsidies were available for people with his challenges. She realized Ellie was waiting for her to say something. "What have you and your dad been doing this week?"
"We read some and watch movies.
Sometimes we play cards or do puzzles. But Petey's kind of young for that kind of stuff, and if you don't watch him, he gets into things." "Who's looking after him now?"
"He's at a friend's house, a kid from his preschool. His mom's home with them." Things sure take a lot of planning when you have kids.
That's true. I'm glad you could come over today, though. Have you had lunch yet? Ned emerged from the kitchen.
No, we have not. I was just thinking about making something. How about a pizza?
Ned, people don't make pizzas, Ellie said with contempt. Restaurants and places like that make pizzas, or big companies, or you buy it frozen in a box at the supermarket.
And where do you think pizzas come from? Are they like eggs that hatch?
Ned was grinning at her.
No, that's dumb, Ellie told him firmly. Chickens are alive. Pizza isn't.
Well, I vote that we make our own pizza for lunch. Do you know what goes into it?
Ellie actually looked kind of intrigued and followed Ned toward the kitchen. The next thing Abby heard was Ned's question,
"Do you know what yeast is?"
She followed more slowly, enjoying simply watching the two of them together. What she saw was almost the best of all possible worlds for teaching. Patient instruction from somebody who knew you and wanted you to understand, plus learning a useful skill, cooking, that would stand Ellie in good stead. It could create problems with Leslie, who had a full-time job and 2 kids and probably didn't have much time to make pizza from scratch. But Abby wasn't about to call a halt to this impromptu learning experience. Maybe Ellie could show Leslie how to do it. An hour and a half later, they were seated around the kitchen table consuming the final product, which Abby had to admit tasted pretty good. Ned must have done this before, which might explain why they'd had all the ingredients on hand. She couldn't remember if she'd ever bought yeast. When their plates were empty, Ellie said,
"What are we going to do next?"
Before Abby could comment, Ned said,
"Clean up. Never leave a messy kitchen. The dirty dishes might multiply and take over while you're not looking."
That's silly.
Yes, but doing the dishes, or the laundry or the vacuuming, is going to be part of your life for a very long time, so you might as well learn now. And you can help your mother out, too. I bet she'd love that.
Ned stood up.
"Come on, I'll help. It goes faster with 2 people.
"Okay," Ellie said and took her plate over to the sink. Ned looked at Abby and winked. The dishes were done quickly, as Ned had predicted. When Ned and Ellie were finished and had polished all the countertops, Ned looked at Abby and said,
"Okay, your turn. What fabulous thing are you going to teach Ellie now? Origami? Needlepoint? Quantum mechanics?"
Abby laughed.
"Ned, I'm hopeless at all of those."
Ellie piped up.
"We could work on the tiny closet. You know, the one under the stairs."
"We could," Abby agreed. "What would you like to do with it?"
"Well, it's not very big. What kind of small things do you have that need a closet?"
I hadn't really thought about it. When I moved in, I put things wherever there was room, and I haven't moved anything since. How about games?"
"Do you have games?"
Ellie asked, looking dubious.
"Well, some, and we can get more, unless you only play with electronic games.
Do you know how to play board games, card games, put together puzzles? Or we could keep art supplies in there. I know we have some of those. And I don't mean wall paint and stuff like that." Ellie nodded thoughtfully.
"Okay, so we need shelves. Can you make shelves?"
"You mean without Ned? Sure, it's not hard, but there are some pretty big holes in the walls and floor that Jack made when he took the old stuff out. We have to think about patching those before we can add anything new."
"I know there are some scraps of sheetrock in the basement and plenty of patching plaster, so you can start on those holes. And there are some old boards that are about the right size, too," Ned volunteered. "I can probably scrounge some stuff for brackets. There's already light in there."
"Well, there we go. We're building a games closet," Abby said triumphantly. Once they'd located the recycled building materials, Abby noted that this was also a great teaching opportunity, although she didn't mention that to Ellie. It would be useful to her throughout her life to know how to plan and measure, and to use basic tools like saws and screwdrivers and drills. Abby was pretty sure that Leslie had no time for projects like this. Did George? but she didn't want to get into a discussion with Ellie about gender roles in a family. She herself held fond memories of borrowing her father's tools, with his permission, and playing with nails and such, although she couldn't recall ever finishing anything she had started. By the end of the afternoon, they'd made a good start. First, they'd measured, another good teaching opportunity, and decided on a layout, and now the shelves were cut, sanded, and ready for installation. Abby was proud that they'd found enough scraps to cover what they needed and hadn't had to go out and buy modern replacements. It seemed right to her to keep pieces of the old house in the house, and besides, the lumber was not warped and was definitely thicker than modern stock. Then they started in on filling the roughly shaped holes. It was after 5 when Abby said, "We'd better wrap it up for today. Your mom will be here soon."
I hoped we'd finish it today.
We're pretty close to finishing the walls. Besides, you'll be back on Friday, right?
Yeah, Mom and Dad are both working, and now you're going to be working too. I won't get to see you as much.
Don't worry, I promise we'll still have Thursdays, and you're pretty busy after school most days anyway.
I guess,
Ellie said, looking disappointed.
But we have fun, don't we?
We do, Abby agreed. Let's stack up the tools and the scraps, and then we can shut the door and forget about our closet until Friday, okay? Leslie arrived shortly after they'd finished cleaning up.
I closed up early since there weren't a lot of people around.
You ready to go, Pumpkin? She asked Ellie.
Yeah, let me get my coat.
Ellie headed for the kitchen, leaving Abby and Leslie alone together in a stilted silence. Abby said,
"We've been doing carpentry this afternoon."
"That's nice," Leslie said vacantly.
"Oh, right. I meant to thank you for sending those plumbers our way."
"George already did. I'm glad they worked out. They just happened to be here when we heard from you. It was Sarah who recommended them. Everything working again?"
"Yes, it's fine. Still kind of damp, though. What are they doing for you here?"
"We decided to move the powder room to a space next to the laundry, behind the kitchen. More room all around. That left the old powder room under the stairs, which wasn't original. That's what Ellie and I were working on today, making it into a useful closet with shelves."
"Nice. Ellie," Leslie called out, "let's get moving. I still need to make dinner."
Ellie emerged from the back wearing her coat.
"Hey, Mom, we made pizza for lunch. From ingredients, not a box."
"That sounds like fun. Come on, sweetie. Thanks again, Abby. We'll drop her off here on Friday morning. Happy Thanksgiving."
"Same to you,"
Abby said to Leslie's retreating back. No, their relationship still wasn't exactly warm. Would it ever be? She wasn't trying to fight Leslie for Ellie's affection, but she and Ellie would always share a connection that Leslie would never have. She could see that Leslie might have trouble dealing with that, but she hoped time would help. Ned crept up from the basement.
"Is the coast clear?"
he asked in a stage whisper. "Yes, Leslie's gone. You are such a chicken. You've known her for years. What's changed?"
"I want to keep seeing Ellie, which means I have to be very careful about what I say. I'm always afraid I'll put my foot in my mouth."
"The story will all come out eventually. Can we sit down for a bit?"
"Sure."
Ned dropped into a chair and waited until Abby followed suit.
"Why?"
"Something happened at school today."
"Good or bad?"
Ned asked solicitously.
"I'm not sure yet.
I was waiting for the kids to go in after I got there, and I saw a girl trip and skin her knees. I went to help, so of course I ended up touching her, and I heard the word Alice in my head. And then the girl said, 'I'm Alice.'"
"How was that odd?"
"Because Carolyn took me aside after she'd patched up Alice and told me that Alice had never spoken before, or not that she'd heard."
"Wow. So of course she had to ask you about what happened."
Abby nodded. "Well, yes, and I ended up telling her most of the story. I mean, about seeing dead people, and why I wanted to find out if I could connect with the autistic children."
"How did she react?"
She was actually pretty cool about it. She wanted to take the weekend to think over what I'd told her, which I completely understand. And we talked about Christine. I really don't know what Carolyn's going to decide, but we said we'd talk on Monday.
What would be the best-case outcome? Ned asked.
I'm not really sure. It's kind of a relief that she knows because I hate hiding things, and this makes a pretty big secret to hide. But I'll understand if she decides she and the school can't handle it.
I'm sorry, Abby. It's a good idea, but it may not be easy to make happen.
I know. And as for this afternoon, it was kind of nice working with Ellie without dragging any of that stuff in, Abby said. She's pretty good at building things. She's careful and she thinks through what the steps are. I hope we can get the new old closet finished on Friday. We can paint the whole thing once we put in the shelves.
Oh, that reminds me. Jack and Bill called to say that they'll be here on Friday, Ned told her. They've got all the appliances, all those holiday sales at the big box stores, right? So they asked if they could go ahead with the installation. I told them that was fine. It is, isn't it?
I think so. Ellie and I can keep working in the hall so we won't be tripping all over each other. And she can watch them, if they don't mind, and ask plumbing questions.
Sounds like a fun day. Sorry I'll miss it.
I guess I should go think about dinner. By the way, your pizza idea was brilliant. Ellie gets to learn how to cook some basic stuff and have fun doing it. That's the way it should be, right?
Definitely.
Chapter 25. Thursday, Thanksgiving. It still seems wrong not to be taking some food along. It's a great tradition. Who else is going to be there? Abby asked.
Mom and Dad, of course. Your parents aren't coming, right?
Nope. They'd already made plans when I asked them.
Maybe next year, then. As for the rest, a couple of neighbors who've decided that since none of their offspring are around, they don't feel like cooking a big meal, and probably some random strangers that Mom or Dad met somewhere and invited. When I was growing up, we never knew who we'd find around the table, but it's kind of fun having a full house. After all, it was a feast centered on eating rather than patriotism or religion.
A good point. Ned, have you seen Johnny lately?
You mean my childhood friend, Johnny? No, not since you and I saw him together that one time.
Abby wondered if Sarah had told Ned yet that she had seen Johnny, too. Do you ever feel him there, even if you don't see him? Abby pressed.
I don't think so. You know, I don't spend a lot of time at the house, and I haven't been looking for him. Why are you asking?
I'm not sure. I guess I'm kind of testing how our talents are working. We should be keeping some sort of journal, shouldn't we? Because our story keeps changing. I'm sensing a lot more than I did in the beginning. You knew Johnny for years, until you shut him out. Think he'd answer again if you did go looking for him?
I'm not even going to guess, although it's a fair question. But I'd hate to treat him as some sort of trained dog who shows up when I call.
I know what you mean. It would be kind of rude. I wonder if Ellie would see him.
She saw Hannah, who's probably more closely related to her than Johnny. She doesn't go hunting for the dead these days, does she?
You're asking me, Abby said. She knew about this before I did, and I think Hannah was the only one.
So did you get her started on this, or was it the other way around? You haven't discussed it with her?
No, she finds them, like that time in the Concord Cemetery. She was cautious about telling me because she didn't know how I'd react, and she didn't tell anyone about Hannah in the beginning. On the other hand, she connected with Danny right away, and as far as we know, he's not a relative, but he's not dead either. Ned sighed.
Oh, this is not the way to conduct an experiment, even if it isn't a scientific one. We need to share this information with each other and record it.
Sure, that's a nice idea, but it's so hard to keep things up to date. It could be an interesting spreadsheet, though. Person A saw Spirit X on this date and time. He also saw him, her, and acknowledged his, her presence, appearance, etc., and the participants keep changing. I know we've added more people to our list, but it's still only a handful, not a large enough sample, as you keep reminding me, and somehow I think holding meetings to chat about our psychic powers wouldn't be the right approach. Isn't that what they used to do around 1900?
But remember, Abby, there were a lot of people then who believed in reincarnation or parallel planes or whatever they chose to call it, or who wanted to.
Has your mother said anything about it lately?
Nope. What about yours?
No, but if I know my mother, she's probably tackling this like any project, like when she learned to knit. She wants to feel she's got a handle on something before she goes public. Although I do hope she doesn't start spreading it around once she feels comfortable with it.
No psychic circle group instead of bridge?
Abby checked to be sure that Ned was smiling. I hope not. So can we get back to my original question? Are we taking anything for the dinner?
A bottle of wine? I've got some good stuff laid away.
Great. They arrived at the Newhall house just past 11. Abby liked the house, but she didn't feel any personal attachment to it. It was a classic colonial, right on the Battle Road between Lexington and Concord, and completely authentic, not a 20th century replica. But while she had no connection to Ned's Lexington house, she liked its style better, even though it was fussy and overdone by modern standards. But she wasn't exactly modern, was she? Or not completely. Abby, don't overthink it. You like Victorian, period. Sarah Newhall greeted them warmly at the door, and Abby could hear the babble of voices in another room.
Abby, I'm so glad you could come.
Through the kitchen door at the far end of the hall, Abby spied Ned's father, Edward, chopping vegetables. He looked up and smiled silently, and Abby tried to remember if she'd ever heard him speak. Of course I could come, Sarah. Maybe next year we could do it at our place. What? And upset a tradition that goes back generations? Nonsense. Come on in. It's getting cold out. So how did the McGuires work out? They're great. We decided to take the powder room out of that mingy little hole under the stairs and relocate it next to the washer and dryer. Great idea. Are you going to close up the small space? Abby smiled. Not at all. Ellie and I are transforming it into a games closet. Ellie's helping? More than that, she's doing half the work. She's got a knack for construction. Plus, we're having fun. We hope to have it finished by tomorrow, except for paint or varnish. And the McGuires are coming over tomorrow to take care of the plumbing for the new powder room. Oh, I should tell you, when they were first at our place, Leslie called with a plumbing crisis, so I sent them over to her house. I loved this networking. We all share a plumber. I'm so glad it worked out. Look, I have to go baste or boil something, so why don't you come with me to the kitchen and watch me make a mess? Abby accompanied Sarah toward the room in the back. Edward had disappeared, so they had the kitchen to themselves. So, who else is here? The usual ragtag group of friends and neighbors. I always figure the more the merrier for Thanksgiving. If I could find a Native American, I'd invite him too. It would round out the group nicely. Wampanoags back then, weren't they? You're learning. Yes, they were. And there are still a few local tribes around here. I just don't happen to know any. Have you done the Plymouth thing? Ned and I took a run through the town when we were trying to find our common ancestor, but I can't say I know it. I'd love to take Ellie there when it reopens in the spring. Like dowsing for ancestors in the old cemetery? You mean the one on the hill in town? No, I'd like her to see Plymouth Plantation, which I'm told is one of the most authentic recreated historic sites in the country, and the other stuff in the town too, like Plymouth Rock. If she runs into an ancestor, that's great, but that's not the point. I'd love to get to know Ellie, Sarah said wistfully. I hope you will, but it may take a while. Leslie's still having a hard time wrapping her head around having a child who sees dead people, and we still don't know if her son shares that, which could double Leslie's problems. Sarah sighed. Oh, problems none of us ever anticipated. So, I need to baste the turkey. Could you put the cranberry sauce in that bowl there? Dinner was a warm, casual affair. Like many old houses, there was a fireplace in the dining room, and Sarah had lit a fire, which made the room cozy, filled with flickering light that glinted off the wine glasses. If there were any ghosts in the room, they stayed invisible, but Abby thought they must be happy. After a few hours, guests began drifting home singly or as couples. Abby stood up and said, "Sarah, at least let me help with the dishes. It'll go faster with two of us." Sarah regarded her for a moment. "All right." Then she raised her voice. "Friends, stay as long as you like and don't slip away without at least saying goodbye to me." Then she turned back to Abby. "Come on, the dishes are calling." Nobody else volunteered, not even Ned, but Abby was relieved because she'd like to have a chance to talk more with Sarah, which Sarah seemed to have sensed. "What's up?" she said as she loaded the considerable leftovers into storage containers. "I've been talking to the head of a local school for autistic children about a job." "Maybe," Abby told her. "What's a maybe job?" Sarah turned on the hot water and let it run. Abby proceeded to tell her the discussions she and Ned had had, and her conversation with Christine, which had led to her meeting with Carolyn, and then the aftermath. Sarah listened without interrupting while she washed china and handed pieces to Abby to dry. When Abby had finished her summary, Sarah said, "And all this happened in 2 days?" "Well, a day and a half, actually." "And in that time, you made a connection with 2 different autistic children?" "I think so." "How did Carolyn take the news?" "Surprisingly well. I was worried that she'd kick me out on the spot." "Sarah, it's an ongoing problem, and I really haven't figured out how to handle it yet." "You mean revealing your superpowers to mere mortals?" "Sorry, I don't mean to be facetious. I can imagine it's tricky trying to figure out what you can and can't say." "You've got that right. If I don't say anything about it, I have no outstanding qualifications. But if I do, I'm out the door. It's like I'm walking on a tightrope, and if I slip and say the wrong thing, I'll fall flat on my face. Still, I may not have spent much time there yet, but I think there's hope that I can help the children. It's so tricky." Sarah was silent for a long moment. "Abby, I may not be the right person to give you any advice, much less answers. You actually have more experience with this than I do, and you know the pitfalls. But you believe in what you're doing, right? That you can help?" "Yes, or I wouldn't be doing it," Abby told her. "Heck, I could go sell shoes at a mall. I could probably feel when the buyer thought the shoe was comfortable and make a sale." "But reaching children's minds trumps selling shoes, doesn't it?" "It does, but it comes with risks. At least if I was selling shoes, I could be pretty sure no one would burn me at the stake. Maybe lock me up, though, or at the very least fire me. My resume is already a mess." "I do understand, Abby, and I won't ask anything stupid, like have you talked to Ned about this?" "Of course I have. You know, he's got it easy. He can do whatever scientific experiments he chooses, as long as the participants agree and sign some kind of contract or waiver swearing they won't talk about it to anyone, especially the press. But realistically, most people in the world don't understand how scientific research works, especially when you're doing things like mapping brain waves. And if he never publishes the results, no one will ever notice. In that sense, he's kind of safe. But for me, even if I get positive results with some percentage of the kids, I can't actually tell people about it. It's almost selfish of me to keep that kind of information to myself, but right now, in this world, it's not safe or useful to spread it around. Do you see my problem?" "I do," Sarah said. "But let me add something. I've known you, a year now? And when we met, you'd just been slammed by this psychic thing, not to mention falling for my lovely son. But I've seen you grow so much, so fast since then, and I really admire how you've handled all the curveballs. So I have no doubt that you can work this out. You're careful, and you think about what you're doing, and you are a good person. I think other people sense that, no matter what kind of odd things you do. Trust yourself." Abby found that she was near tears, and she hugged Sarah, wet hands and all. "Thank you," she whispered. "Not that Ned isn't supportive, but you've got a different perspective. Abby wiped her eyes. And who knows? The head of the school will probably make a decision by Monday, and I may be out on my ear, but we'll figure something out. I know you will. Hey, look at that. All the dirty dishes disappeared. And here comes Ned just in time to miss the whole thing. He smiled mischievously at her. Mom, that's an art I perfected a long time ago. Anyway, the guests are gone. Nobody wanted to interrupt the two of you because you both looked so intense. And I guess we should go too. Leslie's dropping Ellie off at our place on her way to work tomorrow, so we'll be up early. Dinner was great, as always. Thank you, sweetheart. Take whatever leftovers you want, if there's anything left. And Abby, keep me up to date, will you? And send pictures of your new powder room. I'll do that. Outside, it was beginning to get dark, and it was definitely colder. I feel so lucky because I really like your mother, Abby told Ned. I do too, but you can borrow her when you need her. Good. Chapter 26. Friday. Stupefied by the large meal, Abby and Ned spent a quiet evening at home doing not much of anything and turned in early. 7 o'clock the next morning, Abby found herself in the still dark kitchen, trying to clear stuff in the room so the McGuires could maneuver appliances and tools around. Maybe they wouldn't get as far as the appliances, but she did trust them, one or the other or both, to get her small job done in a timely fashion. She'd heard horror stories of contractors or repair people who'd been hired and often paid in advance and come and torn everything apart and then disappeared for months, or forever. She felt confident that Jack and Bill wouldn't fall into that category. She was startled by the ringing of the landline. Jack and Bill calling to cancel? She hoped not, because she was looking forward to watching the new installation. Maybe it was Leslie calling to say she managed to get the day off after all, and Abby wouldn't need to look after Ellie. Please no, she didn't see enough of the girl. So answer it, Abby, she told herself firmly. When she picked up, she didn't recognize the tentative voice on the other end. Is this Abby Kimball? A woman said. She sounded like she was not much older than Abby. Yes, it is. What can I do for you? You don't know me, but I think you've seen me at Ellie's school. I'm Samantha Allen, Danny's mother. Ellie is a friend of his. Sure, I've met Danny, and I know Ellie likes him. Is there a problem? Not with him, no. But I had arranged for someone to come over and look after him while I was at work today, and that person got the flu and can't do it. I don't even know if you're free, but Danny asked what Ellie was doing today, and I wondered if you could possibly look after him today. I know this is a big imposition, but he's comfortable with Ellie, and he's met you before, which is a plus. I know it's a lot to ask, and I don't even know if you have a job or anything, so you can say no. Don't worry, Samantha. I was planning to look after Ellie all day today, and he and Ellie can entertain themselves. Thank you. The relief in Samantha's voice was clear. I can pick him up about 5, I think. Samantha paused. You know he's autistic, right? Yes, I could tell. That's not a problem. Oh, good, Samantha said with relief. Some people are scared to take that on, but he really is a good boy. I really hate to ask, but I can't afford to lose a day's pay. Hey, I understand. Danny and Ellie can keep each other company. I should warn you, though, I've got plumbers coming to install a new bathroom, so things may get noisy. Would that bother him? No, not at all. He loves to see how things work. Abby had a brief image of Danny and Ellie sitting side by side on chairs outside the laundry bathroom area and watching the McGuires work. Better than television. Then we're good. Anything he can't stand, won't eat. No, he's pretty high-functioning, which is why I was able to mainstream him when we moved here. He's handling it pretty well, all things considered. Then bring him on over. Ellie should be here around 8. I don't know what Ellie's told her mother about your son, but Leslie works at the Concord Museum, so she's used to children of all kinds. She shouldn't mind. But leave your phone number with me in case I need it. Thank you so much. We'll be over in 10. I've got your address. See you then. Ned came bounding down the stairs, wearing a nice jacket and apparently running late. "Hey, whoa!" Abby called out before he could go out the door.
"What?"
he said, sounding impatient. "Small change in plans. The phone call was from Danny's mother, Samantha. Her child care coverage for today fell through, and she asked if he could come here instead. I said fine."
Danny. Oh, the autistic kid who's a friend of Ellie's. Sure, no problem. The plumber's still on?
"As far as I know, so it'll be a full house."
"Great. I don't know how long my meeting will run, but I'll get home as soon as I can."
"I'll hold the fort." "Hey, you leaving without a kiss? Is the romance gone already?" Rather than answering, Ned grabbed her and kissed her, and Abby lost all sense of time. They pulled apart only because there was a loud tapping at the front door.
"Leslie, I assume,"
Abby said breathlessly. "You'd better go."
"On my way."
Ned grabbed his coat from the hall rack and pulled open the door.
"Hey, George." "Hi, Ellie. Sorry I've got to get to the office, but maybe I'll see you later. What time do you want her back, George?" "Leslie will be picking her up, so late afternoon, I guess. Thanks for filling in."
"Our pleasure," Ned told him. "Let me walk you back to your car. I'm leaving now, too." Ellie waved at the departing men, then pulled the door shut.
"Hi, Abby. We still working in the mini closet today?"
"Yes, and the plumbers are coming. We can watch them, too. I don't think they'll mind. And your friend from school, Danny, he's coming over. His regular, heck, what do you kids call them today? You're too old for a babysitter. Kid-sitter? Childminder?"
"That's probably Amanda. Sometimes she picks Danny up."
"Okay. Anyway, she got sick and can't make it today, so Samantha asked me if I'd keep an eye on you two. You okay with that?"
"Sure. I've got some games that Danny likes, if he doesn't want to watch plumbers. But he might. He likes to put things together."
"Great. Did you get breakfast?"
"Sort of. Toast and juice."
"Well, let's see if I've got anything more interesting." Abby and Ellie were foraging in the kitchen when the doorbell rang. "That should be Danny," Abby said. "I'd ask you to go let him in, but he doesn't know me well, and he's never been here. Maybe we should both go."
"Danny's cool. He won't freak out. But let's go together."
They marched to the front door, and Abby opened it. "Hi, Danny. Remember me?" Danny nodded without speaking. Then he noticed Ellie and smiled. Ellie smiled back but didn't say anything, and for a fleeting moment Abby wondered if they were communicating telepathically. No, Abby, don't read too much into it. Still, it was odd when Ellie volunteered,
"We're going to go up to my room and play some games."
She turned and led Danny up the stairs. Abby turned back to Samantha. "Do you have time for coffee or something?" Samantha shook her head. "Nope, I can't afford to be late. But I did want to say how grateful I am that Danny's found a friend at school."
"How's he adjusting?"
"Pretty well, I guess. When I want to rant at the universe because he's got this problem, I remind myself how much worse it could be." "Is Ellie your kid or a stepdaughter? I know somebody else usually picks her up." "Neither, actually. I used to work for her mother, Leslie, in Concord, and I volunteered to pick Ellie up at school one day a week when she didn't have any after-school activities. She's a great kid." Kind of a lame explanation, Abby knew, but she couldn't tell Samantha the full story, at least not at their first official meeting. Maybe later. Maybe if it turned out that Danny inherited more than just genes from his mother or father. Was there a father in the picture? "Look, maybe we can chat when you come to pick Danny up, unless you've got to hurry home." "I'd like that, if things work out. Here's my cell number." Samantha handed Abby a slip of paper. "Well, thanks again." And Samantha turned and left quickly. Abby checked the time. Not even 8 yet. Ellie had shut the door to her room, and she could hear the two children laughing, although they weren't speaking in words exactly. The McGuires, father and son, should be arriving any minute. She drifted toward the kitchen to make a new pot of coffee while she waited. The McGuire van pulled up 3 minutes before 8, and Jack came to the front door and knocked. When Abby opened the door, he smiled apologetically and said, "I hope it's not too early for you, but we loaded up the supplies in the van last night, and we're ready to go this morning." Abby laughed.
No, it's fine. I've been up for an hour. You want some coffee? Is there anything we need to discuss?
Why don't you let us bring in the parts for the bathroom, and then maybe we can sit down with a cup and go over the details. Can we come through the back?
Of course. I cleared most of the stuff out of the way. Oh, by the way, I'm keeping an eye on a couple of kids. Ellie, you've already met, but she's got a school friend with her today. Do you mind if they get curious and want to watch what you're doing?
Not at all. How else would they learn? And it's always good to know something about plumbing.
I'm glad. Ellie and I were cleaning up the old powder room earlier this week so we could install shelves with some leftover wood we happen to have, and it turns out that she's a great carpenter. Well, I won't disturb them if they're keeping busy right now, but don't be surprised when you see them.
No worries. I'll go out and get Bill, and we can unload the big boxes.
After unlocking the back door and wedging the outer storm door open, Abby poured herself a cup of coffee and pottered around the kitchen, looking for lunch supplies. She wasn't quite ready to try to emulate Ned's pizza yet, so what else could she make? Ellie wasn't finicky, but she had no idea what Danny might like. Peanut butter and jelly? She always had supplies for that squirreled away. Jack and Bill lumbered in, lugging a large cardboard box between them, which Abby assumed was the toilet. When they'd set it on the floor, Jack asked,
You said you wanted a plain, old-fashioned sink, right? No cabinet below, just the pedestal? And what about a shallow cabinet above?
I thought putting in a bottom cabinet would make the space seem awfully crowded. We're right next to the kitchen and the laundry, so there's plenty of other storage. Do you disagree?
No, I think that's a good idea, given the space we're working with.
But we should have a mirror over the sink, right? And maybe a shelf? Jack nodded.
They'd be going in last, so you can take a look around and see if you find anything you like. You might find a nice antique mirror somewhere, if you look.
And towel bars. But you're going to tell me they go in last, too. Am I keeping you from starting? Jack smiled.
Not at all. You're paying us by the job, not the hour, and we've nowhere else to be today.
He turned to his son.
Bill, let's go get the sink and bring it in. Then we can start roughing out the plumbing.
Let me know if you need anything, Abby said, and retreated to the dining room. Once there, she realized she really had nothing she needed to do. She didn't want to get too involved in something in case either the kids or the plumbers wanted something from her. She could go out and get some more food for lunch, but the same applied to that. She might be needed here. Laundry? No, Jack and Bill would probably be messing with the water supply, so that was out. Maybe it was time to get some genealogy research done, or local history. She knew the basics about Lexington, but she really wasn't in the mood. Or she could read a book, fiction intended for entertainment. She couldn't remember the last time she had done that. Now, where was her to-be-read stack? 2 hours later, Abby was curled up on the crunchy horsehair settee in the front parlor, wrapped in a throw, and halfway through a mystery she'd been meaning to read for a while, accompanied by the sound of giggles upstairs and the clanging of wrenches on pipes downstairs. Together, they made a pleasant background to her reading. It was close to noon when she put the book down, stood up and stretched, and meandered into the kitchen. "How's it going, guys?"
Fine, Jack assured her. We've got the pipes in for the bathroom, and we'll do the laundry ones next. We'll have some patching to do after, and then we'll need to let the patches dry overnight. Would it be a problem if we came back tomorrow, even if it's Saturday? Or maybe I should be asking you, were you planning to wallpaper in here, or just paint?
Paint, I think. What with the dryer going and water running, it could be damp in here, right? Paint would hold up better, wouldn't it?
That it would. So if we get things in place and you let the patching dry, you could be done with it by the end of the weekend.
That would be great. Listen, do you want something to eat? Although I warn you, I think PBJ is about all I've got.
We can look after ourselves, Jack said, smiling. There's a few things we should pick up, but we can be back by 1.
Sounds good to me, Abby said, relieved. She really did need to shop for food over the weekend, and now she had to get paint, too. She should check on what they had already had in the basement because it wouldn't take much for the remodeled space.
"Those kids are sure quiet,"
Bill commented. Ellie said her friend likes games, so I figure they're playing something. And I mean real games, not all those electronic things.
"Rare to see that in kids these days,"
Jack said.
"Well, we'll go find lunch so we can get back and finish up. We'll clean up our mess at the end of the day, I promise."
"Great. See you later," Abby said. Once the McGuires had cleared out, Abby went upstairs and knocked on the door to Ellie's room. "Kids, you want something to eat?" Ellie came to the door and opened it. "What have you got?" "Not much. I'm sorry, but all this came up kind of fast. I've got peanut butter and jelly and maybe some soup in the pantry." "Soup, please," Danny said politely, "and bread and butter, too." "That I can do," Abby told him, smiling. "I'll let you know when it's ready." Chapter 27. Friday. "Abby, when are the plumbers coming back?" Ellie asked after she'd inhaled her soup. Danny was finishing his more slowly. Abby was relieved that she'd managed to find a frozen loaf of locally made whole wheat bread and thawed it. If she'd served the kids store-bought stuff, she might be drummed out of Lexington. "They said around 1. I think they've gotten most of the pipes installed, but now they have to patch the holes they made to do that, and that has to dry before we can paint. That'll probably be tomorrow." "Any votes? For what color?" Ellie shrugged. "You'll probably just paint it white." "Am I that boring?" Abby asked herself. "You're right, but maybe I could add some color, like a border. And what about pictures or posters?" "Can we watch the plumbers?" Danny spoke for the first time. "Sure. I asked the plumbers if they'd mind, and they said they wouldn't. There are 2 of them, father and son." "I don't have a father," Danny said, his tone neutral, which would go a long way toward explaining why Samantha looked so frazzled. And they probably didn't have much money. But how was she supposed to respond to Danny's comment? "I'm sorry to hear that, Danny," Abby said carefully. "I don't remember him," Danny added. "He died in a car wreck when I was little. May I have a glass of milk, please?" Now that Abby could handle. "Of course. Ellie, you want some too?" "Yeah, I'll get the milk out if you'll get the glasses out. Please." "Deal," Abby said, and reached into a cabinet next to the kitchen sink. Once the milk had been consumed, Ellie said, "Danny, let's go back upstairs and finish that game. Abby, will you tell us when the plumbers come back?" "I will, if you don't hear them anyway." "Good. Come on, Danny." The 2 kids all but ran down the hall to the staircase and pounded their way upstairs. Abby poured herself a cup of coffee and heated it up in the microwave, then sat down again to wait. Poor Danny, with no father in the household. Poor Samantha, trying to hold down a job and take care of a kid with challenges. She wished there was something she could do. Well, in fact, there was, but she couldn't run around handing out Ned's money to any family with a sob story, no matter how legitimate it was. Although she might ask Ned about creating a scholarship fund. She knew something about nonprofit organizations, but she'd never handled the legal and financial sides of creating and funding one. How big would it have to be? How much money? And should it focus on one problem, like autism, or should it be broader than that, like children with special needs? For that matter, how much money did Ned have? She hadn't felt she had the right to ask, especially since he was already supporting her and she wasn't contributing anything to the household budget. Not that she was exactly expensive, and she was trying to pull her weight around the house. She should wait until the time was right to open that conversation. It was just past 1 when the McGuires returned. Bill held up a plastic bucket.
"Needed more patching plaster. Wouldn't want to run out halfway through."
"Good thinking. Are you going to start in the bathroom or behind the washer and dryer?"
"Bathroom, I'm guessing," Jack told her. "It may be smaller, but the patching part is a bit trickier. You wouldn't be wanting to scrape globs of the plaster off the new installation."
Thank you for thinking of that. But the kids asked again if they could watch. Do you have kids? Well, I know Bill's your son, Jack, but are there others? Bill, what about you? Jack spoke first.
I've another boy and 2 girls. James, my oldest, didn't want to have anything to do with the business. Didn't like getting his hands dirty, so he's a banker. The girls are both teachers, but they moved away when they married. Bill here has 2, both girls.
Jack smiled fondly at his son.
And if you don't get busy, there won't be a McGuire to carry on the family business. Who's to say a girl can't be a plumber? Bill shot back. It'd be a good selling point these days.
Abby smiled. Why not, as long as there's someone to do the heavy lifting? But appliances are lighter than they used to be, aren't they? Couldn't a woman manage them?
We'll see,
Jack said, opening a tub of the patching compound. Abby turned around to see both Ellie and Danny standing in the doorway from the hall. Come on in, kids. This is Jack McGuire and his son Bill McGuire. They're our plumbers. And mine, too, Ellie said eagerly. You fixed some pipes at our house.
I think you're right, Missy, Jack said, smiling. Everything still working?
Yes, thank you. Oh, sorry, I haven't introduced you, Abby said. The lady here is Eleanor Walker, but we call her Ellie, and her friend is Daniel Allen. Danny, mostly. Abby noticed that Danny was having trouble making eye contact with Jack and Bill. Was he shy around strangers? Jack fell silent, and he had an odd expression on his face.
Nice to meet you both, he said finally. Tell me, Danny, are you from around here?
Danny shook his head.
Just moved here, he mumbled. We lived in Boston before. Well, welcome to the neighborhood, Danny, Jack said, his eyes never leaving Danny's face. So, you want to see what me and Bill are doing? Both children nodded enthusiastically. Well then, pull up a chair and go ahead and ask any questions you want while we work.
They complied silently and settled in to watch. After about 5 minutes, Ellie asked, Those are the pipes for the water?
Yep, they are.
The water comes in through the pipes and then it goes down the drain? Ellie pursued her question.
That's right. Where does the water go?
Danny finally spoke.
Well, young man, it goes down the drain here, and then that pipe attached to a bigger pipe along with a bunch of other small pipes, usually. And then the big pipe goes out of the house to an even bigger pipe, and that one goes out to the sewer. Since this is a pretty big town and it has sewers, not all towns do.
Danny leaned forward on his seat.
Does the water come in through the same pipe? Nope, it has its own pipe, because that's clean water that you or I could drink or cook with or take a bath in. What goes out is the dirty water, and that usually goes to a water purification center that makes it ready to use again.
So we keep reusing the same water? Ellie demanded.
A lot of places do. Depends on whether you have a lake or a river nearby. Now, you could have your own well here. This place is probably old enough, and that would give you water for the house if you dig down to it. Or you could catch rainwater and store it until you needed it. People used to do that. It all depends on how old your house is.
Jack had been busy patching holes under the sink as he talked. Bill was behind him working where the toilet would go, but Abby noticed he smiled now and then. Had he heard the same lecture when he was young?
But you'd still have to put the old dirty water into a pipe, right?
Danny said eagerly, now completely engaged, watching Jack work. Or else the new water would get dirty.
You've got it.
Abby realized that she'd never heard so many words from Danny, although she knew he could speak. He was definitely holding his own here with a plumber he'd just met. Good for you, Danny.
Darn it!
A broad putty knife that Jack had been using slipped from his hand and skidded across the floor.
Would you mind handing it to me, young man? My knees are a bit stiff.
Danny jumped quickly from his chair to grab up the tool. Then he held it out to Jack, who took hold of it. And as Abby watched, something changed. One boy, one old man, each holding on to the putty knife, but Abby could almost see a current flowing between them. Danny kept a grip on his end, but his eyes grew as large as saucers. Jack looked startled. It was Jack who finally spoke.
"Thank you, son,"
he said, and pulled the thing toward him. Danny didn't protest, but when it had left his hand, he looked bewildered. "Jack?" Abby said gently. He looked up at her from where he was crouched on the bathroom floor.
"It was like the wrench."
"Oh," was all Abby could think to say as ideas whirled through her head. Jack and Danny had connected, but why? How? What did it mean? Bill didn't seem to have any idea either and was staring at his father. Finally, Jack seemed to shake himself like a dog, and he turned to Abby.
"Let's see if we can get this finished up so you can work on it tomorrow. We can talk after."
He looked at the putty knife in his hand, and with great care, he scooped up some more compound and turned to resume his patching. But Abby noticed that his hand was trembling. She glanced at Danny, who seemed to have shut down. It was possible that he'd never had an experience quite like that before, so he might have decided to ignore it until he had time alone to process it. She couldn't offer him much help because she didn't understand it herself. She noticed that Ellie was watching her and rearranged her expression, trying to look reassuring. Unfortunately, she wasn't sure when or if she'd have a chance to talk to Ellie about it and to warn her not to say too much to Danny just yet, before Abby could make sense of it. She realized it was after 4, and it was already growing dark outside. "Kids, we'd better get you cleaned up before you get picked up. Danny, your mom said she'd be here around 5. Then it hit her. She needed to talk with Samantha, but she had no idea what to say. Her son had just had a rather unsettling experience, but she couldn't explain it. At least Danny didn't look too upset, but he must definitely have been affected. Would it be possible to ask Samantha and her son to stay a bit later, maybe even have dinner with her and Ned, so she could sort of work her way up to the topic, slowly? "Excuse me, but your son might be psychic." She could sneak up on it by asking about her family, her late husband's family, where they'd lived before, how they'd come to choose this area, and how they'd learned that Danny was autistic, and how much she knew about that. That would be good for a couple of hours of talk, no doubt. But then what? Maybe it would be better to wait until tomorrow, Saturday, so she would have some time to think about a plan. And talk to Ned, too. Why did this whole thing never get any easier? While she'd been mulling it over, Ellie and Danny had headed for the deep kitchen sink and were splashing water everywhere, but at least they'd managed to remove most of the patching compound from their clothes. She had better find a towel or two, but before she went into the kitchen, she turned to see Jack, standing still, his eyes still on the boy. She had no more time to think about it at all because Leslie arrived, and she hurried to let her in. "Ellie's in the kitchen, cleaning herself up," she explained.
"Why? What did she get into?"
"Ned and I decided to move the powder room to the back, remember? Jack and Bill are here at the moment, and they've been filling holes in the walls for most of the day. The kids were watching, and no surprise, they got into the patching stuff. Don't worry, it comes right off."
"Kids? Plural?"
Leslie's eyebrows rose. "Yes, I got a call from the mother of one of Ellie's school friends, Danny, whose sitter has the flu and couldn't make it. She asked if I could take him for the day. I'd met him before, and Ellie's comfortable with him, so I said it was fine. They seem to have had a great time watching the plumbers. Luckily, we started getting cleaned up a few minutes ago." By now, they had reached the kitchen door, and Ellie turned to greet her mother, talking a mile a minute. "We were helping the plumbers, Mom, and you have to see the closet Abby and I are making in the hall where the old bathroom used to be. Oh, and this is Danny. He goes to school with me."
"Hey, slow down," Leslie said, smiling at her daughter. "Hello, Danny. It's nice to meet you. I'm Mrs. Walker."
"Hello, Mrs. Walker," Danny said, but with less spirit than Abby had heard him use with other people. But Leslie wouldn't know that. "I've come to take Ellie home, but you'll see her on Monday at school. Is your mother or father coming to pick you up?" "My mother is. My father is dead." Abby hoped that Leslie had picked up on the fact that Danny was autistic, rather than merely strange. This was not the time to explain. "I'm sorry to hear that," Leslie said in a perfunctory way. "Come on, Ellie. I've got to get home and start dinner. Thanks for keeping an eye on her, Abby. I'll see myself out." "I enjoyed having her here, Leslie. Bye, Ellie," Abby called out as Leslie hurried her daughter toward the front door. Then she turned back to Danny. "Your mom should be here soon." "Yes, she will. May I have a glass of water?" "Of course." Jack was still watching Danny.
"When will you be painting, Abby?"
"I guess it's too dark already to start tonight. Maybe in the morning? How long will it take the paint to dry?"
"A few hours. I'd like to finish up here, but it can wait until Monday."
He hesitated.
"Who is that boy?"
"He just moved to Littleton recently with his mother. I don't know either of them well." "Jack, did something happen? I mean, with the putty knife?"
Jack nodded. "This is crazy. Maybe it was nothing but static electricity, that shock I felt. But the thing of it is, the boy's the spitting image of some of the children in my family, back a generation or two. Or even me, when I was his age. Maybe I'll bring along the family photos I have so you can look at them next time we come."
"I'd like to see them, Jack."
"For more reasons than you know."
Jack went out the kitchen door, carrying his tools. A knocking at the front door signaled Samantha's arrival, and Abby went to answer it. "Sorry I'm late," she said breathlessly. "I hope Danny wasn't any trouble." Abby smiled. "The kids had a great time. You want coffee or something?" "No, but thanks. I have to get home and throw together something for dinner. Maybe some other time. Danny, get your coat. We've got to go." Danny located his coat tossed over the back of a chair in the hall and followed his mother out the door, wordlessly. Chapter 28. Friday, Saturday. Abby had a couple of pots simmering on the stove, although she wasn't sure what she'd put in them because she was still chewing over what had happened between Jack and Danny. She didn't even notice Ned's arrival until she looked up to see him watching her.
"Earth to Abby," he said. "You were certainly thinking hard."
"I was. The plumbers were here, and something happened." His expression sobered.
"Something bad?"
"No, nothing like that. Look, you remember when I told you that Jack felt something when he picked up his grandfather's wrench that had been left behind years ago?"
"Yes, of course I do. Jack had a physical reaction when he touched something that had belonged to an ancestor. And he told you why he thought it had been left here."
"Right. Good. Well, today Jack and Bill were spackling the walls, and Jack dropped a putty knife, which slid across the floor. Jack asked if Danny could pick it up and hand it to him, which he did. He's a polite kid. But when Danny handed it over to Jack, they both kind of froze. I don't think Danny knew what was going on, although he clearly reacted to something. But Jack said it was like when he touched the wrench, kind of an electric shock. When Danny let go of the putty knife, it stopped, but Jack seemed kind of upset."
"So you're saying that Danny and Jack made some sort of connection, and it was between them, not because of a putty knife?"
"Yes, I think so, although the putty knife seemed to be some sort of conduit. But remember that the putty knife had a wooden handle, which might have acted as an insulator if it was a physical shock, so it probably wasn't."
"And you believe it was a psychic shock?"
Ned said. "Yes, I do. But why? As far as I know, there's no link between them. Jack and Bill have never even met Samantha, and they only met Danny today. Although Jack did say that Danny looked a lot like some of his family members in old photos."
"Interesting. I think we need to talk to Samantha and her son and Jack.
together if they're willing or separately. I know we don't have a solid theory about why these connections happen, but most often there has been a familial link. It's a long shot, trying to figure out how these people's ancestors crossed paths, if that's what happened, but it's the only lead we've got. Abby opened the lids on the pots on the stove and stirred, although she wasn't sure she saw anything.
What do we know?
Not much right now, so there are questions we need to ask. How about we have dinner and think about it?
Fine, it's almost ready.
And I vote for coffee because if we have wine, I'll get too sleepy or muddle-headed to be much use. What do you plan to do after dinner?
See if I can trace any genealogy for either side. Right now, all we know is that Jack's Aunt Mary McGuire worked in this house with unhappy results, and her father beat up the son of the household, which is why the wrench was left behind. So that's our starting point.
Eat first, then research, Ned said firmly. After they'd eaten, while Ned was doing the dishes, Abby went into the dining room, turned on all the lights, and sat down in front of her laptop and booted it up. While she waited, she found a pad and began a list of things to look for. She started with a list of things she did know. Jack's grandfather had emigrated from Ireland sometime around 1900. His name was James, and he began the plumbing business. In Boston, had Jack said? James's daughter, Mary McGuire, had worked in the house that Ned now owned, which the 1930 census showed. She had left under a cloud, and her father had gone after the son of the house, possibly with the wrench that had been found in the former powder room. Jack had told her that no charges were ever filed. Abby knew nothing more about Mary at the moment, and Jack had said no one in the family had heard from her again. Danny had been born around 2010. He said his father had died when Danny was 3. She knew Samantha's last name, Allen, but she wasn't sure whether that was her maiden name or her married name. Danny had the same last name, so most likely that was his father's surname. His father died in 2012. And that was the sum and total of the facts she had, but she knew where to hunt for more information, starting with looking for Mary in later censuses. Most likely she was dead by now, but Abby could probably deduce when she'd died or even find a death record, unless she'd moved across the country or even back to Ireland, where her father was born. But only a couple of Irish censuses were available, or so she'd heard. And John McGuire was probably a pretty common name, and there could be dozens of McGuires. Probably she should start with the Boston area. Abby knew she could probably find marriage and death records for Danny's father. Luckily, his mother's distinctive name, Samantha, would help. What Abby did need to know was the parents' names for both Samantha and her husband, if she wanted to find a connection to the McGuire family, which she felt strongly must exist. Or she could skim the surface of the available records without wasting too much time and just ask Samantha and Jack to tell her whatever they know about their respective families. Personal stories weren't always accurate, but they usually included some nuggets of truth. They also might include snippets of information that would never appear in official documents, whether or not those were published or available online. So she needed to talk to the people involved, the living ones, which meant getting them together, face to face. She'd call them in the morning and ask both sides over for dinner on Sunday. She could work on her explanation while she painted tomorrow. She shut off her computer and joined Ned upstairs, throwing herself on top of the bed. He put down the book he had been reading and rolled over on his side to face her. "What have you found?"
"Not enough," she grumbled. "Mostly I made a list of details I need to look for. Most of them are probably available online, but you know how long it takes to track down the little facts. And then you find that the library burned down in 1943, or that some churchgoer absconded with the only copy of the record book that you're looking for from 1893.
"Yes, I know, but you've done this before."
"For my own family.
I'm happy to help other people if I can, but wandering through the personal records of their family seems like an invasion of privacy.
But these are all public records, available to millions, aren't they?
Yes, but it still seems like prying, which is why I'll never succeed as a genealogist for hire. You think the police would like my services? At least working for them would make it less personal.
Abby, are you thinking of changing horses again?
Ned asked. You mean shifting to yet another job hunt in a different profession? No, or at least I don't think so. I like working with kids, and I think they need me.
Even Danny.
Abby reared up and propped herself on her elbow so she could look at Ned. Tell me this. Do you think the fact that I run into these psychic links all over the place is purely coincidental? Or do I have some sort of magnetic field or aura that leads me to them, or that draws them to me? Is there a reason behind this? Some uber spirit watching to see what I'll do next? Or am I just plain crazy?
You're not crazy, Abby. You and I, we both feel it. I've seen you with other people when they find that bond. It's not all in your head. We're on a path of some sort, but we don't know how long it is or where it goes, and we don't know how far along the path we are.
Abby flopped down against her pillow. Wow, we don't know a lot. She stared at the shadowed ceiling for a while. By the way, I want to invite Jack and Samantha over for dinner on Sunday. I'm sure you can guess why.
You want to bring the interested parties together and see what happens?
In part, but I want them to spend enough time together to relax, to let down their guard. That's when the family stories, the old secrets, come out. And in Jack's case, much of what he might remember he saw or overheard when he was a kid. It may be that he hasn't looked at his memories from an adult perspective, and if he does, he'll interpret them differently.
And if one or both sides feel offended and walk out in a huff?
Well, I've planted the seed, and I can say that at least I tried.
True.
Another long pause.
What is it you're doing tomorrow?
Painting the walls in the bathroom and laundry. How do you feel about stenciled borders?
I can honestly say I've never given them a thought.
Abby couldn't remember what she wanted to say, so she fell asleep. Morning dawned a dismal gray. Not that it mattered much if all she was planning to do was sand and smooth, vacuum up plaster dust and slap on a coat or two of white paint. She didn't even need to go out and buy paint, since she'd found she still had plenty of white paint that she'd used in other parts of the house. The biggest decision she'd have to make was matte versus glossy. She needed to call Jack and Samantha to invite them to dinner the next evening. It might be hard to explain to Jack why she'd rather he left his wife at home, although Bill would be welcome. Samantha could bring Danny along, but Abby hoped he could find something to occupy himself, because the conversation she hoped to have was most likely beyond his years. On the other hand, if he was psychic to some degree, his presence might be useful. Abby pulled on some sweats that already had paint splotches on them and ambled downstairs, where she found Ned reading the Globe. Has the world blown up yet?
If it did, it didn't make the first page, but the MBTA is running late again.
Well, we must have priorities. Abby poured herself a cup of coffee and sat down. I am painting today.
I know, you told me.
Yes, but now I'm trying to convince myself. At least it's a small area, so I should be able to finish it quickly. And Ellie gave me permission to go ahead without her.
There you go. Your day is all laid out. Are you having second thoughts about dinner tomorrow?
No, not really. I want to get this out in the open. I accept that I might lose either Samantha or Jack as a friend, or maybe even both, but it's better than ignoring the whole thing. What do you think we should eat?
Something quick and easy to fix. That isn't turkey, but does involve some good protein. You don't know where she works?
No, I don't. We've barely had a conversation longer than 3 sentences, so I haven't gotten her story.
Oh, and dessert, Ned added, especially if Danny is coming.
Check. You can go buy the ingredients while I paint, and I'll put them all together.
Deal.
After Ned had drained his coffee and headed out for the market, Abby decided to get the phone calls out of the way. She hated cold calling people, and that was compounded by the truly odd request she wanted to make. If she received a call like that, she'd think it was a joke, and at the very least she'd be suspicious. But the worst that could happen would be that one or both people would say no, and her search would end here, at least for now. She decided to try Samantha first. Abby punched in her number, and Samantha answered quickly.
Abby, is this you?
Yes, I was wondering if the two of you would like to come over for dinner tomorrow. Nothing fancy, but Danny and Ellie seem to get along so well, and I'd like to get to know the both of you better, unless you have to work or something.
No, I do get a day off now and then, unless someone else calls in sick.
I'd be happy to come. Will Ellie be there too?
No, I don't think so.
It's kind of a complicated situation. I might have mentioned that I used to work with her mother, and my time is more flexible than hers, so she asks me to pick up or look after Ellie now and then, which I'm happy to do.
Ellie seems like a great kid, and I'm glad Danny has someone in his corner. Being the new kid, much less one with problems, is hard. So yes, I'd like to come. What time?
Say 6? You already know where I live.
That I do. See you then.
After Samantha hung up, Abby smiled. 1 down, 1 to go. Jack seemed a bit puzzled by the invitation when Abby called him, but he agreed to come. Again, she didn't mention there would be 2 other guests, and she asked him to come at 6:30, which would give her time to talk to Samantha first and maybe explain what was going on, if that was even possible. But it would be unfair to dump the whole psychic thing in her lap all at once. Maybe they'd both walk out before she could have a chance to explain, but she would have tried. She tied a bandana over her hair to keep the paint out and settled herself on the powder room floor with sandpaper, paint, and paintbrushes. As she had anticipated, painting the whole area didn't take more than a couple of hours, and she was finished in time for a late lunch. Ned had delivered the groceries, peeked in at her efforts, then disappeared into his office upstairs, doing who knew what, and leaving Abby with an empty afternoon stretching ahead of her. What should she do with it? The answer was clear in her own mind. Jack's and Samantha's genealogies, separately or linked. She knew she was missing a lot of the pieces of the puzzle, but she had enough to get started, and she wanted to be prepared when they were both here the following evening. So she washed all her brushes, cleaned up the spots on the floor in the laundry room, then marched to her computer in the dining room and dug into research. Chapter 29. Sunday.
You still aren't going to tell me what you found yesterday? Ned asked over breakfast the next morning.
No, I think I have some of the answers, but I don't want to tell the story. Certainly not before Samantha and Jack have heard it. It's their families, their history. If they don't want to know all the details, they can tell me to stop at any time. But I wanted to tell it to the 2 of them together, because I think they each have pieces that fit together, and the whole story will be clear when they fill in the blanks. Or that's what I hope. Am I making any sense?
I think so. But tell me, how does this all fit with your interest in autism? I mean, apart from the fact that Danny is autistic.
That's not really relevant at the moment, although I've read a couple of articles that suggest that autistic people are more sensitive to psychic phenomena. But I want to know why Jack reacted to his grandfather's wrench and then to his accidental contact with Danny, and I think I've got a theory. I don't have all the proof that I'd like, but I've only been working on it for a day.
Then I suppose I'll have to wait, Ned said with good humor. So, house cleaning today?
I guess, Abby sighed, even though they've all already seen the place in its usual messy state. But it's a polite gesture to guests.
If you say so, but my mother might disagree. She always thought the guests were more important than the state of the furniture.
So would mine, Abby muttered to herself. Then she said in a louder tone, Okay, I'm looking for a way to distract myself. I'll clean, and then I'll bake and cook, and then the guests will arrive, and I'll tell them how they're related, which I inferred because I witnessed various psychic connections that they know nothing about. A normal Sunday. Abby made another pot of coffee and started cleaning. Amazing how far plaster dust can spread, she thought as she dusted and vacuumed. Should she bring down some of the games that Ellie kept in her official guest room upstairs for Danny to play with? Not that there were many. Or should she let Danny choose his own? Would he be bored, listening to the grown-ups talk? Or she could park him in front of the television or with a video, if Samantha approved. When everything was more or less polished, she went to the kitchen to put together an apple cake and to make a beef stew, which could simmer for hours on low. She was going to assume that both Samantha and Jack ate meat. If they didn't, they could pick out the potatoes and carrots. She couldn't second-guess everything. "Abigail, why are you so fidgety?" She wasn't really sure, but she knew she was nervous about trying to explain this whole psychic thing when she didn't fully understand it herself. She'd seen enough people draw away when she'd even hinted at something unseen, and she hated to lose friends, even those she barely knew. But she was the one who'd asked for this get-together. Finally, she showered and went back to her computer. Should she print out a family tree, as she imagined it? Or would that be too technical for her audience? No, she decided. She should save that to give them if they didn't walk out on her, that crazy lady who sees ghosts. She was still at the dining room table with lovely smells of apple and cooking beef drifting into the dining room when the front doorbell rang. She got up quickly to answer it, and as she expected, it was Samantha and Danny. Abby took a step back to let them into the hall. "Come in. I'm glad you could make it on such short notice." Samantha smiled wryly. "We don't get a lot of invitations, so we're both glad to come." "That's right. You haven't lived here long. It must be hard to meet people when you're working full-time," Abby said. "It is, but that's nobody's fault. Have you lived here long?" "I moved to Massachusetts from Pennsylvania almost 2 years ago, following a guy, but that relationship didn't work out. I met Ned at about the same time, and he helped me find a job with Leslie Walker, who was his fiancé a few years ago, and that's how I know Ellie." Ned chose that moment to appear. "And this is Ned," Abby said. "You haven't met before." Ned gave Samantha a warm smile. "It's great to meet you, Samantha. Ellie enjoys getting together with Danny, it seems. I hope you got the plaster off of his clothes yesterday." Samantha smiled back. "It took some scrubbing, but it's all good. Danny really loved watching the plumbers working. He hasn't stopped talking about it." "Ned, could you check on dinner, please?" Abby asked. She had to admit she was nervous about what might happen when Jack arrived. "Anyway, Samantha, Leslie and I had some issues, and I ended up losing the job and moving in with Ned in this house. That's the very short version, but I do have a lot of New England ancestors, going back a ways. In fact, Ned and I found that we were related, a long way back. It's a small world." There, she'd planted the seed. The full explanation was going to be more complicated. "What about you?" "Born and raised in the Boston area. Married my high school sweetheart, and we had Danny. Then my husband died in an auto accident about 5 years ago, and the two of us have been on our own ever since. Isn't that right, Danny?" Danny had been looking at nothing in particular, but at the sound of his name, he looked up at his mother. "Yes, just you and me," he said obediently. "Goodness," Abby said, "where are my manners? First of all, is Danny okay hanging out with us? Because that's fine with Ned and me, and he knows me in the house. Or he can watch a movie or play with the games he saw the other day." "If you've got a video for his age group, that's fine." "All right, we can look in a minute. Second, would you like something to drink? Alcoholic or something soft? Juice?" "Juice would be good," Samantha said, then added softly, "I stopped drinking when my husband died. The driver of the other car was drunk."
I'm sorry.
Abby glanced briefly at Danny, who didn't seem to be paying attention to them.
Danny said the other day that he didn't remember his father.
That's right, although sometimes I think I hear him talking to Andrew when he doesn't know I'm listening. He has an active imagination, but he doesn't always share what he's thinking.
Walk with me to the kitchen, Abby said, and led the way. When was Danny diagnosed?
When he was 2, which I gather is pretty typical. But we lost Andrew not long after that, and I didn't handle the whole mess well. Maybe I could have done more to help Danny, but Andrew didn't leave much money, and I had to work.
That can't have been easy for you. But Danny seems to be coping well, except for those mean girls at school.
Ellie's been a big help there. She won't take any guff from anyone.
Is cranberry juice okay?
Abby asked, peering into the refrigerator. Sure. This is such a great house, so much room, and nobody's messed around with it. I hate it when people modernize a place without thinking about its history.
So do I. It's just wrong. What would Danny like?
Juice is fine for him, and I can pick a movie for him if you're busy with dinner.
Most of the cooking is done. That's the nice thing about stew. Once it's cooked, you can just let it sit, and it usually tastes better that way.
So, where do you work? Abby asked as she filled a glass for Danny and handed it to him. I took the first thing I could find when we got here. School was about to start, and I needed to settle somewhere. I'm a bookkeeper for a small company in Concord. Or maybe I should say I'm the bookkeeper for the company. There's more work than one person can handle a lot of the time, and that's why I need to find people to look after Danny without bleeding me dry.
It must be hard for both of you.
Samantha shrugged. It is what it is.
Why don't you go look at our selection of DVDs, unless you'd rather try Netflix? They're all in the back parlor. We actually have 2 parlors, but we rarely use the fancy front one.
Okay, I'll take a look. Samantha and Danny headed out to the hallway. Abby heard them talking, and then Ned joined them in the parlor to show them where the DVDs were. She busied herself with cleaning up the last few dishes, then retrieved the china from the glass-fronted cabinet in the dining room and distributed it around the table after removing her computer and notes. She was finishing up when the doorbell rang again. Jack. When she opened the door to him, she found he had come alone.
Bill couldn't make it, he said apologetically, and my wife had a church meeting this evening. Hope you don't mind that it's just me.
Of course I don't. I'm happy you could come. Actually, I had an ulterior motive for inviting you, and it works better if it's just you. You remember Danny from the other day? I asked him and his mother to join us tonight. She's new to town and doesn't have a lot of friends here yet. I've seen her now and then because Danny and Ellie go to the same school, and she dropped Danny off here on Friday, but I can't say I really know her. And there's something else, but I don't want to get into that until we're settled. Can I get you something to drink?
Jack looked uncomfortable, but he tried to rally.
Would you have any beer?
Sure, a couple of kinds. Ned likes to experiment with new ones. Take a look in the fridge and see if there's anything you like.
Jack headed in that direction, but stopped to look at the laundry room.
You did a nice job in here.
Thank you. I'm glad it's all come together so fast.
Samantha returned to the kitchen, minus Danny, with Ned trailing behind her. She stopped at the sight of Jack standing by the refrigerator.
Oh, hello. Have we met?
I'm Jack McGuire, the plumber who just put in Abby's new powder room.
Ah, you're one of the plumbers that Danny met on Friday, and he hasn't stopped talking about you since. He loves anything mechanical. I hope he didn't get in your way.
Not at all. Speaking of that young man, I mentioned to Abby here that he was the spitting image of some members of my family back when they were his age. I brought some of the family pictures along.
Jack fished into his shirt pocket and pulled out a small stack of old photographs.
There aren't many. My grandfather came over to Boston in 1905 and learned a trade, but he never had much time or money for pictures. When he did have any taken, he fitted in as many relatives as he could. He was still sending copies back to the family in Ireland. Not that anyone thought to label the people in the pictures, but you've only to look at them to know they're part of the family. Let me show you."
Jack spread out the pictures on the kitchen table, which Abby had just wiped clean. Abby and Ned exchanged a glance over the table, then came closer to look at the pictures. The resemblance to Danny was in fact startling. The same chunky build, the same dark hair with light eyes, although the heights differed a bit. Samantha leaned over to look. "You're right. Danny would fit right in that group." Danny wandered back from the parlor. Had he gotten lonely? Abby wondered. Then the boy came over and leaned closer to see the pictures. "Is that me?" he asked. "No, sweetie," his mother told him. "Those are part of Jack's family." That was a cue if I've ever heard one, Abby thought. She cleared her throat. "Actually, I think there's a good chance you might be from the same family, back a couple of generations." "Why do you say that?" "Not just because Danny happens to look like some of Jack's Irish relatives," Samantha said. "Nothing as simple as that. Can we sit down? This may take some explaining. I know tomorrow is a work day, and I don't want to take up too much of your time, but let me lay out what I think, and you can go home and think about it yourselves. Is that okay?"
"Does this have to do with the wrench and the putty knife?" Jack asked.
Samantha looked confused. "I think it does. Can I explain? Then you can ask anything you like. Samantha, before I jump in, do you know who your parents are? Your grandparents? And what about your husbands?" Samantha looked bewildered, but game. "My parents and grandparents are all still living. They've been in New England for a long time, but they live in New Hampshire. My husband was adopted, and he never knew anything about his background. He never got interested in all that DNA testing stuff. He said it didn't matter." So far, so good, Abby thought. She decided she should focus on Danny's father for now, but first she had questions for Jack. "Jack, you said your aunt, your father's sister Mary, worked in this house, right?" Samantha turned to look at him. "That's quite a coincidence," she said.
"She did work here back in the 1930s or so," Jack replied. "You saw her in the census, Abby, didn't you?"
"I did," Abby said. "And you told me there was a sad story connected with that, which we don't need to talk about right now. The kind of story that families didn't like to talk about. And then she disappeared."
"That's right. Why are you poking around with this?" Jack asked.
"Because of how you reacted when you saw her room, the first time you were here."
"I just had a funny spell, that's all," Jack said. "Not the first time it's happened."
"I think there may be more to it, Jack. And Samantha, I think this involves you too. Look, what I'm going to say sounds kind of crazy, I'll admit, and you don't have to believe me. Just think about it." Abby took a deep breath. "I think your Aunt Mary had a baby after what happened to her, probably at someone's home because she wasn't married. She was pretty young at the time, and she may not have survived. In any case, she never contacted your family, right?" Jack nodded.
"No one of us ever heard from her again. And the baby?"
"I think the baby was adopted, maybe not officially, but he was taken in and raised by a family. I found a census record for a child of the right age, in the right place. I know it's a long shot, and Boston was a big place, but it seems to fit. The family's surname was Allen, and they called the baby Andrew. He grew up and married and had a child named Thomas, and Thomas had a child named Andrew." Samantha was staring at Abby. "And now you're thinking that my Danny was descended from Jack's Aunt Mary?" "I know it sounds unlikely," Abby said, "but I think I do." Chapter 30. Sunday. Abby watched her guests' faces and let them digest what she had said. Danny leaned against his mother, and she wrapped her arm around him protectively. Finally, Samantha spoke. "My husband's name was Andrew, but that doesn't mean he's that one. Danny thinks anyone with that name could be his father." "Andrew was my daddy," Danny said solemnly, and fell silent again. "There's more to the story, Samantha," Abby said. Samantha stood up and paced around the room. "Is this some sort of scam, a trick, or are you just trying to annoy me? I thought you wanted to be a friend." "I do, and I'm not asking for anything. I just wanted you all to know what was going on. If you never want to see me again, if it's too much to handle, I'll understand. But hear me out first, please." Samantha sat down again, looking wary. Danny looked unperturbed. Jack kept staring at the boy but didn't say anything. "Thank you," Abby said. "Let me start by saying that I have some psychic abilities." Samantha jumped out of her chair again. "Oh, for heaven's sake, this is ridiculous. You may not be out to trick anybody, but you're definitely a flake." "Please, Samantha, just listen, and let me go backward. Jack was here earlier last week, so we could talk about various projects around the house. We had decided to start with moving the powder room on this floor, and we were tearing out some of the old stuff in there, and he found an old wrench. When he picked it up, he dropped it like a hot potato."
"Felt like I'd stuck my finger in an electric plug," Jack said. "Thing of it is, I recognized it. It belonged to my grandfather, who was a plumber like me. He always marked his tools so they wouldn't get mixed up with other people's. I've still got a lot of them at home. But he'd never done any work in this house as far as I know. Then Abby got onto the computer and looked up his census, and she found that Mary McGuire was listed as a servant here in 1930. I had an Aunt Mary, but I never met her, and nobody in the family talked about her except when they thought the kids weren't listening. They said she'd had some trouble with the son of the owners, and Grandpa went after him with a wrench. But nobody was ever charged with anything. Do you see where I'm going with this?"
Samantha had been leaning against the wall, but she grudgingly came back to the table and sat down again. "I can see how you'd string a bunch of maybes together and make a story out of it." "Look," Abby said, "I know we don't have a lot of facts, and I'm making a lot of guesses. We know Mary left home not long after that, and nobody in the family ever heard from her again. Maybe when the baby was born, she gave a fake name, so there was no official record of the birth. But there was a child who was adopted by an Allen family in a Boston suburb. That's on record, and the date for the child fits. They gave the baby the name of Andrew." "And you're saying that my Andrew, Danny's father, was this baby's, son? Grandson?" "It would have been his grandson, given the dates," Abby said. "Okay, so you've strung together a few facts. Why should it be true? Why should I believe you?" "Because of what happened when Danny met Jack here. You want to tell that part, Jack?"
"All right. I told you about the shock I got when I took hold of Grandpa's wrench, right? So, Friday I was working on the plumbing back there, and I dropped a putty knife. And your Danny picked it up and handed it to me. And when I took hold of it, I got the same shock between him and me. And you felt it too, didn't you, Danny?"
"Jack, he's a kid," Samantha protested, "with an active imagination. You're trying to ask him if he made some psychic connection with you through a putty knife?"
"Yes, I am," Jack said calmly. "Listen, Samantha, I'm an ordinary guy. I've worked with my hands all my life, and I've never felt anything like that before. Not with my own kids, not with a stranger. If it had happened only the once, I could have written it off as an odd event and forgotten about it. But then it happened with the boy, right in front of me."
"So shake his hand and tell me if it happens again. He's right there," Samantha said angrily. Jack got up and moved to the chair next to Danny's.
"Do you mind if I shake your hand, Mr. Allen?"
"That's silly. Mr. Allen was my dad. I'm just Danny." He thrust his hand out, and Jack took it. Samantha stared at the pair of them like a hawk. After a few seconds, Jack smiled at the boy, a smile that was sweet and sad at the same time.
"Thank you."
He let go of Danny's hand and looked at his mother.
I'm pretty hard-headed, but say what you will, there's something between us. I feel it, and it's not just in my head."
"And I felt it too," Abby said softly, "the first time I met him at the school. And so did Ellie." "Is she?" "Yes, she is. If she and Danny spend any time together when you're around, and I hope you'll let them, you'll see how they communicate, and it's not always with words." "Ellie's my friend, Mom," Danny chimed in. Clearly he'd been paying attention. How often did he hear things that weren't said out loud? Samantha stared at her son. "Danny, can you answer a question for me?" "Sure, Mom." Samantha glanced around the group before going on. "Do you talk to your father or see him?" Danny nodded. "Sure. Not all the time, but sometimes." "You never told me," Samantha said. "You always get sad when you talk about him, so I didn't tell you. And I don't think he can talk to you because you can't hear him. He doesn't exactly talk to me in words, but I can hear what he's thinking." Danny spoke in a matter-of-fact voice, as if talking to his dead father was an ordinary thing to do. "And how do you and Ellie talk?" "Ellie's better at it than me. Mostly we talk out loud, but sometimes I hear words from her." Samantha glanced at Abby. "Ellie? She's not related, but she's been communicating with some of her relatives all her life, without her mother or father knowing it." "Dead relatives?" Samantha whispered. "Yes, it seems to be a hereditary ability. I've talked to a number of mine since I moved to Massachusetts, and I think I told you that Ned and I are related back several generations. Whatever it is seems to hang around for a long time, but as far as we know, we can't do it with random strangers. Ellie told me she could link to Danny, and I get a little spark from him, but that's all." Samantha leaned back in her chair and seemed to wilt. "I don't know whether to laugh or cry." "Please don't cry," Abby said. "It may be strange, but there's nothing evil about it. Look, I already know that Danny's a very smart boy, but sometimes he has trouble dealing with the real world. This ability can help him with that, if he works at it." "And what about his teachers? Are they going to label him as psycho?" "I won't kid you. You have to be careful. Ned and we've been doing some research since we learned about this, and we can see that a lot of people distrust it. I can't blame them. And it can be hard to handle for the person who has it. I had some ancestors in Salem I found. 2 of them were hanged as witches, while my direct ancestor watched. And let me tell you, that was painful, even after centuries. Strong emotions, both good and bad, linger for a very long time." Samantha turned to Jack, who had sat watching her silently. "What about you? You're the other new kid with this. How are you handling it?"
"It's been only a few days, and I don't go around like with an antenna seeing if I can pick up somebody else. But let me ask you this. How does it happen that we all met? My Aunt Mary, who I never knew, suffered in this house. I came here because Ned's mother happened to hire me for a plumbing job a while back, and I didn't even know she had a son then. Abby here takes care of Ellie one afternoon a week, and Abby just happens to be there at the school and meets Danny. You bring him over here on a day I happen to be here, and look where that's brought us. I'm not going to try to guess the whys and hows, but tell me there isn't a reason behind our coming together."
"You're thinking God or fate or something like that?" Samantha demanded.
"I'm not going to try to guess. Can't we just say something we don't understand for now?"
Samantha was shaking her head. "I can't do this. My husband's dead. I've got a child who I love with all my heart, but he's got problems that he'll never outgrow. I moved here so he could go to a good school, but I don't have any friends here or anywhere else, really.
My job sucks, but I sure don't want to move again right now."
"Samantha," Jack said, "you've got a family now. Maybe we're all 3 generations twice removed, but we look after our own. The McGuires would welcome you, since there's a good chance that Danny's one of us, and you don't have to talk about this other thing unless you want to."
"How are you going to deal with it with your family?"
"I don't know. Most of my family has hard heads, and they'd laugh at me, but that doesn't make it any less real. And if it'll help you with your son, you need it."
Everyone sat in a stunned silence for long minutes. Then Abby said, "Ned, you've been awfully quiet so far. You have anything to add?"
I didn't want to interrupt. I haven't talked to Jack or Samantha, although I've watched Ellie and Danny together, and I like what I see for both of them. And you don't know me. I'm a scientist, and I own a small tech company. I didn't know I had this thing, but I did have a friend when I was about Danny's age who wasn't really there, but I never asked anybody about him, and he just kind of disappeared after a while. And when I got older, I stopped thinking about it at all. Then I met Abby, or she kind of fell over in front of me, and it all came back. She's going to be mad at me forever because I didn't tell her about it for a long time, because I was using her as a test subject. Believe me, I've apologized over and over. Now, before you get scared, I'm not interested in this because I want to make a lot of money or get famous. I do it because I want to understand it, because I have it, and Abby has it, and apparently so do you both, and other people we know. It's one of those things nobody really talks about, but it's real. Abby wants to use this ability as a way to help kids like Danny, make it easier for them to communicate with other people. I think it's a great idea, but we haven't worked out any details yet.
He leaned forward in his chair.
We'd love to have Danny involved, because he's already Ellie's friend, and he's smart, and he's still open to the idea. But you don't have to get him involved unless you're comfortable with it. And there's no deadline, except I think it would be a shame to tell him to forget about it. Look, he says he's talking to his father. Maybe he's hallucinating, but maybe it's real, and it's the only way he'll ever know him. You want to tell him it's wrong, and he shouldn't? At least give him the chance, and trust him.
"I need some time to think about this," Samantha finally said. "I know you mean well, and I know you believe what you're saying, but it's a lot to wrap my head around right now. Can we just set it aside for the moment?"
Of course. Listen, does anybody want to eat? Or I could just send you home with stew and cake. I won't be offended.
Jack cocked an eyebrow at Samantha and smiled.
"You look like you could use a good home-cooked meal, and I'm sure the boy would like it too. What say we keep our talk to easier things, like how the Patriots are doing this season?"
Samantha managed a watery smile.
"Deal. But I've never had much time to watch the games on Sunday, so you'll have to explain some of the rules to me."
Jack turned to Danny.
"Does that suit you, young man?"
"Well, I'm hungry, but I don't know much about football. What do I call you?"
Good question. How about Grandpa Jack? But maybe not in front of my family, at least for now. And Bill would be kind of a cousin, but you can call him Bill, all right?"
"That's good, Grandpa." "Can I dish up now?" Abby asked plaintively, "because I'm starving too."
Ned stood up. "I'll help." He followed Abby to the kitchen, while Samantha and Jack stayed at the dining room table and began to talk tentatively. He said quietly,
"Well done. If I ever need to do an ad campaign, I'd hire you. I think you won them over."
"I hope so. Samantha needs a family, and so does Danny, and it looks like somehow we found one for them." Epilogue. Samantha and Danny, and Jack as well, had left fairly quickly after dinner, pleading work and school, and Abby didn't try to keep them any longer. They had a lot to think about, but they'd made a good start in understanding what had happened with Mary and how it had somehow carried forward into the present. But after doing the dishes with Ned, Abby was still oddly restless.
"You ready to go up?"
Ned asked. "I think I need to go up to the attic now." She didn't know how to explain, but it seemed to be important to her.
"You want company?"
Ned asked. "Yes, I think so. Why don't you turn out the lights and make sure the doors are locked, and then meet me up there?"
"Will do,"
Ned said, leaving Abby free to make her way upstairs. On the second floor, she paused in front of the attic door, uncertain of what she was looking for. Finally, she opened the door, and cold air rushed over her. She fumbled with the light switch, then went carefully up the stairs. She should have brought a flashlight, she thought, but she had a feeling that what she was looking for would be visible without one. At the top of the stairs, she turned toward what had been Mary's room. The door was shut, but it opened easily when she turned the handle. For a long moment she stood in the doorway, listening, searching for some connection, some sense of the poor young woman who had been the room's occupant nearly a century earlier. Something kindled in her mind, nothing like a sound, or maybe an electric tickle. "Mary?" she whispered. Nobody answered, not in words, but Abby could sense that something had changed in the atmosphere in the room. But Mary's presence, if that was what it was elusive and formless. Ned came up the stairs to stand behind Abby. She didn't turn to greet him, but said only, "Put your hands on my shoulders, please." Ned did, without comment. They stood there for a few seconds until their abilities merged, and Abby could pick up more than before. A wisp of a voice, a sense of an intelligence, something hard to define and fleeting. But she recognized something, vague though it was. She smiled into the darkness. "Thank you, Mary." Then it was gone, and Abby turned to Ned, still smiling. "I think Mary was autistic."
"What? Why?"
"Something about the thoughts or feelings or whatever it was she was projecting reminded me of the kids at the school, and in Danny. It's hard to explain because it's kind of a jumble of sights and sounds and impressions, but I felt that before."
"It's not just wishful thinking on your part?"
Ned asked carefully. "I don't think so. And if she was autistic, it would explain a lot of things."
"Like what?"
"Like why Mary made a good servant. She probably didn't talk much, but she understood orders and could carry them out well. She did her job quietly, and being a good Catholic girl and Irish as well as autistic, she probably didn't understand what that jerk of a kid wanted from her until it was too late. And she probably didn't understand that she was pregnant and had no idea what to do, which may have led to her death. I know this is a lot of guesswork, but it fits with what little we know. Poor Mary. None of this was her fault. The Baxters got a quiet servant, probably for no more than her room and board, and her family was probably happy that she had a place. And if you want one more piece of the puzzle, I've read articles that suggest that autism can be hereditary, which might have had something to do with Danny's autism. I know there's nothing like proof here, but it all seems to fit."
"Are you going to tell Jack?"
Ned asked. "I don't know yet. He seems to have accepted Danny into the family, and pretty quickly, I have to say, and I don't know if having more of the story would make things any better for anyone. I may just leave things where they are. I'm glad they all found each other, and I'd like to think Mary played some small part in making that happen." This concludes Revealing the Dead by Sheila Connolly, narrated by Emily Durante. Copyright 2018 by Sheila Connolly. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Beyond the Page Publishing, LLC, and was produced in the year 2018 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.